Tarzan of the Apes, a character of Edgar Rice Burroughs' famous book, in reality is the son of a titled English couple, Lord and Lady Greystoke, who were put ashore by a mutinous crew in the jungles of West Africa. The maroon couple were left with tools and firearms, and Tarzan's mother and father built the little hut in which Tarzan is born a year afterward. It's the night of their little son's first birthday. Lord and Lady Greystoke are sitting in their rude but strongly built home. Around them lies the jungle, dark, mysterious, teeming with great sinister shapes, mocking with dreadful quiet through the night. The roar of a lion tells that the mighty monarch of the forest has made its kill, and from farther away can be heard the hideous laughing cry of the hyenas, echoing the lion's thunderous roar. The wind rustles the leaves of the trees outside. Both are startled.
What's that, John?
Yes. I heard it too. Oh, it's only the wind in the trees, dear.
It gave me rather a start.
It did me too for a moment. Silly as both of us. Nothing short of a herd of elephants could force its way in here. I confess a bit of pride. This place is built like a vault.
Oh, John, I know we're safe enough, but sometimes I don't think I can stand it a moment longer. It's the nights. They're dreadful. There, that's what I mean. All night long, the jungle seems to threaten us. And those hyenas, oh, that hideous cry of theirs. It's like the laugh of a maniac. They seem to be jeering at us. Though someday they...
Now, Alice, get hold of yourself. You can't let go this way. You'll go mad. You have to hold tight, dear. For him.
For him. Oh, he's a year old today, John.
Yes, a year old and as sound as a nut. Sleeps through gunshots and everything.
He's a darling, isn't he, John? And a picture of you.
Nothing of the sort. He looks exactly like you. Oh, yes, he does, dear. Why, he has your eyes and that sweet little smile of his. Why, that's exactly like you, dear. Oh! There. He can't get it. Dear, sit tight. I'll pop the beggar through the lattice.
He'll burst the door down. I know he will. Look at the bar.
Turn down that lamp so if I can get a bead on the beggar through here.
All right. There. Don't get your face too close to the lattice. He may strike through.
There. See through here. He's a big brute.
I don't want to look. Shoot him, John. Shoot him.
There, dear. Hold steady. And we'll have a lion skin to wrap the baby in.
Hurry, John. Hurry. Every time he claws the door, it gives terribly.
Lord, he must be hungry to come up this way.
Oh, his eyes. They're terrible. And those horrible teeth. Oh.
Stand away from my arm. Oh, I put that one right down his throat. Another one will settle him. There, that finishes the liar. It's all over, dear. Why, he's as scared as a door now. Don't be frightened.
Oh, John. I'm sorry to go to pieces this way. Really I am, but you know, the last few days, I've had a terrible premonition that something would happen. It's all silly, I know, but I can't escape this dreadful feeling.
You're just nervous, that's all. Why, any day now we'll wake up and find a boat in the bay. And you and I and the little chap there will go sailing back to England.
Oh, it's been 2 years now, and there's been no boat. 2 terrible years, John.
Why, Alice, I can't understand this in you at all. Oh, buck up, my girl. Don't let it get you this way.
Oh, I'm sorry, John. It's like a terrible threat hanging over. Listen to the jungle now.
Why, there isn't a sound.
No, that shot quieted them for a little while, but the silences are the worst of all. The silence means that something awful and dreadful is passing through the jungle.
There. Your silence is broken for you. A panther.
Oh, John, I hate to show the white feather like this, and I shan't do it again. Now there, that's a promise.
White feather? Oh, why, rot. You've been marvelous, Alice. This infernal jungle is bound to get you once in a while. Come on, kiss me and forget it.
Gladly, sir. John, which one of our neighbors is that?
A bull?
It's the apes I hate worst of all. They're so human and yet so far from human. Those long, powerful arms, their awkward gait, and the terrific speed in which they swing and leap from branch to branch.
They are nasty beggars.
That one you shot yesterday. Oh, those nasty, close-set eyes and yellow fangs.
Come on now. Oh, forget it.
Again the cry of a huge bull ape, a brutish creature of terrible strength and awful temper. The ape has suddenly gone mad, raging, foaming mad, with that peculiar madness which suddenly seizes bull apes and quickly passes. He's running rampant among his people. The younger and lighter apes are scampering to the highest branches. Kayla, a young female, comes into the clearing. Her baby is clinging to her neck. She doesn't know. She doesn't know that Bolat has gone into one of his terrible rages. Bolat spies her. The others yell hoarse cries of warning. He's bearing down on her. She leaps from branch to branch. He has her by the ankles. She breaks loose. Up the tree she goes. Bolat behind her. She makes a terrific leap to another tree. She makes it. The jar tears her baby's grip loose from its mother's neck. It falls to the ground with a thud. Bolat's roaring grows fainter, fainter, as he hurls his powerful body through the trees.
That bull ape is certainly doing a lot of boasting tonight.
He sounds very close, John.
Oh, he's miles away. Those bull apes have tremendous lung power.
Beastly sound.
Yes.
John, it's getting a little cold. I think perhaps we'd better build a small fire. Baby sneezed this morning.
All right. I want to go out and drag that lion into the shed anyway before the hyenas get at the skin.
John, have you noticed how deathly still the jungle has suddenly become?
Just a lull. Where's the axe?
Over there in the corner. Just a few sticks will do, John. Just enough to keep the chill off.
Righto. Be back in a second.
Aren't you going to take your rifle?
Oh, I'll hardly need it. Just going out to the shed. I'll leave the door open. The light will keep any animals away.
All right.
You know, every time I open the latch on this door, I'm impressed with myself. Well, it's quite an invention, Alice.
Yes, dear. I have admired it before.
Oh, no.
Now run along and get the wood.
Yes, all right, dear.
The sound of Greystoke's axe echoes through the strangely silent jungle. Greystoke doesn't notice the fearful tenseness of the silence. The jungle is cringing away from a monstrous shadow which moves ominously through the hushed and fearful night. A huge ape comes to the clearing. It is Bolat, the crazed derelict of the jungle. He halts. His insane, bloodshot eyes catch sight of the unsuspecting Greystoke. They gleam hatred from beneath his shaggy brows. He bares his fangs as though in a horrid snarl, but no sound comes from his great throat. Slowly, noiselessly, the 350 pounds of stifled rage moves across the clearing. Bolt upright, his mighty arms dangling loose at his side. A shadow falls across the log which Greystoke is chopping. He looks up into the beastly, snarling face of the brute. Oh! The ape makes a lunge at Greystoke. Ah!
on!
Greystoke raises his axe, brings it down with terrific force. The ape catches the axe in his terrible hands and flings it from him. With bared fangs, he leaps at Greystoke. Tarzan of the Apes. From out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' immortal book, we recall the strange history of Tarzan. Tarzan, the mighty hunter. Tarzan, the white god of a dark continent. Tarzan of the Apes.
You're mad, John. You're mad. There's only one way for you to save your skin now, and that is for you to let me resume command. Throw yourself on the mercy of the court when we return. If you assume command of this boat, it's your death warrant.
I'm the first mate. I take command when anything happens to the captain. Isn't that right?
When anything happens to the captain, yes,
It will.
Well, get down to it, John. Get down to it. What do you want?
What do you think, Professor Porter?
I really wouldn't know, Mr. Young. I have never made a study of shipwrecks.
No, but you've made a study of old maps. Where is it?
Unfortunately, I don't know what you're talking about.
Stow that. Where is it?
If you will tell me what you are looking for, then perhaps I might not prove so obtuse.
Listen, you old fool. I'm talking about that chart. The one on which the treasure is indicated. Break it out. Where is it?
Mr. Young, do you mind if I open this port and let in some air?
Fango, open that port for the lady.
Oh, never mind. I'll do it.
Fango, get that lubber off of the floor and stow him on the bunk. Mr. Clayton seems to be taking quite a nap.
He isn't dead.
No, he's all right.
Well, Yount, what's your procedure?
Porter, where's that chart?
Really,
You don't know, huh?
I haven't the slightest conception what you're talking about.
Bad memory, eh? Well, there's a cure for that. An old Chinese cure. Gates, Fango, get the professor below. We'll try the water cure for his memory.
Aye, sir. Come on here, Governor.
Unhand
Come on now, push your... Now, come on here.
Me.
Daddy!
Here, Yount. You wouldn't resort to torture.
No? Listen, Tracy. I'm not committing mutiny to be stopped by that old goat. Yes, I'll torture him. And if he doesn't come through then, there's the woman there. I want that chart, and I'm going to have it.
You're just a little too late, Mr. Young.
Late?
I threw the chart out the port when I opened it just now.
Oh, Jane, you didn't. Why, that chart might have opened a new vista of history.
I'm sorry, Father, but...
Oh, you threw it out of the port, did you? Well, young lady, I think you're lying. And for your sake, you'd better be. I'm going to search your stateroom. And if I don't find it... Gates, you and Fango keep watch here.
Skipper, I would suggest, John, that you drop anchor. You're coming in pretty close. The coastal curve is very gradual on the African west coast.
I'll run the boat, Tracy.
I see you will. Now go around.
And another thing. If I don't find that chart in your stateroom, I'm going to give you exactly a half an hour to produce it, Porter. And then your daughter will wish you had.
You swine! We're in a quandary, I'd say. What would you suggest doing, Captain?
John isn't bluffing. The best thing is to give him the chart he's talking about. Because if we don't, John will make good his threats.
Where is the chart, my dear? Be careful that these men don't overhear.
I told the truth, Father. I did throw it overboard.
You mean the chart is gone?
Why, yes. Will it make any
Any
difference?
difference? All the difference in the world. You'll never get John to believe that you threw it out that port. He'll think you're trying to keep it from him. He'll try to make you tell by every way his devilish mind can think of.
Oh, Jane, you shouldn't have done that. There's no way to get it back now.
There might be.
How?
You know that small jade green bottle that contained poison, Captain? The one you told me to take out of your drawer?
Yes?
Well, I poured the contents of that out. I rolled the chart up and put it in the bottle before I threw it out the port. It might have washed ashore.
It has a good chance of it. The current in the cove swings up against the beach now.
Good. The loss of that chart would seriously affect the opportunity of finding vast treasure.
The loss of that chart means more than that, Professor Porter. It will mean the loss of all our lives. We've got to find that chart. We have to find it, that's all.
And if we don't?
It will be unfortunate that Miss Porter emptied the contents of that bottle.
Meanwhile, Yount, the mutinous first mate, has searched every inch of the passengers' cabins, ripping open mattresses, scattering the contents of their luggage, but to no avail. He cannot find the chart. Yount has risked much to get the chart. He leaves the wreckage of the last cabin. He will have that chart. He'll resort to the terrible torture used many years ago in the China Seas, the water cure, where the victim has water forced down his throat until his eyes protrude and his stomach distends, until the intense pressure inside his body bursts his heart. Anything to get that chart. Gaining the deck, Yount notices that the boat is well into the harbor. He orders the anchors dropped and the engines cut. Then, with a fiendish, dreadful glint of purpose making his eyes inhumanly cruel, he makes for the salon. He rips open the door.
Tango, go below. Bring 4 men topside, with buckets and lots of water.
See here, Yount. You're making a mistake. That chart did go out the port.
I don't believe it. You're all lying. But when I get through with you, you'll be begging to tell the truth. Begging.
Don't be a fool, Yount. We know what you're planning to do. Listen. Miss Porter threw that chart out the port. Before she did, she put it in a jade green bottle. The current in this cove will wash that bottle up on the beach. Let me and one of your men go ashore and look for it. To find it's our only chance of saving our skins.
Yount, convinced that Captain Tracy is telling the truth, finally agrees that the captain shall go ashore with 2 of his men to look for the bottle on the beach. But before Captain Tracy leaves, Yount takes the 2 men who are to accompany him outside the cabin and talks to them.
Gates, you and Fango go ashore with Tracy. He's looking for a jade green bottle that's washed ashore.
Aye, sir.
And when you come back alone. Understand?
I understand, sir. We'll stick the blighter. Fango's a hitchin' to carve his even initials in somebody's back.
All right. Get those davits out and put that boat over the side.
Crouching high up in a tree hidden from view, Tarzan watches as a small boat bearing 3 men pulls to shore. The ape man for the first time is seeing beings of his own kind. His first impulse is to drop down the tree, run down to the beach to greet them. But the shyness of a wild thing keeps him motionless, staring from his retreat. Fango, the giant Chinese, whose eyes are dead and unblinking as a serpent's, and the sly Cockney Gates are rowing the heavy boat. In the bow sits Captain Tracy, his weather-beaten face a mask. Tarzan watches the men beach the boat and start walking slowly down the shore looking for something. Tarzan follows them, swinging slowly, silently from branch to branch in the wooded fringe which separates the jungle from the shore. Studying the first of his fellow men that he has ever seen, Tarzan takes a liking to the captain. The other 2 he despises. They slink behind the tall men as 2 cowardly hyenas following a sick lion. Tarzan's mind is in a chaos of curiosity. For what are they looking? Then he sees the tall man reach down with a cry and pick up something green from the beach. The 2 others snatch it from his hand. With a gesture, Tarzan freezes. There will be a fight. 2 against 1. Tarzan will go to the aid of the tall man. But to his surprise, the tall man merely shrugs and turns about to return to the boat. Is he afraid, Tarzan wonders? They retrace their steps. The tall man is still ahead, followed by the copper man and the weazened one. Tarzan follows them. His keen eyes see the weazened man nod to the copper man, whose eyes are like hista, snakes. The copper man slowly draws a long knife from his waist. He stoops, then rushes up behind the tall man. Tarzan yells to warn him. Tracy turns at the fearful cry. The Chinaman's knife is descending on him. Tracy's fist shoots out. It lands on the Oriental's jaw. The knife descends, gashing his arm. But the blow has sent Fango back so that the cruel blade is not plunged into his body. For a second, all 3 stand motionless. Then Gates dives at Tracy's legs. Tracy brings up his foot, catches Gates full in the mouth. Gates groans, but catches the captain's legs. He goes down. Fango jumps on the captain, patting both knees in his chest, raises his knife high to plunge it into Tracy's heart. Tarzan drops from a tree, dashes down the beach toward the fighting men. The knife flashes downward. And now we bring you another episode of Edgar Rice Burroughs' amazing story, Tarzan of the Apes. Tarzan drops from a tree, dashes down the beach toward the fighting men. The knife flashes downward. Tracy closes his eyes. It's the end. Tarzan's flying feet send silent sprays of sand shooting out behind him. Fango's arm, which is driving the knife downward into Tracy, is grasped by Tarzan, pulled back with a terrific jerk which almost pulls his arm out of its socket. The Chinaman is hurled from Tracy's body and sent sprawling backwards. Gates draws a knife and leaps upon Tarzan's unprotected back, but his shadow on the sand warns Tarzan. He whirls, catches the Cockney's upraised hand in his, and with his free hand he grasps the Cockney's throat. Tarzan's vice-like fingers close the man's windpipe. The Cockney's eyes bulge. His face turns a ghastly blue. He sinks to his knees, limp. Tarzan releases his death grip, and Gates pitches forward in the sand, unconscious, all but dead. For a second, Tarzan looks at his fellow men. His lip curls contemptuously. He turns to the others. Fango snatches the green jade bottle and runs for the jungle. Tracy's after him. Tracy knows that to return the battle to Yount is the only way to save Jane, Clayton, and Professor Porter. The giant Chinaman is swifter by far than Tracy, who doggedly runs after him. The two men disappear in the rank undergrowth of the jungle. Tarzan, puzzled, watches, and then follows them, leaving the inert Gates lying on the sand. Gaining the jungle, Tarzan leaps into a tree, swings off after the pair. His mind is in a quandary. The copper man and the wizened one are not trying to kill the tall man because they want to eat him. It's because of the green thing he had seen them pick up on the beach. They belong to the same tribe. They came from the same boat, yet two of them had tried to kill the other. It's all very strange, Tarzan thinks, as he speeds through the trees following the trail of the two men. He pauses for a second, standing poised on a branch, and looks down in the thick underbrush below, studying it for a moment. Evidently, the copper man, with eyes like Hista's, had outdistanced the man whose face he liked. The tall man had gone off in one direction in pursuit. It would be better to follow the copper man, the man he did not like, for he had the green thing which he had taken away from the tall man. Tarzan leaps to another branch and is on his way with terrific silent speed of an arboreal ape on the hunt. He comes upon the Chinaman pushing his way through the jungle. He is no longer running, but walking, seemingly a little uncertain of his course. The man is lost. With a suddenness which makes the Chinaman step backward with a cry, Tarzan drops down in front of him. An expression of terror crosses the Oriental's face. But he's no coward. He stands his ground, waiting. The Chinaman is nearly as tall as Tarzan. He's a brute of a man, heavy-muscled, agile. The copper man appraises the bronze giant who stands observing him so curiously. Slowly, hardly perceptibly, the Chinaman's hand creeps to the knife at his belt. Tarzan sees the movement, but is indifferent to it. By the time it'll take the copper man to draw the knife and come close enough to bring it into play, he'll be ready for him. Suddenly, Fango whips the knife from his belt, pulls it back over his head, hurls it with the full force of his tremendous arm. The knife tries striking him in the shoulder. With a triumphant cry, Fango rushes the ape man. Meanwhile, aboard the tramp steamer in the harbor, we find that Jane Porter and her father and William Clayton, locked in the salon, waiting for Tracy to return the jade green bottle, which will save their lives.
This waiting is driving me mad. I'll play you a game of Russian bank until Captain Tracy comes back, Mr. Clayton.
You know, I've a hunch that Tracy isn't coming back.
Nonsense, Clayton. Of course he's coming back. He'll have no alternative. That pirate Yount sent two of his men ashore with him. At the same time, I wish I knew what had happened to Philander.
It wouldn't surprise me if he sent those men not to make sure that he would come back, but to make sure he wouldn't. I saw Yount take the Chinaman aside and tell him something. By the nasty look in the beggar's face, I'd say that it didn't look any too well for the captain. As to Philander, he can't be any worse off than we are.
You're right. Our own position is none too safe. In fact, it might almost be classed as hazardous.
Oh, I hardly think Yount would dare do away with us. If Captain Tracy finds the chart, we'll probably lose the treasure, if there is a treasure, and then be set ashore in some strange port to make our way back as best we can.
Yount would dare anything. With any of us alive, he's in constant danger. However, if he can do away with us, disband the crew and scuttle the ship, he'd be comparatively safe. Naturally, the ship would be reported missing. And after a while, it would be thought one of the tragedies of the sea, where a ship goes down with all hands lost and is never heard of again.
Well, you have the most charming imagination, Mr. Clayton.
Oh, I don't wish to be alarming, but we might as well face this thing. We're in a beastly hole.
On the other hand, Clayton, there's no use congesting our livers by getting into a frenzy about it. No. There's nothing we can do but wait. So let's wait with the minimum of effort.
If there were only some way we could barricade ourselves and at least hold them off for a bit. By Jove!
What?
As long as the ship is at anchor, no one is likely to go near the steering gear.
Well?
And it's on the deck below this, a filthy hole, but it has a watertight compartment door. It's the last place they would look for us in, and even if they did find us, they'd have the Dickens' own time getting into us.
Well, the only trouble with your idea, Mr. Clayton, seems to lie in getting there.
And that I don't think is so very difficult. I've been watching our guard. He's a big Negro, a mute. And being a mute, he can't raise an outcry.
But this door is locked. We can't...
One good jar would burst it open. We'll both throw our weight against it. Once outside, you and Jane make for the steering gear. I'll take care of the Negro.
All right. Let's try it.
Right. Both together. Now! Run now! I'll get the guard. The sound of the door being burst open carries faintly to the captain's cabin, where Yount is sitting with his right-hand man, Snipes.
What was that?
I didn't hear nothing, Chief.
I thought I heard something. Anyway, I'm going to take every man ashore. And I'm going to find Tracy and that double-crossing cheek and limey if I have to crawl across Africa on my hands and knees.
Maybe they're still looking for the green bottle on the beach.
Don't be a fool. They found the bottle, and the three of them have gone after the treasure. Tracy's got a smooth tongue. He talked them into running out on me. But I'll find them, and when I do, it'll be very artistic, Snipes. All hands on deck, and ship them all over the side.
Shall I leave the dumb nigger to stand watch over the passengers?
No.
Ain't they liable to get away?
No.
You ain't going to...
Yes. We gotta get rid of them sometime. Give me that automatic. And get these men in the boats while I cancel our passengers' round-trip tickets.
Righto. I'll send one of the boats back after you as soon as...
This way, Porter.
What was that? Hey, look out the port here.
What?
The guys have busted down the tunnel.
Now, let me see. A fine guard you put over them.
Shall I put 'em, Chief?
No, they're going below. Let's see what their game is.
Righto.
Come on.
Now we return to Tarzan. He tries to lift his arm. There's a shooting pain in his shoulder. If he moves his arm, he'll cut a muscle. The arm is useless until he removes the knife. Fango is upon him, confident that his strength will equal that of Tarzan now that one arm is crippled. Fango snatches up a dead branch, swinging the club around his head, bears down upon Tarzan. Tarzan stands motionless, waiting. Fango wields the club high, brings it down with tremendous force. With a speed greater than any boxer's, Tarzan sidesteps. The club barely misses him. Tarzan's good arm shoots out, catches the Chinaman around the waist. With a mighty jerk, sends Fango spinning, the club flying from his hand. Before he falls, Tarzan is upon him. Running low like a football player, Tarzan strikes Fango with his good hook just above the knees. Chinaman falls over Tarzan's back. At the same time, Tarzan stands up, grabbing the Chinaman's foot. Fango hangs over Tarzan's shoulder like a sack of meal, holding the Chinaman's ankle in an armed grasp. Tarzan starts to revolve. Faster, faster. Fango swings out wide in an arc. Tarzan, with superhuman strength, clings to his ankle as he turns faster, faster. Tarzan is swinging Fango around with him. And as an athlete will swing a hammer, leaning back farther and farther, turning faster and faster. Suddenly, Tarzan lets go. Fango flies through the air with a flash of fire. Fango crumbles at the base of the tree, stunned. He struggles to his feet, wavers. There's fear in his eyes. Fear for this man whose strength is that of the great apes. Tarzan is upon him before he can run. Fango picks up a huge rock, raises it high over his head with both hands, and hurls it at Tarzan. The rock flies directly at Tarzan's head. Tarzan ducks. It misses him by a fraction of an inch. On Tarzan comes. Fango turns to run. It's too late. The ape-man's charging body strikes him, drives him against a small tree. Tarzan's good arm wraps about the Chinaman in the tree. The great muscles in his arm tense. slowly, as he crushes the murderous, writhing Fango against the tree. The great muscles in Tarzan's neck, shoulder, and arm knot and swell as he exerts his terrific strength. Tarzan releases his hold. The Chinaman slumps to the ground. Tarzan gives no further attention to the dead man. Slowly, carefully, he removes the knife sticking from his shoulder. The pain makes his jaw muscles bulge. The knife comes out easily, and to his surprise, he can now move his arm. The wound is minor but painful. Tarzan selects leaves from a nearby shrub, and with them treats the open wound. He turns his attention to the dead Chinaman, searches him until he finds the green bottle, and starts with never a backward glance at his victim to seek the tall man to whom the bottle belongs. Swinging with easy grace and miraculous speed, Tarzan comes upon Captain Tracy, hopelessly lost in the maze of undergrowth. A slight movement in the tall grass behind Tracy catches Tarzan's eye. A tawny shadow. Numa, the lion, crouched for a spring. Again, we bring you another episode from Edgar Rice Burroughs' startling book, Tarzan of the Apes. Swinging with easy grace and miraculous speed, Tarzan soon comes upon Captain Tracy, hopelessly lost in the maze of undergrowth. Silently, unseen, Tarzan looks down upon the man and pities his inadequacy. A slight movement in the tall grass behind Tracy catches Tarzan's eye. A tawny shadow, Numa, the lion, crouched for a spring. His sinewy legs drawn deep under him, his lean body low, yellow fangs bared, lips twisted in a fearful, soundless snarl. His body sinks lower, crouching for that terrific, deadly spring. Lower, lower, inch by inch, lower. In a moment there'll be a roaring snarl, a mangled body. Lower, lower. With swift, steady fingers, Tarzan snatches an arrow from his quiver, fits it into the bowstring. With bow pulled taut, Tarzan waits. The lion's eyes glow. His body is tense, ready. Slowly, the merciless yellowish-green eyes close as the huge, dripping mouth opens. Numa snarls. Tracy whirls. Pull into the face of snarling death. Tracy screams. There's a moment of deadly tension. Numa springs. As the lithe, muscular body launches itself, an arrow flies from Tarzan's bow, plunges deep into Numa's side. For a moment, the charge is stopped, but only for a moment. Numa turns, snaps at the arrow buried in his lean side. Tracy starts to run, stumbles, falls. And Numa, in an agony of pain and rage, whirls around, tenses for one more terrific spring upon the prone man. Tracy crawls, rolls, digs his fingers deep into the earth to drag himself to safety. It's no use. Numa springs. Like a plummet, Tarzan drops from a tree, lands upon the hurling beast in midair, his fingers clutching the infuriated beast's shaggy mane. They twist in the air, fall. Tarzan's mighty right arm encircles the beast's neck. The giant paws strike out. Tarzan clings to the brutish neck. Slowly, with sinew-tearing strength, he pulls the great head backward. Twisting, snarling, clawing, backward, backward. Suddenly, Tarzan's knife flashes, plunges with terrific force into the side of the lion again and again and again. Slowly, the great muscles of the lion relax. The yellowish-green fire fades from his eyes. The great head goes loose in Tarzan's grasp. Numa is dead. Dropping the dead lion, Tarzan throws back his head, beats his chest as he sends echoing through the jungle his cry of triumph. The cry of the victor. Tarzan, the mighty hunter, has made a kill.
Thanks. Thanks, old man. You saved my life. It was, well, all but unbelievable. My name's Tracy.
Numa Bundolo Tarmant Gani. Tarzan Bundolo Numa. Numa Bun.
I don't understand.
Numa Bundolo Tarmant Gani.
I'm sorry, old man, but English is the only language I know.
Tarzan studies Tracy curiously. Slowly, he walks around him. Finally, Tracy starts off, motioning Tarzan to follow him. Tarzan realizes that the man is going in the direction away from which he came. He grasps Tracy's arm to lead him in the opposite direction. Certain that he's right, Tracy starts off again in the wrong direction. This time, Tarzan takes from his leopard skin girdle the green jade bottle and thrusts it into Tracy's hand. Tracy is amazed.
Bottle.
And then...
A green bottle.
He's aghast. With a swift gesture, Tarzan grabs Tracy, hoists him to his shoulder. Tracy struggles futilely and then relaxes. Certainly this forest man who saved his life at the risk of his own has no intent other than for good. Tracy is appalled. Tarzan leaps, grasps the lower branch of a tree. Up he leaps from branch to branch. In a moment they're sweeping along with incredible speed. Meanwhile, Clayton, Jane, and Professor Porter are stealthily making their way aft, where they intend to hide themselves from Yount, believing they'll be safe. Unknown to them, Yount and Snipes are following.
I thought I heard somebody following us.
I too heard something.
Come on, hurry along. It's just through this next bulkhead.
Stay where you are, or I'll shoot.
Run for it. Take Jane's other arm, Professor.
Come on.
Stop along.
In here.
Right.
Get in, Jane.
Shut the door.
Give me a hand with this door.
Now, what's the matter with you, Snipes? Can't you hit anything?
Well, they might it.
Fine marksmanship. Fine marksmanship, Snipes.
Them 45s ain't so easy to handle.
You couldn't hit him with a machine gun.
And what are we going to do? We ain't got a chance of getting through that door.
Nor of them getting out. There's a latch on both sides. Fasten the bolt.
Hey, Chief, what's the lie? Am I supposed to sit on my ditty bag doing nothing but waiting for them to get ready to come out?
They aren't coming out.
Oh, Yount, that's pretty raw, ain't it? Letting the dimes starve to death.
They aren't going to starve to death. Open that sea cock.
They'll drown like that. Why, I ain't soft or nothing, but... Well, can't we just maroon them someplace, sort of give them a run for the alley?
Don't be a fool, Snipes. With them alive, our name will be carved on every gallows in the country. If we get them out of the way, get the treasure, scuttle the old tub, we're away clean.
Sure. That's all right for the guy in the old geezer. But what about the dime? Yount, that is...
When I want any suggestions from you, Snipes, I'll ask for them. Crack that valve and come on. I want to get ashore and hunt down Tracy. I stuck my head in the noose for a treasure, and I'm not going to be cheated out of it.
Nobody ever cheated you out of nothing yet, Yount. But if you side turn it, I'll turn it.
Turn it. She's on full.
As far as she'll go.
That ends 3 of our worries. Come along.
Have you a match, Professor? There ought to be a lamp in here somewhere.
Something just ran over my foot.
A rodent of some sort, no doubt.
Hurry, Mr. Clayton. Put on the light.
Here are some matches. Always the last pocket in which one looks.
There's a lamp over there.
Oh, what luck. Sure, this is great luck. Lamp's full.
Oh, the place is alive with rats.
Rather an ancient and fish-like smell, if I may quote Shakespeare.
Imagine that beast Yount firing on a
Oh,
woman.
this is terrible.
I've been thinking it over, Clayton. The best thing for us to do is to go out, face them, and offer to do anything in return for their word to give Jane safe passage to the next port.
Their word? What good will that do?
Oh, those terrible, nasty little eyes.
By George, look, they're scurrying.
Why, half of them have gone already.
Thank heaven. What in the world do you suppose started them off that way?
When rats desert, it's an ill omen, they say. Look! Why, this compartment is being flooded.
Oh, let's get out of this.
They're going to flood us out.
Open the door, Clayton.
Oh, no, I'm standing in water now.
Well, we might as well go out and face it. When I open the door, stand back.
Oh, for pity's sake, open it.
All right. Stand back, Professor. Why, the door must be stuck. Put your shoulder to it. All right, now. 1, 2, 3.
That door isn't stuck, Clayton. It's bolted on the other side.
You mean we're locked in?
Oh, now, don't worry. We'll pound on the door and they'll open up. Hand me that bar over there. Oh, Jane.
Yes, yes.
Let me help you up on the pipe there so you can keep your feet dry.
Oh, don't bother. I'm wet up to my knees now. Hurry, knock on the door.
Yes, Clayton. Here's the bar.
Right. They'll hear this.
Oh, surely they'll open the door.
Why, of course. Oh, that's funny. They don't answer. Yon, open the door. Yon, you hear? Open the door. You can't let us drown like this. Yon! Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' immortal book. John! You can't leave us here! It's murder!
No, and why not?
Why, it's monstrous. It's outrageous.
I can't leave you in there, eh? You're trying to tell me that the young lady spoke the truth when she said that she threw the bottle overboard.
It is the truth. I swear it.
Yeah, and if that's the truth, what are all of us set you free for? By the time Gates gets back with the plans, well, there won't be any weighing tongues left.
If ever I get out of here, Yon, I'll kill you.
Get out! Fat chance of that. This door is barred on this side. In 30 minutes. Oh, maybe a minute or two more. The water will be up to the deck plate. Get out! That's a good one.
Oh, this is terrible. The water is up to the pipe I'm standing on now.
No use wasting time and breath on these villains, Clayton. Come on. Get out of the water and climb out of this locker.
At the rate this water is pouring in here, it won't take any half hour to drown us.
No, Jane. You climb onto this higher pipe. See, I'll help you. There. And you, Professor, you'd better get on top of the gear.
Yes. But what are you going to do, Clayton?
I just can't stay still. I must do something.
But there's nothing to be done, old man. The water's already 5 feet deep and...
I'm not going to sit here and drown. I won't. I'll think of something.
Oh, my dear chap, what can we do? It's all up with us. Even if we could break the door open, they'd shoot us like dogs. Look out. I nearly lost my balance.
By Jove. I say, quickly, Jane. That pipe above you. Is it warm, hot?
Oh, yes, burning.
Then there's steam in it. Now, only there are tools in the locker.
What do you mean, Clayton? What are you...
I'm no engineer, but I've heard that if you turn cold water into a hot boiler, the boiler blows up.
Well, I don't understand.
See, here. This pipe. Well, if we can uncouple this flange, the water will go down the pipe into the engine room.
But by the time the water is that high, we'll be drowned.
Oh, no, we won't. Quick, Daddy, you climb onto this ridge here.
That's right. Hang on to that seam, flange, or whatever it is.
And look here, if it's a choice between being blown up and being drowned, I'd just as soon be drowned.
Yes, but don't forget, Professor. If we get blown up, so do Yont and his crew.
I can't find much consolation in that.
Not consolation, Professor, but threats. Make enough noise here and Yont will come to see what's up. If he refuses to let us out, calls our bluff, in other words, you'll blow the ship up.
Oh, you'll have to hurry. I can't hold on much longer. The water is
You can't get into that locker now, Clayton. Why, man, it's madness.
Can't I, though? Watch. Now, see if I got the right wrench. Yes, this is it. I can't move it. You hold the wrench, Jane. I'll go back for the hammer.
Quickly, I'm afraid I can't hold on.
Just one more minute. There's the girl. Either we win or...
I'll help you, Clayton. I can hang on to that pipe.
You can't. You couldn't keep your head high enough. It'll be over our heads in a minute. Ready? Now hold the wrench while I hit it.
Making it, Clayton?
Yes, Daddy. There are 3 of them out. Bolts, I mean. How many more?
Just 2 more. And...
Hey! What's going on in here? What are you doing all?
Get Young! Tell him if he doesn't open this door, we'll blow the ship up!
Tarzan stops in his race through the treetops. Tracy draws a deep breath. Since the moment Tarzan had thrown him across his shoulders, the journey has been one long nightmare. Every moment he's expected to be his last. Any second to find himself hurtling through space, down to the ground, 100 feet below. Tarzan lowers Tracy from his shoulders, holds him until the captain's feet find a resting place. But Tracy needs no warning to hang on. Stretching himself, Tarzan grins, opens his mouth, and rubs an expressive hand across his stomach. Tracy laughs.
Yes, old man, I am hungry. And language or no language, there's one sign I understand.
Tarzan nods. He grips Tracy about the waist. With the speed of a falling stone, like some burnished bronze missile, he drops from limb to limb. The speed almost sickens Tracy. He closes his eyes, only to open them again when he feels Tarzan shaking him. Finds himself on solid ground. With a word and a sign, which Tracy takes to mean, stay here, Tarzan speeds into the undergrowth. He searches with keen eyes the moss-covered ground. His nostrils quiver. A sigh of satisfaction escapes him. The fine hairs on the nape of his neck stand up. He has seen the spoor of Horta, the boar. Tarzan crouches, moves forward stealthily, his sun-bronzed body melting into the jungle growth. His feet fall on the tangled twigs and leaves with never a sound. There's a crackling of bush ahead. He brushes aside a giant fern leaf, looks into the clearing. There is his meal, Horta, the boar. And Horta has seen the ape man. With a snarl, the beast lowers his head. Its piggish eyes glint evilly. The curled, foaming lips draw back viciously from the pointed tusks. Its cloven hoofs paw the ground. The tough hide tightens as he tenses for the charge. Tarzan grips his knife. His muscles quiver, stand out like knotted cords against the gleaming skin, waiting for Horta to make the first move. Horta charges. The gleaming fangs, sharper by far than sabors, miss the ape-man plagued by a fraction of an inch. Like a flash, Tarzan drops on Horta's back. The brute stops, leaps forward. Tarzan hangs on. The boar weaves from one side to the other, digs its hoofs into the moss, lashes its tail. Then, a vicious swing of its head, tusks bared. One of them grazes Tarzan's leg. But it's the move that Tarzan's been waiting for. His arm raises and falls. He plunges his knife into the brute's neck. A scream of pain. Horta raises on his haunches, throws himself on his back, rolls over. Upwards, down, sideways, Tarzan's knife flashes again and again. The gleaming steel sinks into the brute's neck, but Horta is not easily killed. Threshing, squirming, twisting, he throws Tarzan from his back. Like a flash, he turns on his tormentor. The maddened brute is on top of the ape-man. Tarzan thrusts both arms upward, trying to keep those deadly tusks from his throat. He raises his knee, strains his back, pushes upward. The veins in his forehead are almost bursting. A superhuman effort as he forces Horta's head back. Slowly, a fraction of an inch, a little more yet. Horta strangles, gasps, closes his eyes, turns his head. Tarzan draws his right arm back, brings it forward with a blow like a sledgehammer, buries the knife in the brute's throat, and throws the carcass aside. Tarzan jumps to his feet, places his foot on Horta's neck, and from his powerful throat comes the victorious cry of the great ape. The jungle for miles around is quiet. Even Numa stirs uneasily at Tarzan's call. Suddenly, Tarzan hears a call the jungle has never heard before. Tarzan stops. The sound comes from the place he'd left Tracy. Leaping like a panther, he bounds across the clearing. Heedless of noise, he sweeps aside branch and vine that bar his path and bursts into the open. The cry is weaker. Tracy, searching for water, has wandered away from the spot where Tarzan left him. He's trapped in the quicksand. His arms wrist like flails, his fingers clench and unclench, grasping, striking, clawing, reaching for nothing in an agony of despair. Tarzan gestures to him to be still. In his frenzy, Tracy pays no attention. The sand is up to his middle. He feels it sucking, pulling, drawing him down. Tarzan reaches the edge of the sand trap, throws himself on the ground. Stretching his arms to Tracy, his toes press themselves into the sand. Tracy gasps, reaching for the ape-man's hands. Their hands touch. Tarzan eases himself forward. The soft, squelchy sand gives under his chest. He braces himself. His sinews crack under the pulling, tearing strain. His breath whistles through his feet. He pulls harder, harder. Tracy, his feet held fast by the treacherous sand, grows panicky, writhes, twists. He struggles harder, deeper, deeper into the quagmire. Tarzan's breath comes in gasps. Lungs are at the bursting point. His chest heaves with a strain. Tracy struggles, going closer, closer, deeper, deeper, further into the bottomless sand. Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' immortal book. Tarzan feels his hold giving way. The sucking, slithering sand has drawn Tracy down too deeply for the ape-man to pull him out. For 2 hours, Tarzan has fought with death. Now every nerve, every muscle, every fiber of his strong body aches and pulses with the unnatural strain. He tries to free his hands. Tracy, feeling the movement, struggles in frenzy, grips more tightly. His nails dig into the ape-man's wrists. His glazed eyes stare unseeingly before him. Again, Tarzan tries to free himself from the deathly grip. Again, Tracy clutches at his salvation, Tarzan's arm. With a mighty effort, Tarzan braces himself. His tortured lungs feel the relief of his scream. The shock hits Tracy like a blow. His fingers relax. Clutch again, open and close convulsively, claw-like. They grasp at the air. Tarzan has freed himself. Gasping, he throws himself on the sand. His breath comes painfully. The blood throbs in his temples. Tarzan pulls himself painfully to his knees. Tracy is almost up to his armpits in the sand. Every futile movement draws him deeper, holds him more securely in the treacherous sand. With foam-flecked mouth and bloodshot eyes, writhing like a maniac, Tracy clutches at Tarzan as the ape-man staggers to his feet. Tarzan hears the answering call from the tall trees. The apes have heard. Every movement is torture to Tarzan. Every joint is strained and wrenched. He glances at Tracy, feels his side to be sure that his knife is there, and starts for the nearest cottle tree. His fingers are almost numb with pain as he pulls himself up from branch to branch. Up, up, up he goes, sits astride a branch, and hacks the tough joints of a creeping vine. The knife that had so easily killed Horta finds the fibers of the vine a different matter. Tarzan slashes, pierces. The fibers part. The ape-man gauges the distance to the ground, drops like a sounding lead from limb to limb, throws himself clear and grasps the broken vine. Side to side, swinging like a pendulum, breaking his fall with feet and elbows, he tears the sturdy tendrils from that parent tree. Close to the ground, hanging to the vine like grim death, he shoots through the leaves. At last, he reaches the ground. Tarzan points to the vines, then to the quicksands. The smaller apes bound forward. The older take their time. Tarzan leaps into the quicksands. Quickly he passes one end of the vine under Tracy's armpit, throws himself on the ground, reaches out, pulls the vine around Tracy's chest. Tracy's clutching fingers try to grasp Tarzan, but the ape-man twists to one side. Tarzan points to the free end of the vine, pulls frantically. The ape swallows suit. Tracy yells in agony as the vine bites into his chest. The apes, scattering among themselves, pay no attention to the man, join in Tarzan's new game. The vine stretches, creaks, sap oozes out of the fiber. It splits. A horrible sucking sound from the quicksand. Tracy struggles. His feet move. He lunges forward, sweeps the sand with his fist. The apes reel back. Tracy dances momentarily in midair, falls on the sand, clear of the trap. Meanwhile, aboard the steamer, Snipes, hearing the hammering in the hole, has gone to find Yount, and Clayton works desperately to loosen the last remaining bolt.
How long, Clayton? I can't hold on.
Just a few seconds, Daddy. Just a few minutes.
Right. Now.
Hey, what's going on in there?
I'll give you 10 seconds, Yount. One more blow of the hammer, and the water goes to the boilers.
Quick, then, to the boiler room, and set the valve to the hole.
Not too likely, Bianca. Over the side for me, it is.
That's right, Ben. It's too late. The water's over the pipe now. One blow from the hammer, and we all go together.
Come on, Mike. Young seems slow on the pickup. If he opens the door, the water will rush out. And then it'll be high enough to let the boilers.
When the door opens, hang on till the first rush of water is over.
Porter. Yes? Get a gun first thing. Stick it in Yount's ribs. All right.
Well, Yount. No, don't move. Professor Porter has an automatic pressed in the small of your back. Now, Miss Porter, are you all right?
Well, yes, I think I am. Yes, I'm all right.
I am a man of peace. But at the present moment, I feel almost tempted to press this trigger.
Oh, you can't do that. Why kill a man in cold blood?
Oh, by Jove. I say, what a crust. Here you jolly well tried to drown us. I think I promised to kill you. Now, if one of you makes a move, Yount dies. Now, Yount, I'll let you live. On one condition.
Anything. If the professor here will quit shaking that gun in my back.
Not for a while, Yount. Not for some little time yet. Miss Porter.
Yes.
Take Snipes' gun. He won't mind. Will you, Snipes?
Well, I
Give her the gun, you fool. Do you want to see me killed?
I ain't sure, but what that ain't a bad idea.
Come on. We're wasting time. Yount, where's Mr. Philander?
He's below, in his cabin.
Is he all right?
He's all right. Just
Get him up here.
Yes, sir.
And Yount,
Yes, sir.
get a boat ready.
That's it, mate. Fill the boat for them. I'll turn them free.
You'll do as you're told, Yount, or the professor's finger will itch and...
Anything you say, Mr. Clayton, anything.
Miss Porter,
Yes.
will you go below, get all your things that you can carry, and stow them in the boat?
Yes.
Now, Yount, I want water, provisions, clothes, a good compass, rope, matches, firearms and ammunition.
Yes, sir.
And Yount,
Yes, sir.
rockets. And be sure they're good ones. White, red, green.
Yes, sir.
And Yount,
Yes, sir.
not only pistols, but 4 rifles. Now, Yount, order your rats.
So late there, mate. You heard the gentleman's orders.
Thank goodness.
Well, Tilly Philander, what have you been doing?
Doing? I haven't been doing anything. I've been done too.
Yes, I know. We haven't been able to think of a good name for them either. Don't you move, Yount, or I'll shoot.
They locked me in the cabin, accused me of hiding some map or something, threatened me with some very refined methods of torture.
No, I think this is all... Why, hello, Mr. Philander.
Why, hello, Jane.
You've brought our hunting clothes, eh? That's the thing.
And all the spare shoes. We might be able to make some dresses and kilts out of grass, but I like shoes.
I'll relieve you of the gun, Porter. If you'll go below and get some razors...
I
and
didn't
we'll-
forget them. I went to your cabin, Cecil, and brought your kit.
Oh, good girl. And now I think that
What's
we have...
going on here?
That's right, Tilly. While you were loafing...
Now, you listen to me, Professor Archimedes Q. Porter. If it's going to be trouble...
in the boat, Mr. Clayton.
Fine. Now, Yount, I'll hold this gun on you till Miss Porter, the professor, and Mr. Philander are in the boat. Then the professor will keep you covered till I get aboard. How's that?
But, sir...
Doesn't suit you, eh? Well, we'll row away a few hundred feet, and then you can get out.
But, sir, that ain't right, sir.
What's the matter? Can't you swim?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm the shark, sir.
Well, that's too bad. Swing out the boat.
In you get, Jane.
Yes.
And you, Skinny.
After you, Professor.
In you get. And stop arguing.
All ready, Mr. Clayton.
Right. Lower away. Now, Yount, you're next.
I won't.
In, I say.
I'll go.
You blooming coward.
Don't shoot.
You
I'll go.
jolly well bet you'll go. Get down that rope ladder. Lively now.
Oh, look out!
Hey, what the...
Mr. Blasted First Officer Captain Young. This is where we get the drop on you. And all of you. This is how the likes of you was meant to be a skipper. I'll show ya.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' romantic novel.
Down, everybody. Down in the bottom of the boat.
Snipes, you limey swab. Drop that
Drop
gun.
him, Here, take this one.
You fool, Yount. Don't antagonize
There's
them.
2 holes in the boat already, Yount. That's bad enough.
And I can't swim with that crew shooting at me in the water.
Nor me neither. But it's these. Snipes. Snipes.
Yes, Mr. Blooming First Officer Captain Admiral Young. What did you limey swab now?
If you kill me,
If. Ain't that a good one? I've only been playing with you, I have. But I get ready to pop you off.
when you do, Snipes, who'll navigate the ship?
I will.
You will. You. Why, you can't even keep her on a straight course. You can't read a chart. You couldn't take a bearing to save your life. You navigate a ship. Why, you... Well, that changes the situation, eh, my fine sailors? Bunch of land lubbers, wharf rats, scum.
Go easy, Yount.
Easy. Easy ain't the way to handle rats. Wait till I get aboard. Lay down those guns. Quick now. I'm coming up the ladder. If one man has a gun in his hand when I get aboard, I'll do something that ain't been done for years. I'll keel-haul 'em.
As soon as he gets up on deck.
Yes, we'll pull away, head for the shore.
But they'll shoot.
Not if we're quick enough. Professor, can you row?
I don't know. I haven't for years. Not since college.
Nor have I. How about you, Philander? I couldn't say. I never tried. Anyway, let's grab the oars at the first chance and keep pulling to the left.
Now, my beauties.
No, Chief, no.
What did you call me?
I mean, Captain,
That's better. So you wanted to kill me? Shoot me?
Oh, no, sir. Strike me pink, sir. I was only fooling, sir.
Fooling, eh? Well, so am I.
Oh!
Now, they're fighting among themselves.
I'm afraid I'm not too much good.
Never say die, Archimedes. Perhaps we'll get far enough away.
Can I do anything at all to help?
Yes. Take that rifle. Keep your head below the gunwale. If you see a suspicious move, shoot. And to kill.
Oh, but I can't. I couldn't
You
shoot them.
must, dear. If you don't kill them first, why, they'll kill us.
All right, but
They've seen us.
will I shoot?
Not yet.
That fellow by the ring. He's raising
No!
his gun.
Shoot!
Did you get him?
I don't know.
Pull, fella!
Oh, Daddy, are you hurt?
No, dear. That one came through the boat. Grazed my knee.
Again, Jane. That one on the after wheelhouse. By Jove! That bullet was making the water like hail.
My God! Water! Coming into the boat!
They hit us again. Yes, but if they don't hit us again...
Fool, Philander, fool! I am pulling. What do you think I'm doing?
You're fool! Why, we're almost ashore.
And you beach the boat and get behind the rocks.
I'll get out. I'll get behind the boat tail push.
You get out behind the rocks, eh?
I won't. We've got to save the boat.
Out! Out, all of you!
On the next wave, heave her ashore. All together. No!
Ah!
Meanwhile, on the beach, we come on Tarzan, the apes, Tracy. The last wrench pulls Tracy clear of the quicksands, throws the apes back. Tarzan leaps to his feet, springs to Tracy's side. His torn, bleeding fingers work feverishly to free the captain from the tangled vine. The apes, their attention drawn from the game of pulling Tracy free, centers on Tracy himself, Delph. They start forward. Tarzan glances up, yells to them to go back to the jungle. They stop, but only for a moment. Their long arms swing forward. Closer, closer, closer yet they come. Tracy, stunned, racked with pain, only partly conscious, struggles. The apes see the movement, start forward. Again Tarzan calls to them to go back. A jerk frees the vine from Tracy. Tarzan lifts him to his shoulders. A glance shows him that retreat to the jungle is cut off. He starts to run, heads for the sea. The apes follow quickly. They're gaining. Tarzan's double burden forces his feet into the soft sand, but he struggles on. The distance between them lessens. The apes are dangerously close. Tracy stirs, opens his eyes, sees the apes, knows Tarzan can never make it.
Let me down. Let me down.
Tracy shouts. Tarzan understands the meaning, if not the words, puts Tracy on his feet, points to the sea, then wheels around, arms outstretched, face to face with the nearest of the apes. They stop. It is different. Again that shout to go back. Some do, some stay where they are. Not so Turcots, biggest of the tribe, and Tarzan's enemy. He comes steadily, stealthily, cunningly forward. The ape growls, reaches forward, lips curling, fangs bared. The bristling hair on the bull neck stands out, muscles bulging. Tarzan again commands. The ape leaps. Tarzan jumps to one side, turns, springs, lands on the brute's neck. Turcots growls, throws himself backwards, back on the sand. Tarzan leaps clear. The ape is up on his feet, lunges. Tarzan reaches for his knife. The ape watches, hesitates. Tarzan leaps, every muscle tense. The right knee drawn up, fists doubled, head down, shoulders hunched. All his weight, his tremendous strength behind the bended knee. Pull the ape's stomach. The ape falls, doubled up, all the wind knocked out of him. Tarzan yells his triumph, bounds away, up the shore he goes. He springs into the lower branches of a silver tree. Hand over hand he climbs up into the higher jungle terrace. A glance through the foliage shows him Tracy, well on his way, swimming to the steamer. He fills his lungs with a sigh of satisfaction. Good to be back in the treetops again. The raucous screeching of unseen pirates in the tangled branches overhead is music to him. He lifts himself clear of a brilliant emerald whipsnake, dozing in a patch of golden sunlight, drops to the trail again, and swings into the well-worn path through the matted labyrinth of jungle green. With the shot, the jungle noises stop. Tarzan hangs from a branch, still, tense, ears strained, listening. Tarzan's heart beats fast. The sounds come from the hut, his hut. Anger seizes him. Are these hairless ones from the thing that floats upon the water coming to his hut? He moves forward, quickly, silently, gathers speed, flashes through the branches with the speed of a bird. Tarzan reaches the familiar clearing. Below is the hut, his hut. He glances toward the beach, sees Jane, her father, Clayton, and Philander headed in the direction of the hut.
Don't get so far ahead of us.
Then why don't you come on, all of you?
He drops silently, swiftly, cautiously through the branches, lifts the latch on the door, opens it, and enters. Standing in the semi-gloom, lightened only by the darting rays of sunlight as they filter through the lacy leaves, thoughts, feelings, inexpressible longings surge up in him. He glances at the bare wall, the rude cupboard, the rough-hewn table. Emotion, tumultuous. The primitive sense of possession stirs in his breast. The door with its latch has always been a barrier against the beasts of the jungle, but against M-E-N. He runs his hand across the rough, uneven planking of the table. Days, weeks, months he has sat there, laboring over that primer with its childish pictures of a M-A-N and an A-P-E. Here, with stubby pencil and yellowed paper, he had laboriously struggled with those bugs as he thought of the alphabet, putting into words the things he couldn't say. He had taught himself that he was a M-A-N, not an A-P-E. In this hut, he had found that intangible, that instinctive something that made him different from the apes. That indefinable quality, reading. And now, again he glanced about. Was he to lose it all? Tarzan hears the voices. He goes to the window. Like a blow, the realization that his hut, his home, is to be invaded, drives him to sudden action. Taking a pencil and paper from the shelf, he prints a message. And then, remembering the little shiny thing on the silver chain, he takes the locket containing Lord and Lady Greystoke's pictures, hangs the chain about his neck, and lifting the paper with its message, opens the door quietly, fixes the message to it with a pointed stick, and leaves the hut. Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' immortal book. The jungle is uneasy. Brutish instinct warns against this invasion by humans, and the small apes, chattering excitedly, take to the slender branches of the tall trees. Perched high in the twisted branches of a narrow tree, Tarzan watches with resentful interest, waiting to see whether or not these M-E-N will heed the warning he has fixed on the door of his hut. His hut. He clenches and unclenches his hands as he thinks of what he will do to them if they dare to invade his domain.
Daddy? Oh, Daddy! What are you doing?
What was that? Tarzan leans forward. That voice is different. He brushes aside the sheltering leaves of the aloe tree and stares fixedly at Jane Porter. His heart beats faster. Something, he knows not what, stirs in his breast. This M-A-N is not like the others. It is lighter, fairer, more graceful. Tarzan's eyes eagerly follow Jane's every movement. With effortless ease, he reaches above him, pulls himself to a higher branch to better his view. The difference between Jane and the others puzzles him. Instinctively, he feels it, racks his brain seeking a comparison. Lithe, graceful, like Sabor the lioness, compared to Numa, her lord and master. More like the she's of Mongo's village, where he gets his arrow. And he touches the quiver on his back that reminds him he will have to go there again soon, brave the horrors of that cannibal kraal, and plunder the chief's hut for a fresh supply. He looks again at Jane. That must be it. This M-A-N must be a S-H-E. All the resentment against the invasion of his home falls away from Tarzan. If she is to use his hut, then they can all use it unmolested. Tarzan reaches out, grasps the tough stem of a giant ivy vine, and with scarcely the disturbance of a leaf, drops rapidly hand over hand to the spongy moss floor of the jungle carpet. Moving the tall grasses and shrub plants, he skirts the clearing about the hut. With the caution born of the jungle, silently, stealthily, Tarzan creeps toward the approaching party. Well,
Those blighters seem to have stopped firing.
Yes. I'm glad, too. It's frightfully annoying.
I suppose the next thing to do is to get ourselves out of sight of those pirates and make preparations to defend our lives if they come ashore.
Hadn't we better get this stuff out of the boat and take it somewhere?
May I make a suggestion?
Since
Mr. Clayton here is an army man, and we seem to be embarked on a sort of Robinson Crusoe or a Swiss Family Robinson affair, I would humbly suggest that Mr. Clayton be appointed head of the party.
Well, now, I feel that I'm not
second the motion.
Harry, Clayton, now you must assume the responsibility. I'm in favor of it. It'll leave me to pursue my archaeological investigations unhampered by petty details.
But I am much more interested in something to eat just at present.
Then I say, let us eat.
Cecil, you're a man after my own heart.
He may be a man after your heart, but he's the man Shakespeare must have had in mind when he said, "Let good digestion wait on appetite." I'm as hungry as a bear.
Well then, here is a can of beans.
Oh, horrors. Does the first meal have to be beans?
Well, here is some canned sausage. Oh, and some hard biscuits.
A meal for a king. I'm really quite hungry myself.
Cecil, open this can for me, will you please?
Certainly. And I think if we use water from one bottle at a time, we can keep track of our supply more easily. Your glass, Professor.
My glass? This tin mug. Thank you, Clayton. Thank you.
What is that?
Well, I don't know. It might be anything.
Move sticks. Move sticks.
What's wrong, Daddy?
Yes. What's wrong, eh? What's that, my
I
dear?
asked you what you were annoyed about.
Oh, yes. I've mislaid one of my books.
Well, Daddy, we have just escaped with our lives. Here we are, stranded on the west coast of Africa, and you're worried about a book.
But it's a very fine book, my dear. One by Professor... Oh, now, I can't for the life of me remember the man's name. But it's about... let me see now. What is it about? Well, I don't recall the title, but its subject matter is of undeniable interest.
Well, Professor, it will soon be dark. I think we ought to see about getting some sort of a shelter ready for the night. I don't like to build a fire so close to the jungle, but at the same time, we have to think about wild animals.
Wouldn't we be safe on the beach?
I don't like the idea of being within gunshot of those pirates.
There now. That's the sort of thing I like. By the way, where's Philander?
He wandered up shore. He could look out for himself.
I
hope.
Don't be too sure about Philander. He is as helpless as a child. Why, the number of times I've had to look out for him. He's a regular old fossil sometimes.
Hey!
What's the matter?
There have been people here before us.
Just like Philander. Of course there have. Hadn't I told you that the theory of the land of the two rivers being the cradle of civilization is erroneous? Haven't I always maintained that here in Africa lived the prehistoric man?
Listen to me, Professor Archimedes Q. Porter. I'm not talking about prehistoric man. I'm talking about a hut.
Why, that's amazing. How could it... Well, someone must...
Look, here it is. Years ago, this must have been quite a clearing. Say, there's a notice on the door.
This solves our difficulties for the night, anyway.
What does the notice say?
Don't touch it, Philander. It may prove to be a very valuable document.
It is a very valuable warning if it's true. Listen. This is the home of Tarzan, the killer of many beasts. Do not harm the things that are Tarzan's. Tarzan watches, and it's signed Tarzan of the Apes.
What can it mean?
I don't know, but it's obviously many years since the cabin was built.
But that warning is recent. See, it is not even faded.
Why, Professor, the paper's yellowed with age.
Bother the paper, the writing. I mean the printing is fresh.
There doesn't seem to be anybody inside.
Then I suggest that we all take possession.
I agree, Professor. In just a few minutes it will be dark. We ought to get as much of our gear up from the boat as possible.
Oh, I'm so thrilled. Let's go in.
All afternoon, Tarzan watches the party unload their boat, but especially he watches Jane. Save for the incessant chatter of brightly plumed birds and the occasional bellow of some beast at the waterhole, the jungle is quiet. The slanting rays of the dying sun, as it sinks into the foam-flecked waters of the Atlantic, lights the depths of the jungle with a ruddy glow, while high overhead, the locked branches of giant trees, like the apse of some vaulted cathedral, are lost in purple shadow. The jungle twilight is short-lived. In one last blaze of light, the sun dips over the rim of the world. Night falls swiftly on the primeval forest. And still Tarzan watches. A lantern is lighted in the hut. It shines through the blackness like the reflected light from the facets of a diamond. Tarzan stirs. It's time for him to seek his leafy bed. But interest in Jane is stronger than the wooing of sleep. He rises to his feet. His bronze body melts into the friendly shadows as he moves noiselessly toward the hut. But what of Yount and his rascally crew of cutthroats? What of Tracy, who has finally reached the ship with a map of the hidden treasure? Yount has ordered out a boat, loaded it with picks and shovels, and with the map clutched in his grasping fingers, has brought his gang of ruffians ashore.
According to this map, we go 150 paces north from this rock, then 50 paces east, then 15 paces south, and she should be there.
Don't say how many feet down, though.
The only way to find that out is to dig. So get busy.
Who are you ordering of? Oh, ain't you gonna do no digging?
I'll have you understand, Snipes. I'm captain here.
Listen to him, mate. Captain. And what about Tracy? Ain't
He's only alive because I need a navigating officer. But if he tries any monkey business, it'll be curtains for him. And it'll be the same for any man that tries any monkey business with Captain Yount. Now, come on now. Show some speed. Get digging.
Oh, you ain't gonna take a shovel, eh?
No, you limey swab.
All right, then. If you won't take a shovel, you'll take a pickaxe.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' amazing book. Well, a hut is certainly more than I expected to find in this. Hi, Joe. Professor, keep Jane outside a moment. What's the matter? Skeleton.
What are you two whispering about?
Oh, nothing, my dear. Just a moment.
You see, Jane,
in simple language, my dear, the previous inhabitants of this hut, poor souls, evidently met their end together, with the inevitable result that
their bodies are still here?
Oh, no. It must have been years ago.
Then what you are trying to say is that there are two skeletons and...
3 to be precise. There's a baby in this crib.
Oh, how terrible. Oh, the poor thing. To think of them all alone.
Well, now, don't be upset. It happened a long time ago. You just sit down outside. It'll only take a few minutes.
I'm not squeamish. Not after our experiences of the past few days.
All right. You can put things in order. If that is, if you don't mind. Just put them where you want them.
I understand. Get ready to set up housekeeping in our new home.
That's the idea. As long as you can see the humorous side of things, well, I'll have no fear.
Ah, Philander.
Yes?
What? Your attention and your advice.
Delighted.
Take a look at this baby skeleton.
Ah. Extremely short tibia and elongated radius.
The skull, Philander. Don't be so obtuse.
And I see decidedly anthropoidal characteristics. Amazing. You don't suppose...
Daddy, will you come here? Where do you want your mussy old book?
Coming, my dear. Say nothing to the others, Philander. We don't want...
All right.
Now, what is it, dear? You said something about books.
Yes, here they are. Where do you want me to put them?
Oh, yes. I think this cupboard is as good a place as any.
Well, that's where I'm going to put the canned goods, and I don't...
Well, my dear, I don't think either the canned goods or the books will suffer if they are placed together.
Does anyone know where that pressure lamp was put? It's getting dark. While we haven't an inexhaustible supply of fuel, still we might as well use it tonight.
I think. In fact, I'm sure. It's in the same box as the canned sausage. At least that'd account for the remarkably strange taste of the sausage.
Well, apparently you're right. Here it is.
Oh, that's much better. Well, it's certainly going to be a treat to sleep for once in something like a house again. And Cecil, I'd feel much safer with the door closed.
Go. Tarzan swings himself leisurely along the upper jungle terrace. A pale moon sends streaks of shimmering silver across the waters of the bay. The swaying trees cut fantastic shadows on the spongy moss 100 feet below. Though Tarzan's body moves leisurely, his mind races. He's watched Clayton and the party unload their boat and move their gear to his, Tarzan's hut. And strangest of all, these men have not fought. Tarzan stops. He leans forward, listening. The sounds are coming from the beach. He glances toward the hut. The lamp glows dimly in the distance. He pulls himself higher, branch by branch, to the crest of an acacia. Now he can see. Down on the fringe of the jungle, close by the sea, a light gleams. And a light means men. Instinct, reason, tell him that these men are dangerous, are from the thing that floats upon the water. With lightning speed he drops, limb by limb, down into the inky blackness of the denser foliage. His body swaying, his strong fingers steel-like, certain of their hold, grasping the branches with ape-like accuracy. His feet touch the leafy carpet, and skirting the treacherous, gnarled branches of a wait-a-bit thorn bush, he glides through the clump of bamboo. Tarzan stops. He sees the pirate crew gathered about Yont, a big man with heavy, beetling eyebrows. The big man waves his arms and points angrily at the ground. A little man detaches himself from the group, picks up a thing like a club. The big man doubles up his fist, shakes it in the little man's face. The little man swings. The big man steps back, but too late. The club-like thing crashes the big man to the ground.
You killed him, Snipes. I meant to. What's the use of the likes of him? All he could do was holler. He couldn't work.
But he could navigate.
What's the word about sailing a bloomin' ship?
Well, never mind. Let's get this treasure up. This place gives me the creeps.
Bloomin' hard ground. Awful what I said.
Snipes, look there, through the trees. There's a light.
Strike me pink appetite. That balmy old professor and his gang, eh? Now what's the matter?
A ship. See her lights bearing down on our port bow.
King. Yeah? Grabbed up their lamp. Give Harry the signal to douse our running lights. That's that bloomin' cruiser what we sighted the other day.
No use, Harry, dousing the running lights. With that lantern of the professor's gang up shore there, shining plain as day for them frogs to see?
You're right, King. Here, tain't so far. You take your rifle and put out the professor's light.
Now, look here, Snipes.
Don't argue. I don't care how you does it. Put out that light.
Crashing through the broken twigs, stumbling over roots and vines, cursing under his breath, King starts off through the underbrush. Tarzan follows. The ape-man doesn't understand the words, but the meaning The meaning is that S.H.E. is in danger. Swiftly Tarzan swings his lithe body along from tree to tree with scarcely the rippling of a leaf. He makes no sound that would betray his presence to the stumbling, cursing man below. Now he's between King the pirate and the little clearing where she is. He waits. Tense, he crouches on a low-hanging limb. From his right hand, he dangles a length of grass rope, looped at the end. King is coming. What a contrast. The clumsy sailor stumbling, crashing through the brush, while Tarzan, graceful, sleek, lord of the jungle, waits. The pirate is nearly under the tree where Tarzan crouches, ready for instant action. Now, King is under the tree. Tarzan throws his grass rope. He settles over the man's head and shoulders. The man yells. With a mighty heave, Tarzan yanks the mutineer into the air. King's arms are pinned to his side. He struggles, kicks, curses. Tarzan shakes him like a terrier shakes a rat. Back and forth, back and forth. King is terrified. Is Tarzan going to kill him? Tarzan gathers the sailor into his arms. Swiftly, he winds the rope around the man's body. King cannot move hand or foot. Tarzan leans the sailor against the tree. King's eyes almost start from his head when he sees the brawny, brown figure of the ape-man. Slowly, deliberately, Tarzan draws his knife from its sheath. He points to the cabin and threateningly, significantly, draws the knife across his throat. King's teeth chatter. He cannot talk, but he understands and vigorously shakes his head. Tarzan, satisfied that the man will leave the hut alone, picks him up by the scruff of the neck and tosses him across his shoulder, and without effort, grasps a vine and swings to a branch. He balances himself a mere fraction of a second, then leaps into space. To miss either footing or grip means that two bodies will go hurtling down through the crashing branches to certain death 100 feet below. But with a skill surpassing that of the great apes, his practiced hand and sure foot carry him branch after branch, vine after vine, soundlessly, swiftly, closer and closer to the pirate. He stops. He hears the ring of metal on metal, a shovel striking the treasure chest.
Diving, mate. The map's all right. Here's our ruddy treasure chest, right enough.
A good size, too. It's even up.
Get hold of that end, Chunky. Heave now. You, Bill, grab the other corner. Lively now. Heave up, please.
Oh, she won't move. Wish King was back.
Must be $1 million in her. Take 4 of us to Budger.
Hurry, mates. That French cruiser's getting closer.
We'd better dig another hole. Dump the chest in. Get aboard and blow before the cruiser heaves too.
And leave the treasure?
Yes. If that cruiser overhauls us and searches, it's goodbye treasure and the yard arm for all of us.
Then why move the box? That cruiser's getting too close.
Don't forget, matey. This professor bloke might have another map. No. We got time. She can't see without light. Now, heave on, me hearty.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' astounding book. Tarzan tightens his grip. A scream dies in King's throat. Below, his mate stands fascinated, hypnotized, frozen with fear. Tarzan looks down upon the group. In awful silence, his toes gripping the rough bark of the broad limb, inch by inch he moves toward its tip. With one quick movement, he draws the sailor to him. The mighty forearm flexes, tenses, and like a stone shot from a catapult, King shoots down upon the heads of his comrades. The sight of King, one of his mates, hurtling from the tree, shocks Snipes, the leader of the pirates, into action. He reaches for a gun. He fires. The shot rings and echoes through the jungle. The bullet with a vicious spat buries itself in the tree. Before Snipes can press the trigger again, Tarzan, swift as a leaping panther, flashes upward and is lost in the black shadows of the towering caucasus trees.
King, what happened?
What? Was he an ape?
Let me get away! Let me go! Let me get away! Don't let him get near me again!
Come off it, King. Pull yourself together. Blimey, you ain't dead yet.
Well, we'll all be dead. I tell you, we'll all be dead if we hang around here. James Dillon, he goes through the trees like a monkey. He's as strong as an ox. I won't stay around here for all that treasure.
I'll stay here as long as I says you will. See? Now come on with you. What's happened?
I was going to put out that light there in the professor's cabin like you told me to. But all of a sudden, out of the trees whips a rope. He's me around the neck. And first thing I knows, I jerked into the trees.
Blimey. Rope, eh?
I don't know what he is. Ties the rope about me arms. And here I am, masked eye above the ground, tight in the guy's arms.
Well, what do you do? Go on.
Go on, breath. Let me give me breath. He takes a knife out of his belt or whatever he wears, points to the yacht, and signs to me that he'll cut me fluke if I goes near the place. Then he ups and carries me back here and chucks me down at you.
Didn't he say nothing?
No, he didn't, and what's more, he don't have to. Them eyes. I won't never forget it.
Well, mate, all we've got to do is slide this here chest into the hole, fill it up, and blow.
Can't be too soon for me.
That's it, mate. Now, cover it over with a bit of brush. Then we'll get...
Tarzan, from his hidden perch, watches Snipes and his murderous crew bury the treasure in a new hiding place and hurry toward their beached boat. Their one idea is to put as much distance between themselves and this jungle terror as possible. Swiftly, silently as the night itself, Tarzan drops to the lower terrace and, squatting on a limb, stares curiously at the spot where the men have buried the box. If the men did not want the box, then why didn't they toss it aside? Tarzan understands burying the portion of a kill which he cannot eat, but the box, what do they want with that? Perhaps the men are going to return. That must be it. Tarzan swings to the ground. He bends over with his hands thrust aside the underbrush covering the spot. His hand strikes metal. It's the spade carelessly flung aside by one of the mutineers. Tarzan takes it into his hands as he has seen the men do, and guiding it with untrained fingers, he pushes it into the ground. He digs. But Tarzan is not used to such a tool as this. The spade hurts his bare foot. His hands will not guide it as he wishes. Yet the ape man goes on. He digs and scrapes away. The loose dirt yields to it. The spade strikes the chest. Tarzan casts the spade aside. He peers into the hole. He runs his fingers over the chest, examining it. Abruptly, he reaches down, and as though that great box were an empty packing case, he pulls it from the hole. He hangs the spade over his back with a brass rope, picks up the chest, that great treasure chest, which taxed the combined strength of 4 men, lifts it to his shoulders, and plunges into the brush. He follows one of the ape trails and makes for a spot deep in the jungle. Nimble, lithe as any of the big cats, he pads silently, swiftly along the trail. He knows nothing about the contents of the treasure chest. He only knows that he does not like the cruel Tarmangani to whom it belongs, and that he wishes to annoy them so that they will leave his jungle. His pace slackens. He pauses for an instant, tense, listening. Satisfied, he flings down the chest and begins to dig with the spade. Tarzan learns quickly. The little practice has taught him a great deal about its use. The hole deepens rapidly. In the surrounding trees, sleepy monkeys wait, blink their eyes, gaze down at the ape man, and scold. The first golden fingers of the coming dawn tinge the eastern sky. Tarzan works fast. The hole is big enough. Quickly he dumps the chest in, scrapes the earth over it. Bending, he smooths the dirt, covers it with twigs, leaves. A perfect concealment. Vastly different from the brush piled on his clumsy hiding place by Snipes and his mates. With one last backward glance, Tarzan catches a vine and swings into the trees. Leisurely he makes his way toward the little cove, beside which stands the hut. The sun glints over the distant mountains. The jungle wakes to a new day. Tarzan glances down into the clearing. He stops, fascinated. There before the hut stands S.H.E. Quietly he lowers himself to the branch and sits, swinging his feet. While Jane is outside the hut preparing breakfast, Professor Porter, Philander, and Clayton are inside discussing their escape from the mutineers.
Rather a novelty for us, isn't it? To be able to sleep all night without the possibility of waking up with our throats cut.
Now, Archimedes, you know that one can't wake up with a cut throat.
Tut, Philander, I was speaking metaphorically. One who is so lax in his mode of expression, you are much too meticulously particular.
Metaphorical or not, I endorse the sentiment. This is the first time for a week that I've had both eyes closed while I slept.
Where is Jane?
Outside, learning how to make coffee without a percolator.
Do my senses deceive me? Or do I really smell bacon?
Most emphatically, you smell bacon.
Most amazing. Here we are on the west coast of Africa, miles from civilization, and yet we have bacon for breakfast.
There's nothing amazing about it. I carried that bacon ashore myself.
Breakfast! You want it served in the hut or outside?
Outside, I'd say.
Most assuredly. But why eat in the hut when we can eat out under the trees with the birds singing and
the flies, Professor.
Now, you sit here, Daddy, on this packing case.
And me, Jane?
You sit here, so you can reach the coffee. That will be your duty.
You're right. I'll pour it now. Give it a chance to cool in these tin mugs. Jane?
Thank you.
And you, Professor?
thank you.
Mr. Philander.
Thank you.
And now, myself.
Can I do anything to help James?
Yes. You may open that can of jam there.
Of course. This one?
That's it. You know, I'm really enjoying this.
Of course you are. Why not? Have I not always been an exponent of the much-debated theory that the simple life is the only solution of the conditions resultant from our chaotic existence of today?
Just the same. Now, don't mistake me. I'm not being pessimistic. But the outlook here is not of the brightest. In the first place, we deliberately came to a place off the beaten track. Hence, our chances of being picked up are, well, remote.
Then you think that we are here for the rest of our lives?
Oh, no, not necessarily. The loss of the ship will result in a search. But we can't build too much of it.
Really, I don't know that I care much.
Possibly. But what about Jane? She's young. She doesn't have your interest in things archaeological.
Yes. I spoke without thinking.
A very delightful breakfast, Jane. Truly delightful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Now, to get busy. First, a stronger bar at the door. A separate room for you, Jane, and some other things to make us as comfortable as possible.
I feel the need of a little exercise. I shall take a walk. Join me, Philander?
Of course.
Now, as I was saying, last night when you dozed off to sleep, by the way, Philander, that is most undignified.
What? Falling asleep?
Now, don't deliberately misconstrue my language. I refer to your falling asleep while I was talking to you.
Sorry, Archimedes, but despite your most enlightening remarks, I was beastly sleepy.
Professor Porter and Philander, intent on their discussion of things scientific, wander deeper and deeper into the jungle. Night falls. Oblivious to everything except their discussion, the two friends wander on and on. From the matted mass of underbrush, Numa's cruel yellow eyes watch. Numa roars. Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' amazing book.
Bless me, Professor. There seems to be someone approaching.
That's Philander. How often must I tell you that?
But I think I am
Mr. Philander, I now find you guilty of a flagrant breach of courtesy in interrupting me to call attention to a mere quadruped of the genus Felis. As I was saying...
Professor, a lion?
If you insist on using slang, yes, a lion. Oh, reprehensible. I shall most certainly report this outrageous breach of ethics to the directors of the adjacent zoological garden.
Let's go now.
Numa's roar carries to Tarzan as he sits on a low-hanging branch watching the hut. It's the roar of a keen beast as he crouches, tawny belly hugging the ground before the steely muscles propel him with terrific force upon his helpless prey. Tarzan springs to his feet. He leans forward, grasps the tough stem of a trailing vine. His knees bend as he pulls the vine toward him. His feet seem to grip the rough bark of the branch. His strong hands work their way down the vine. He crouches like a sprinter at the mark, and with one glance across the clearing gauges his distance. He tenses, thrusts himself out into space. In a wide swinging arc, he crosses the clearing. He lets go. He flies through the air, 10, 20 feet. His arms reach out. He catches another branch, hangs on, drops again, down, down, down. He sees Numa crouch, lips curled back, tiger-like fangs bared. Tarzan's feet touch the branch for a brief second. He sees Porter, Philander, white with terror. They stagger toward a tree. Porter trips. He throws out his arms to catch his balance. He falls. Tarzan, with grace and skill beyond the dreams of any wire walker, runs out the branch. It's only a few feet from the ground. He bends down, drops, catches the branch with his left hand. His right hand shoots out. He grips Porter by the arm, pulls him off the ground. Numa's tail quickens. Her ears are almost flat against her head. The greenish yellow eyes gleam viciously. Tarzan lifts Porter to the branch. Satisfied that the professor is hanging on, he reaches for Philander. Numa screams. Philander clutches desperately at the branch. He touches it. The lion is within inches of Tarzan's foot. The ape-man feels a hot, pungent breath. The brute's mouth is open. Rasp-like tongue pressed hard against gleaming teeth. He snarls. Numa's jaws close with a vicious snap. The coarse, bristling hairs on top of the beast's head brush Tarzan's feet. Tarzan draws his knees up in a level with his chin, swings himself to safety. Back in Tarzan's hut, Jane Porter and Clayton are trying to make their jungle home as comfortable as possible.
There. Take a look at this, Jane.
Oh, that's fine. Now I can use the cupboard for our dishes. If tin mugs can be classed as dishes.
Well, it isn't much to look at, but it's the first shelf I ever made, and I'm quite proud of it. At least it won't come down.
You know, we are badly in need of something to sweep with. Do you think you could make a long-handled broom?
Why, yes, I think so. Let me see. Why, I can tie a bunch of these feathery leaves to a reasonably straight branch.
Oh, that will be perfect. I can put up with almost anything but these enormous spider webs on the beams and in the corners. You know, Cecil, I've been thinking about that warning we found on the door.
So have I. Tarzan of the Apes. Who on earth can he be? And why haven't we seen him?
Well, as to that, I have no more idea than you have. But what I can't understand is how anyone could live in this hut and not bury the skeletons we found here.
It is very strange. I can make nothing of it. That note, signed Tarzan of the Apes, is the most mysterious thing. By the way, if you have no objection, I would much rather make the petition for your room out of sailcloth.
Oh, I have no objections. In fact, I feel that I'm getting altogether too much consideration. having a room all to myself.
Ah, but that's just it. If I put this sailcloth on some sort of a roller, we can put it down at night, and then in the daytime we'll still have the same amount of room.
Why, I think that's a clever idea. Tell me, have you ever been shipwrecked before?
No, but I'll let you in on a secret. For the first 10 years of my life, my sole ambition was to join Robinson Crusoe on his desert island. Well, this isn't getting on with the work. What?
The ship is gone.
Gone?
Yes, look.
Well, there goes our last link with civilization.
I don't know whether to be glad that those mutineers are gone, or to be sorry to see the loss of the ship.
Well, of course, as long as they were here, our lives were in constant danger. But I suppose we all felt that the ship represented some sort of contact with the outside world.
And the treasure. I wonder if they found that.
That depends on whether or not Captain Tracy found the map.
And if he did, I suppose Jan killed him.
Oh, now,
I know, but I feel responsible. If I hadn't thrown that map overboard...
We would all have been killed. And for all we know, Tracy may be right here in the jungle.
The jungle? Oh, I do hope Father and Mr. Philander don't wander too far away. You know, they're as helpless and thoughtless as two children.
Oh, I think they're able to look after themselves. And now, Jane, where do you want me to put the clothes rack? You know, if the white ants ever get into them, well, it's goodbye clothes.
Well, there's really not much choice. I think over here by the bunk is as good a place as any, don't you?
Then over here by the bunk it is.
What are you going to use for clothes hooks?
I have that all figured out. Whoever the previous occupants of the hut were, they had a good supply of carpenter's tools. While this saw is a bit rusty, the saw this branch I selected, and I think when I finish, yes, I'm quite sure I'll have a perfectly good clothes rack. Now, to work.
Well, your Robinson Crusoe ideas are certainly standing up in good stead.
I could do a much better job if I had some decent nails.
Have you used the ones from the packing case?
Yes, I have. But after pulling them out and trying to straighten them on rough stone, they bend too easily.
Well, I think you're doing wonders.
Well, I'm not much of a carpenter, but I guess they'll do it. Phew. My, that's warm work, Jay. Yes. What is
Look
it?
here.
What?
Up on this shelf.
What?
Look. Away up here in this corner. Well, I didn't notice them before.
Books? What sort of books?
Well, they're sort of dusty. But this one looks rather like a diary. Cecil, look.
John Clayton. Lamia.
Your uncle, Lord Greystoke?
Yes.
But how do you account for these things being here in this savage African jungle?
Well, there's only one explanation. Instead of being lost at sea, as we had believed he was, Greystoke died here. I wonder what happened to the famous Greystoke locket.
What locket?
A diamond-studded locket that has been in the family for generations. It was always presented to the bride of a Greystoke at her wedding ceremony.
I'm sorry, Cecil. I'm awfully sorry. There seems to be nothing here but the book.
Yes. Of course. The locket would have been with Lady Greystoke.
She was called the beautiful Lady Alice, wasn't she?
Yes.
I've seen her portrait, you know, in the gallery at the Manor.
Well, this explains a lot of things and leaves a lot of other things
unexplained.
Why? What do you mean?
I mean, this diary proves conclusively that they were not drowned. What happened to the crew of the vessel? How did Lord and Lady Greystoke come to this place? Were Lord and Lady Greystoke the sole survivors? Or is history repeating itself, as it so often does? Did their crew mutiny and put them ashore?
Perhaps the diary will tell us.
Oh, well, I rather think the famous locket has been worn for the last time by the bride of a Greystoke.
Your father's Philander. Quick! Give me that rifle. Take the other yourself and bar the door after me.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' gripping book. In Numa's roar, Clayton visualizes Porter and Philander attacked, bleeding, perhaps dead. He rushes headlong into the jungle. Stumbling, tripping, crashing through the thorn and brush, he plunges deeper, presses farther, smashes onward. He comes to a jungle trail that leads to the water hole. He stops, glances up the trail, peers into the tangled mass of vines that is the jungle, listening. The distant roar comes from beyond the matted wall. Heedless of piercing, tearing thorns, he plunges straight ahead. Again he stops. He strains his ears, listening for that cry he dreads to hear. For the past moments that seemed like centuries, there's been no outcry from Porter and Philander. A horrible, strangling fear grips him. What if he should be too late? The thought hurls him forward. Desperation lends the speed of frenzy to his feet. Meanwhile, back at the hut, Jane Porter, anxiously staring through the latticed bars of the window, sees her father and Philander approaching the hut.
Jane! Jane! Daddy! Oh, I'm so glad you're safe.
Oh,
I've been nearly frantic with worry. Where's Cecil? Didn't you see him?
No, Jane. Did he go
Well,
out?
he went out after you. We were in the hut when we heard the lion roar. Then we heard you calling, and Cecil took a rifle and shouted out after you.
Very strange that we didn't meet
But how did you get here?
A most amazing thing, my dear. Philander here interrupted my discourse to tell me that a lion...
Yes, Daddy. But the lion, did he leave?
We were walking along when the lion growled. I turned and saw him following us. I immediately urged upon your father the necessity of speedily removing ourselves from its immediate vicinity.
And made a most undignified spectacle of yourself, Philander. My dear, I was myself forced to accelerate my locomotion in order to complete my discourse.
See here, Professor Porter. You mean to stand there and tell me...
Oh, never mind all that. If Cecil didn't get the lion, how did you escape?
Well, as I was saying, when Philander interrupted me, I ran to catch up with him when suddenly something picked me up from the ground and I found myself in a most undignified position, hanging precariously to the limb of a tree. I, of course, retained complete control of all my faculties.
Yes.
What did you say, Philander?
Nothing. Go on.
Yes, I will. I looked about there, and to my utter amazement, saw Philander likewise clinging to a somewhat higher branch.
I did not have complete control of my faculties, and I admit that I stumbled and fell. But the same godlike creature who rescued your father from certain death also hauled me to safety.
But who was he? What was he like? What did he say?
Why, now that you mention it, dear, he didn't say anything. And I'm not sure that I can adequately and accurately describe him.
He's a splendid proportion. I might say, the living embodiment of a Greek statue.
And while I am not a large man, dear, it says much for his physical prowess that he lifted me as I might lift a babe in arms.
Was he white? Black? Oh, dear, couldn't you tell?
He's clean of features, and, as you will understand, I did not, under the stress of existing circumstance, examine him with a scientific attitude. I feel, nevertheless, that he is of the higher order.
Yes. When Philander first saw the lion and started running...
Oh, now, Daddy, I can't think of a better thing to do than to run from a lion.
See here, Professor Archimedes Q. Porter. Are you still trying to claim that you were only running away from that brute in order to continue talking to me?
Philander was running, as I said, my dear.
Are you accusing me of cowardice? Professor, the time has arrived when patience becomes a crime, and mayhem appears garbed in the mantle of virtue.
Oh, Mr. Philander, please.
Mr. Philander, you forget yourself.
I forget nothing, Professor Archimedes Q. Porter. But believe me, sir, I'm tottering on the verge of forgetfulness as to your exalted position in the world of science and your gray hair.
See here, skinny Philander. If you're looking for a scrap, peel off your coat and come out behind the hut, and I'll punch your head just as I did 60 years ago in the alley back of Porky Evans' barn.
Bless my soul. Why, Ark, how good that sounds. When you're human, Ark, I love you. But somehow it seems as though you'd forgotten how to be human in the last 20 years.
Well, thank heavens. Maybe you two can stop your bickering for a little while now. Here I am, trying to find out about this, whatever it was that saved your life.
Yes, my love. A most remiss of me. My fault, Jane. I lost my temper.
Well, now, don't you get into another argument as to whose fault it was. Oh, dear, well, what can have happened to Cecil? Why doesn't he come back? Instead of standing there arguing, we should be out looking for him.
Yes, you're quite right. Quite right, my dear, quite right. I will start now and conduct a search with the utmost diligence.
But you were just lost in the jungle yourself. How can you expect to find your way?
I forgot to mention, dear, that this same, I can think of no suitable word other than gentleman. Yes, this same gentleman who rescued us from the lion led us back to within sight of the hut.
Then he must be Tarzan of the Apes.
What's that, my dear?
If he led you back here, he must be the one who left the notice on the door of the hut.
How stupid of me. Of course. That is the solution.
Why, yes, precisely.
But what about Clayton? Really, Professor, I don't at all like the idea of leaving Jane here unprotected in case some of the mutineers should return.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. The ship has gone.
Oh, what's gone? The ship gone?
Gone, did you say?
Gone. Vanished. Come here. Look for yourself.
Dear. Yes, and the ship has gone with the treasure. Dear me, the loss to science in general and archaeology in particular will be the most regrettable and most unfortunate. Absolutely irreparable.
Well, I, for one, am glad to be rid of the ship and those terrible men.
Of course, with those piratical villains in charge of the ship, the situation was decidedly uncomfortable. One could never be quite sure in one's mind as to what their next actions would be. But no, dear. The loss of the ship is not nearly such a catastrophe as the loss of the treasure.
But, Professor, without a ship, how could we have removed the treasure?
One thing at a time, Philander. How often must I tell you that concentration of the mental faculties...
Oh, I can't hear a sound from Cecil. Do you think if we fire a shot...
No. Clayton might be unnecessarily alarmed, my love. Your previous suggestion that we search for him has my hearty approval. Now, where are those rifles, eh? Here's one. Yes. If you will take that other rifle, Philander.
All right.
Yes,
all right.
And be careful you do not shoot yourself.
Oh, nonsense.
I will arm myself with this one. It seems to be loaded.
Be careful, Professor. Be careful.
Tarzan, from the lofty branches of a gnarled and twisted tree, watches Clayton, utterly exhausted, his sense of direction gone, thrashing about in the tangled maze of underbrush. Curiosity outweighs the ape-man's feeling of contempt for this stranger who violates all the laws of jungle prudence. Never before has Tarzan seen anything, not even Panther the elephant, deliberately chase a lion. He shakes his head. Had it been earlier in the morning or later in the evening, the man surely would have fallen prey to the lightning-like stroke of Numa the lion or the death-dealing lunge of Sheeta the leopard. Clayton leans his rifle against the bole of a tree, mops his forehead, and glances about him. The impenetrable walls of tree, thorn, vine, and scrub hem him in securely in the tiny clearing. In his anxiety to rescue Porter and Philander, he has blundered, broken, and thrust his way in, and now he's hopelessly lost. There's a crackling of brush behind him. He whirls, sees nothing. But Tarzan has caught a glimpse of Sheeta the leopard. He hears the soft, bending grasp, the stealthy pad of feet. He glances back at Clayton. He wonders why the young white man's not warned. Can it be that he's failed to hear? Never before has Tarzan known Sheeta to be so clumsy, so careless in his stalking. A ripple passes under the spotted silken sheen of the leopard's coat. The muscles, strong as steel traps, tighten, tense, stiffen. Tarzan watches. Sheeta's ears flatten, tail straightens. The tip of the brute's tail twitches. The twitch that signalizes the charge. Tarzan's call of warning splits the threatening silence of the jungle. Sheeta crouches motionless. The baleful glare dies from Sheeta's eyes, gives way to a glint of fear. The standing hairs ridge down the leopard's spine wilt. The flattened ears twitch. Clayton stands petrified. With a mingled cough of fear and anger, Sheeta, tail between legs, slinks off into the jungle. Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' thrilling book. Tarzan watches the result of his terrifying call of warning. He sees Sheeta's glossy form slink behind the cover of a spreading mimosa bush. Then turns his head to find Clayton staring up at him in utter amazement. Tarzan regards the young Englishman curiously. Gracefully poised on the tip of a swaying limb, the ape man watches the color flood back into Clayton's face. The jungle, which had momentarily stilled at Tarzan's warning cry, stirs again to life. From the solid mass of tall trees comes the shrill piping of jungle birds, intermittently broken by the deeper notes of the larger birds. Half hidden by the dense verdure, Manu the monkey chatters and scolds. The high sun, filtering through the lacy maze of vivid green, floods the clearing with flashes of gold. Tarzan's bronze body melts into the shadows. With the ease and skill born of years of habit, he drops limb by limb, branch to branch behind the dense screen of tropic leaves, and lands on the moss-deadened ground behind Clayton. The Englishman wheels around, reaches for his rifle, stops when he sees Tarzan.
Thanks, old man. You certainly saved my life.
Tarzan says nothing. Curiously, he examines Clayton's clothing. He runs his hand over the woolly texture of the khaki hunting shirt. Clayton turns to face the ape man. Tarzan grips him by the shoulder, spins him around. Into Clayton's mind flashes the memory of the warning note pinned to the door of the hut.
You must be Tarzan of the Apes.
Tarzan pays no attention. Now he's examining Clayton's boots.
By Jove. I say, don't you talk?
By way of answer, Tarzan pulls Clayton's right foot from under him and continues his minute examination of the strange white man's leather feet. Clayton struggles to regain his balance.
Look here, old chap. Don't you think this has gone far enough?
Tarzan lets Clayton's foot go. He reaches for the rifle, but Clayton's too quick. The Englishman tries to get his hand over the trigger guard. Tarzan grips barrel and stock. He twists. Clayton winces, his fingers caught in the guard. They sway from side to side. Tarzan raises his arms above his head. Clayton hangs by his fingers to the trigger guard. He can't hang on. His fingers slip between the trigger and guard. He tries to draw them clear. He can't. Meanwhile, back at the hut, Jane, her father, and Philander discuss Clayton's prolonged absence.
I completely fail to comprehend why a practical man like Clayton does not return.
Oh, do you suppose anything could have happened to him?
Almost anything might happen in this wilderness.
Don't worry, Jane. I'm sure Cecil is perfectly capable of taking care of himself.
Yes, of course he is. Dear me, so many things have happened. I've hardly had time to write a line in my notebook. Dear me, I had built such high hopes of finding the treasure in order that it might defray my archaeological research costs.
Oh, did it ever occur to you, Daddy, that perhaps there might not be any treasure, that it all might be a hoax? Oh, dear, what has happened to Cecil?
Oh, tut, Jane, I'm perfectly convinced by internal evidences deduced by me from the map.
Well, mightn't it have been a forgery?
Yes, perhaps. To be perfectly fair in my judgment, it might have been a forgery. However, I feel that such an eventuality is remotely negligible.
Well, have you thought that there might be a duplicate map of the treasure location?
Duplicate map?
Why, yes. I've read in books about pirates that it sometimes happens that one of the crew makes a map for himself unknown to the captain. Then he can come back and steal the treasure for himself later. Oh, dear, I wonder where Cecil is.
Well, really, most interesting, my dear. I must admit that the possibility of such a thing had escaped me. Perhaps, yes, it is quite a possibility. But I fear it is too much to hope. I fear the mutineers have absconded with our treasure and are probably even now dissipating the proceeds.
Oh, it's not the treasure we should be worrying about now, Daddy. It's Cecil. It seems hardly likely that he would have stayed away as long as this.
You're right, my dear. Then, as you suggested, we had better prosecute a search.
Professor, hadn't I better remain with Jane?
Why, certainly not. Nothing will harm me.
And then we will proceed at once. Come, Philander.
If Cecil returns while you are gone, I will fire one shot. That will be the signal for you to come back.
Splendid idea.
Why, yes, one shot. Remember, Philander, one shot. I shan't forget.
Now keep within sight of the cabin.
But, my dear, if we keep within sight of the cabin, it will seriously impair the efficiency of the search.
Well, be very, very careful then.
We shall be careful.
Well, come, Philander. Let us enter the primeval fastness. Here, now, please point that rifle either at the ground or at the sky.
You lead, Professor. Have no fear, I've handled rifles before.
Oh, do be careful.
Yes, my dear. Does it not appear reasonable to you, my dear Philander, that in any sort of serious research work...
Look, Professor, there's a broken branch. That means Clayton has passed this way.
Again, my dear Philander, you are indulging in that most mentally debilitating habit against which I have so frequently warned you. That of jumping hastily at conclusions. The process of reasoning...
Quite so, Professor. But I read in some book, I can't recall at this moment the title, that the aborigines of these regions unerringly read such signs in the forest.
But I might call your attention to a fault in major premise, Mr. Philander. You are not an aborigine. And our friends in the treetop evidently agree with my scientific conclusions.
Apropos, I believe we're out of sight of the cabin. And Jane said...
Right. Jane did say for us to remain within sight of the cabin. But might she not have meant hearing rather than sight? I wonder, since an acoustic rather than a visual signal was arranged.
She's here, Professor. There's a mimosa branch, broken at just the height of a man's hand. I am sure Clayton passed here.
Most interesting. I must make a note, sir.
Let us press forward a piece, Professor. We may yet overtake Clayton.
Yes. The mimosa, when crushed, gives off a pungent odor. Would you describe the odor as pungent, Philander? Or should I say...
Oh, say whatever you please, but hurry! We must find Cecil.
One moment, Philander. Do not be so precipitous, I say. Pungent odor, yes. I would describe it as pungent. And in that connection, I might also mention that the female of a certain species of fruit fly... Bless me. Well, what was that?
Rifle shot. Clayton must have got back. Come, Professor. Come on, let's be going.
Come on. Hurry.
Back in the hut, Jane hears the shot. She thinks of Clayton or her father may have fired it and goes to the door. Old Brow stops her in her tracks. Before the hut stands Sabo the lioness. Jane leaps back into the hut and slams the door. With anxious, fumbling fingers, she drops the locking bar into place. With a snarl of rage, Sabo leaps. Her heavy body crashes against the barrier. Jane stands behind the door, trembling. The lioness scratches at the rough planking between her and her prey. Sniffing and growling, she circles the hut. She stops, looks at the barred window. She raises herself on her hind legs. Forepaws on the sill, she glares through the window. Sabo sees Jane watching at the end of the hut. The wicked eyes gleam. The long, brutal claws work convulsively. She tests the bars with her huge paw. She drops to the ground, gathers her haunches under her. Crouching, With a roar, she hurls herself upward. She crashes against the wooden bars. They creak under the terrific impact. They hold. Sabor slips back to the ground. She makes for the door. Hurls herself forward again with terrific force. The door holds. Sabor again eyes the window with its slim bars. She springs. The bars snap. Sabor's huge paw slips through the opening. Another bar snaps and another. The brute closes its eyes, forces its great tawny head through the window. Jane looks at the brutish head framed in the window. Desperation seizes her. She steps back. She sees a revolver lying on the bunk. She snatches it, throws the weapon up, and pulls the trigger. Bullet hits Sabor in the shoulder. With a mingled roar of rage and pain, the lioness drops to the ground. She crouches. Screams! Jane carries the brute halfway through the window. Frantically, Jane presses the trigger again and again. Again and again, the hammer snaps down on the empty shell.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' adventurous book. James calls for help, and the shattering crash of the revolver shot carries to Tarzan and Clayton standing face to face in the jungle.
James, never!
Tarzan seizes Clayton and swings him to his shoulders. Clayton struggles futilely and then stops. Surely this man who has rescued him from the leopard can mean him no harm. Tarzan springs into the lower branches of a great tree. He grips a trailing vine and, in spite of his double burden, swings into the lower terrace of the forest. Up he goes into the bending, swaying branches of the higher terrace. His sure eye and practiced hands carry them with incredible speed through the maze of interwoven vines and branches. Faster and faster they speed toward the hut. Now the foliage is less dense. Tarzan's penetrating gaze sees Sabor, crouched, ready to hurl her bulk at the frail latticed window of the hut. She screams. The light bars give under her hurtling weight. Tarzan knows the lattice will not withstand many such shocks. He leaps into space, grips a sturdy vine, a dizzy, flashing rock. He lets go, grips the lower branch. It bends. Again he lets go. Down he drops. He disappears into a deep well of tree fern and bamboo. Spinning, swinging downward from branch to vine, he plunges toward the jungle floor. Tarzan's feet touch the ground. Clayton slides to his back. Together they race toward the hut, clearing the intervening ground with lightning speed. Sabor leaps. The last bar snaps. The great yellow head and four paws are inside the hut. Tarzan covers the last few feet with a flying leap. He seizes Sabor by the tail. Twist. Swings his body back. Feet braced against the hut. Pulls with all his mighty strength. Clayton grasps the man is trying to help. Tarzan shouts to Clayton to plunge a poisoned arrow into Sabor. The Englishman can't understand the ape man's orders. Sabor's clawing, fighting to force her way into the window. With a snarl of rage, she lets go her clutch on the sill, the twist, and pounce upon the enemy behind her. Tarzan lets go. With the speed of a striking cobra, he launches himself full on the infuriated beast's back. Like lightning, his arm encircles the brute's neck. He digs his feet into Sabor's loins. Tarzan's biceps swell. Back. Inch by inch, he pulls the tawny, twisting head. Sabor throws herself on her side, thrashing, tearing. Her working claws barely miss Clayton as he leaps aside. Porter and Philander break through the brush bordering the jungle. One glance through the doors and struggling with Sabor, they start to run toward them. Sabor twists her head. The snapping, foaming jaws try to reach the arm of steely muscle about her throat. Tarzan tries to get his knife. Sabor springs to her feet. She leaps into the air. Harder and harder, Tarzan pulls the flashing head. Now he has his knife. Back, he forces Sabor's straining neck. The knife flashes up. Down! Again and again, the gleaming blade rises and falls, plunges deep into Sabor's unprotected side. Slowly, the lioness crumples to the ground. Tarzan leaps aside, taps his foot on Sabor's neck, raises his face to the sky. The victory cry of the bull ape that has made his kill echoes and re-echoes through the jungle. Tarzan glances once at Clayton, reaches for a low-hanging branch, and swings himself into the tree.
Jane, are you hurt? No, I'm all right.
My dear.
Darling,
I was looking for you. I heard the sound like a
Now, please wait a minute. Just a second. One at a time, please.
Oh, I heard a shot. I thought Cecil had returned. And when I went to the door, there was a lion. I slammed the door. Then came a terrible scratching. Then it stopped. For the moment I thought it had gone away. The next thing I knew, its terrible yellow eyes were glaring at me from the window. Oh, for hours it seemed as though I couldn't move. Then I remembered the revolver. I shot him.
Yes, Jane, we heard the shot. It came from the hut and, well, you know the rest.
The most amazing exhibition I have ever witnessed. Philander and I arrived precisely at the moment when the pagan person leapt upon the back of the lion. Such strength, such astounding agility.
He saved me only a few moments before we heard Jane's shot. I was attacked by a leopard, but just as the beast was about to spring...
Do you think that he's Tarzan of the Apes?
Tarzan of the Apes? Oh, no, I don't believe it can be. Cecil spoke to him, but he doesn't speak English. Tarzan can read and write English, we know, because of the warning he pinned to the door of the hut. But, Cecil, this man did speak to you in some strange tongue.
Ah, you say he spoke to Cecil?
Yes. He shouted something to me while he was fighting with the lion.
Exactly. It proves beyond the shadow of a doubt that he, as I have never doubted, has had contact with other humans. Now, Clayton, what sort of sounds did he shout to you?
Well, oh, by Jove, I'm dashed if I can remember.
Did he make any such sound as la? Or perhaps laugh?
No, I remember no such sound. Why?
Sir Richard Paget has worked out 320 primitive roots from which all Aryan language is derived. The sound thus, laugh, the dropping of the tongue and pressing of the tongue against the teeth signifies laugh, to lift. I thought perhaps if he lifted you or wished to lift something, he might have said laugh.
No, I'm sure there was no such sound. He did shout something, as near as I can recall, which sounded like cow or bund.
There was no L sound? You're quite sure?
Of course, Professor, in the excitement, I could not really qualify as a scientific observer.
No, of course not, of course not. Still, I wish you had been able to retain some definite syllabic context. Perhaps a lust sound.
Well, still, Daddy, it's evident the man has some sort of rational language, even if he could not convey his thought to Cecil.
No doubt of it, Jane, no doubt of it. The mere fact that Clayton recognized the shout as some attempt to convey information or direction...
My thought exactly. Then the fact would show that the man is social, tribal.
Well, it's getting frightfully cold out here. Let's go inside the hut. And Cecil...
Yes, Jane?
I think before any of us tries to sleep here, after the experience we've just had, we ought to get some sort of that window barred in some sort of way that will prevent anything like this happening again.
I thoroughly agree. And tonight it will be fixed.
Well, thank you, Cecil.
Come, give me a hand, Professor. Let's move this carcass away from the hut.
Yes, perhaps we might as well. Bless me. We two cannot even budge it. Yet the man who killed it held it with one arm. Astounding.
Don't bother moving that. It'll be gone in the morning. The jackals, you know.
Why, yes, of course. How silly of me.
That Philander, it was a natural, if I may be permitted the expression, a most natural thought.
Yeah, of course. I realize that Jane has been through a harrowing experience and so on, but do you suppose perhaps we might, well, in short, are we to have dinner?
Really, Philander, that is quite a good suggestion. Now that you've broached the subject, I feel that I myself could do with something to fortify the inner man.
I really hate to say anything to Jane.
It is rather, isn't it? However, it will take her mind off the excitement. Yes, I feel we should soothe her in some manner domestic.
Then, with your approval, Professor, let us enter the hut.
Very well. Jane, my dear.
Daddy?
Jane, my love, could you prepare a nice collation? In other words, something to eat?
The light from the cabin streams across the clearing, cutting the jungle into strips of black and silver. Animal trails, mere breaks in the brush by day,
now loom like yawning caverns in their inky blackness. From afar off, the harsh, rasping laugh of a hyena tells that the scavenger of the jungle has found some undevoured kill. One by one, the stars pierce the sable sky. The young moon, slender as a silver thread, glints through the sparse tops of the alders. Sleepy monkeys open and close their eyes as Tarzan leisurely brushes his way through the branches toward the hut. Just as the ape, which for sheer joy of living swings by the hour from branch to branch, so Tarzan, fed and rested, drops to the light-flooded clearing at the hut. Cautiously, he approaches the window, looks inside. With quickened pulse, entranced, he watches the white she he had rescued earlier in the day, seated at the table, his table. He longs to speak to her, but dares not, convinced that, like the men, she will not understand him. Jane Porter finishes the letter she's been writing to her friend, rises, and puts out the light. Patiently, Tarzan waits until his keen ears tell him that all movement within the hut has ceased for the night. Cautiously, he moves closer to the window. He hears the deep, regular breathing which denotes sleep. Slowly, carefully, he passes his hand through the broken lattice, takes the letter from the table. Quietly, he moves back, folds the paper, places it in his quiver with his arrows, and melts into the jungle shadows, while the hyena creeps forward to the dead body of Sable. Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' romantic book. Hidden behind the screen of festooned creepers, Tarzan, forehead wrinkled in thought, tries to decipher Jane Porter's letter. After hours of study, he has at last found a resemblance between the bugs of his picture book and the girl's handwriting. He shakes his head. The contents of the letter baffles him. He can read it, but all that it means to him is that her name is Jane. And though he cannot express it in sound, he feels an association, a kinship, a bond, a something that was not there before. Tarzan folds the letter carefully, places it in the bottom of his quiver, and rises to his feet. He faces that red disk that is the setting sun. All about him, seen and unseen, the beasts of the jungle, Numa the lion, Panther the elephant, even the little mongoose, all, great and small, are facing the west. There, tinting the mountain that straddles the equator, is that which all the beasts of the jungle worship, the setting sun. Tarzan watches the deep greens fade to purple, blend again into deeper blue, and then, lost in the sky, the snow-cap sparkles with reflected gold. We find Jane Porter and Clayton watching the same sunset.
What a perfectly gorgeous sunset. Daddy, Mr. Fernando.
Yes, what is it?
Why don't you join Cecil and me outside the hut? It's so nice and cool after the heat of the day, and the sunset is so beautiful on the sea.
A very excellent suggestion, Jane. Don't you think I'd better get you something to put over your shoulder? The tropic evening is as dangerous as it is magnificent.
Strange, isn't it? That, well, the jungle, everything here that is so beautiful should be so terrifying, so dangerous.
But that, my dear, is life, which, like the toad, ugly and venomous, wears yet a precious jewel in its head.
And this, our life, exempt from public haunts, finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. Ah, my dear Clayton, it's so refreshing to find in an army man an acquaintanceship with the immortal Bard of Avon.
Possibly Shakespeare found books in the running brooks. But you, Daddy, require something much drier than a brook.
I believe, Professor, if we'd only rescued our chessmen with which to beguile our evenings,
You and I'd find the setting perfect.
Oh, you too. If you were interested in the beauties of our surroundings. Oh, but no. Nothing appeals to you unless it is wrinkled with age.
Oh, come, my dear.
Never mind, Daddy. I was only teasing you.
Oh, by Jove.
What's the matter, Cecil?
I completely forgot to look at our beacon today. Monkeys or other animals might come upon it and drag away the wood, but it's cost me a sore back to gather and pile there. I'll just jog along and look it over.
Dark is coming on, Cecil. Couldn't you leave it till morning?
I'd rather not. It's one of my duties, and I'll feel better if I look after it tonight.
I'll come along with you, Cecil. I feel the need of exercise.
Oh, good. We shan't be long. Come along, dear.
Yes, come along.
Tarzan sees the figures of Clayton and Jane moving up the beach toward the headland. The setting sun dips over the horizon, and the long, tapering shadows of the jungle cast a mellow twilight across the clearing toward the beach. Tarzan wonders where the humans can be going at such an hour. Usually they lock themselves into their cabin at sunset. Curious, he swings himself along the upper reaches of the gigantic jungle trees, lazily, almost carelessly. To Tarzan, who covers many miles an hour through the trees, the white man and woman below move at the pace of tiny beetles. The figures come to a stop before a pile of dry wood, heaped upon a promontory which looks out to sea. Tarzan drops swiftly, noiselessly, easily to the lower branches in order to gaze more clearly at that white she to whom he's so strongly attracted. Blood calls to blood. Tarzan at this moment would give almost anything to drop from his perch, boldly walk out and talk to these, his own kind. A shyness overcomes him. He hears Jane's questioning voice, Clayton's answers, and inhibitions born of contact with the wild bid him remain hidden from those he cannot understand.
Evidently no animals have been here. I suppose...
Why, it looks as though it hadn't been touched. I think you did a wonderful job in making it, Cecil.
No, it wasn't anything. Only wanted a bit of work in the doing.
Look across that water. Thousands of miles of it. Oh, Cecil, do you think that any ship will ever come for us?
Now, look here, Jane. You've got to keep your mind on other things. You can't be longing and yearning for something like that without going a bit balmy, you know.
All right, Cecil. I won't think of it any more.
There are wonderful things right here to absorb, aren't you?
Wonderful. And the most wonderful thing of all is that white man from the forest.
Do you know, I can't for the life of me understand what a white man can be doing out here in the midst of the African jungle.
Do you suppose he might be Tarzan of the Apes?
I don't know. It may be possible.
Yet the man who has saved us from the animals doesn't speak English. And we know that Tarzan of the Apes does because of the note we found pinned to the door.
Well, it's beyond me.
Cecil! What's that beating?
I don't know. I've heard native drums in other parts of the world, but that sound isn't like anything I've ever heard.
Oh, Cecil, it frightens me.
Oh, sure. I don't suppose it's anything to be frightened of, really. Come along. I'll race you back to the hut.
Tarzan hears the weird, compelling throb of the dum-dum. He looks down at Jane Porter and Clayton, but his eyes see only the huge earthen drum far off in the clearing sacred to the great apes, the sacrificial altar of his tribe. Now he's torn between two desires. His heart it is, though he knows it not, that calls to him to stay and watch this fascinating she. But all the background of years calls out to him to join his tribe in this their dance of victory. He starts after Jane and Clayton. The rhythm of the drums changes. He stops, hesitates, looks again at the two below him. The throbbing of the drum pulses in his blood, and he turns toward the sound, swings into the leafy trail that leads to the dum-dum. Down in the hut by the shore, Professor Porter and Philander, awaiting Jane's and Clayton's return, discuss the events of the past few days.
I have been meaning to speak of it for some time, Mr. Philander, but we've so seldom been alone since the day the lion...
Quite so, Professor Porter. Quite so.
I wish to speak to you concerning the skeletal remains of...
Of Lord and Lady Greystoke? Yes, I understand.
And now, Mr. Philander, I beg of you, please check this irritating propensity for jumping at conclusions. It was not of the mere mature beings that I wish to speak, but of the...
of the baby skeleton, Professor?
Quite so. You will doubtless recall that I brought to your attention at the time the baby skull.
You did, Professor, and I gave my opinion, and I give it again, that the skull was simian, one of the anthropoidal apes.
That coincides perfectly with my own opinion, my dear Philander.
I wish to caution you, however, lest you let slip some incautious remark before Jane and Clayton. I feel that it would only unnecessarily disturb their minds to let them into the secret.
Don't worry, Professor. No unguarded remark of mine shall betray it.
Philander, do you notice some sort of drumming noise?
Yes, you notice it too, Professor?
I noticed it, of course I noticed. I noticed everything. I've heard it for the last 10 minutes.
I didn't like to say anything about it. I feared it was one of my old headaches starting again. Hello, the hut. Hello, hear the drums?
Yes. Philander and I were just remarking about them. Perhaps you can explain such phenomena, Clayton.
No, I'm afraid not. Weird, isn't it?
We heard them start. Do you suppose some black-netted tribe could be as close to us?
Oh, no. We'd have had some wind of them before now. Well, at any rate, I think we'd better go inside.
Deep in the almost impenetrable fastness of the jungle, the great apes circle in mad confusion, their earthen drum. From out that hollow mass comes the death throbbing that penetrates to the uttermost corners of the wilderness. Faster and faster, leaping, snapping, gyrating in fearful contortions, the apes pause in their dizzy circling to beat with short sticks upon the drum-like sound. The female apes and their offspring swaying back and forth to the uncanny rhythm form an outer circle about the maddened bulls. Leaping higher than any, his bronze, wet-streaked body gleaming in the moonlight, is Tarzan, pounding in and out and circling. He comes upon a brute of an ape, Jacklass, a heap of whom this celebration is being held. Jacklass has killed one of Volcani's tribe and is alive to tell the tale. Only Tarzan before this has killed a gorilla and seen another day. Tarzan steps up to the great bull and pumps the hairy chest in token of congratulations. Jacklass' eyes shine with pride. He leaps into the center of the circling apes, beats his chest with massive hairy paws, and shatters the night air with a fearful scream, proclaiming himself a mighty hunter, a mighty killer. The moon pales in the sky. The great apes sleep the deep sleep of utter exhaustion. Not so Tarzan. Fearful lest in his absence something may have happened to White She, he returns to the hut. Quietly, with cat-like tread, he creeps to the lattice, tests it. Well within the shadow, he moves to the door, cautiously lifts the latch. The door holds. Satisfied that those within are safe, Tarzan lifts himself into the trees, curls himself in a moss-grown crotch, and falls asleep.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' amazing book. The jungle dawn flames into another day. Tarzan wakes and stirs. He stands up, raises his arms high above his head. He gazes about him. All around, the waking animals yawn and stretch. Little birds try preliminary flight. Monkeys scamper about in sheer joy at being alive. Off to the edge of the brush, he sees Sheeta, the snake, unwind his sinuous length and glide off into the tall grasses in search of a fat peccary or Sheeta cub. Far below and to the left, Panther, the elephant, Tarzan's friend, sedately makes his way along the trail. Panther is going to bathe himself in the cool waters of the pool. Tarzan reaches up, swings himself off into the upper terrace. Rapidly, he overtakes Panther. He calls on his friend to wait. Panther hears, and lifting his trunk, trumpets a greeting to Tarzan. Dropping hand over hand down the familiar vines, Tarzan drops to the broad back of the mammoth beast. Tarzan greets Panther, seats himself behind the flapping ears, and together they wend their way to the water. At the little hut in the clearing, Professor Porter and his friends have arisen from their slumbers. Breakfast is almost over.
Just a drop more coffee, if you please, Jane.
Your appetite certainly speaks well for my cooking, Cecil.
This out of doors air does make food taste good.
Out of doors air. Indeed, Philander, although I know that you are a well-educated man, I am sometimes perfectly aghast at your phraseology.
Mr. Philander probably means that living in the open gives one an appetite, Daddy.
Exactly, Jane. Then he should choose his mediums of expression with more meticulous scholasticism.
Well, you understood me, Professor.
But that's not the point at all. In thought communication, whether by vocal or manual signs, a precise interpretation...
More bacon, Daddy.
Thank you, my love. I believe I will take some more bacon.
Cecil, what are you worrying about? You seem so thoughtful. What are you thinking about?
Well, to be frank with you, I've been wondering about my uncle, John Clayton, Lord Greystoke.
Yes, Cecil, I've been wondering too.
One cannot but help to speculate. Our finding Lord and Lady Greystoke's diary here. Bless my soul, how stupid of me. Why did I not think of this before?
Go ahead, then, Professor. Go ahead.
What was that you said, Philander?
I didn't say anything. You did. You said you'd thought of something.
Yes. Tell me, Clayton, you think Greystoke's diary was kept up the time of his demise?
Presumably so. Of course, one cannot be sure.
Naturally. Well, I thought there might be some entry that might disclose our approximate longitude and latitude.
Well, if there only were. But I've already looked very closely.
I'm sorry, Professor. Poor Greystoke seems to have had no more idea of his whereabouts than do we.
But surely Greystoke knew where he was going.
And so did we, Daddy. But that doesn't help us now.
True, but I would have thought that from the last reading of the Sun, taken by the ship's officers, would...
Now, don't forget, Daddy, that their crew mutinied just as ours did, and that possibly, to the last, there were no readings.
Yes, most regrettable. Most regrettable.
If only I had devoted some of my time to the study of navigation, or even astronomical mathematics, so much of my leisure time could have been devoted to other subjects.
On the off chance that you might at some future time be shipwrecked, or marooned, or cast upon a desert shore? That Philander, such self-condemnation displays a very fine spirit, but with somewhat unnecessary morbidness.
Incidentally, Daddy, now seems as good a time as any to ask for an explanation.
Yes, my dear, yes. Explanation of what?
Why, you told me we were going on an archaeological excavating survey, when in truth you were on a hunt for buried treasure.
Well, that, my dear, is a somewhat lengthy, and don't forget, Jane, had you not thrown the map of the treasure overboard, we should know where we are because the latitude and longitude were marked on that map.
Really? Oh, that's a very brilliant defense, Professor, but with one flaw. If Jane had not thrown the map overboard, we would not be anywhere, except at the bottom of the sea.
Quite right, Clayton. Jane saved our lives. And you, Professor Archimedes Q. Porter, I'm surprised at you, defending yourself by means of legal trickery, that of bringing an irrelevant accusation.
The result, Jane, would have been the same. The finding of the treasure would have financed the archaeological survey.
Sort of the house that Jack built idea. Well, personally, I'd be very much surprised if there is such a treasure.
Now, Jane, you must not talk in such derogatory terms of my very good friend, the name escapes me for the moment. Yes, the bookseller in Philadelphia.
You mean the stamp collector in Baltimore?
Yes, of course. But anyway, he's a very good friend, I assure you. Otherwise, he would never have trusted me with the map.
But you paid $1,000 for that map, Daddy.
Jane, you grieve me deeply. Such a paucity of confidence in your father. Why don't you say something, Philander?
From internal evidence, I am convinced now, really.
Oh, no, Mr. Philander. That's Dad's speech. By the way, our supply of canned meat is getting awfully low.
Well, suppose I take a rifle and do a little shooting, what?
Yes, Clayton, yes. Perhaps some nice, juicy capons. Delightful.
Well, I was hardly thinking of capon, but I thought perhaps some boar or, to venture, a young deer.
Shall I go along, Clayton? As beater, I believe it's called? Don't you hunters always have one?
Frightfully decent of you and all that, but I fancy not. You understand, scare the game, that sort of thing, you know.
That's true, I might. Very well, then. I shall remain here. Well, what shall I do?
You can wash the dishes, Mr. Philander.
Yes, and there's a bit of the back wall that needs chinking.
I found a deposit of clay that will do the trick. It's down by the stream. Come along if you like, and I'll show it to you on the way.
All right. Delighted.
Well,
Be
good luck,
careful,
Cecil.
Cecil. I think this rifle is all... Yes, it's fine. Well, cheerio. I'll be right back. Down at the water hole, Tarzan lies flat on the muddy edge, face in the water, sucking up in great draughts his morning drink. Majestically, his friend Panther, the elephant, stands beside him, alternately drinking and spraying the cool water over his gray hide with his sinuous trunk. Tarzan splashes the clear water over his lithe form and then springs erect and, skirting the edge of the pool, strides to the forest fringe. Springing upward and swinging his way through the trees, he leisurely makes his way along the ape trail that leads to the beach and his hut. He stops. What was that? No beast of the jungle makes such a noise when breaking cover. That breaking of twigs, that trampling of leaves is made by a M-A-N. Quickly, Tarzan thrusts aside the screening leaves. He looks down a shimmering, dancing shaft of sunlight cutting its way between two giant trees, and there in the cleared space at the crossing of the trails stands Clayton. The stick that makes the big noise, his rifle, is at the ready as he peers intently at what the boar, half hidden in the gloom of the matted undergrowth. Clayton raises the rifle. The shot plows through the infuriated brute's shoulder as it charges. Clayton throws back the rifle bolt. The ejector jams. The empty shell hangs in the breech. The Englishman grips the rifle by the barrel. He swings. Hits Horta in the flank. Eyes are gleam, head lowered, dripping, tusks bared. Again Horta charges. Clayton catches his foot in a trailing vine. He stumbles. The boar, its bloodshot eyes staring straight ahead, misses the fallen man. It digs its hoof into the moss. Like lightning it turns, but before it can charge, Tarzan, knife in hand, drops on the brute's leathery back. Up and down the bronzed arm flashes, and it's over. Horta the boar is dead. Thanks. My rifle jammed. Once again, I owe you my life.
Armagani, avant bundle, Horta.
Tarzan points to the bullet hole in Horta's shoulder. Clayton shakes his head.
Sorry, old man. I don't understand. We were running short of meat. Boar. Eat.
Clayton points to the carcass and then to his mouth. Tarzan understands. He nods his head, bends down, and with never an effort hoists the dead boar to his shoulder and takes to the trees, followed by the indignant chatter of disturbed and scolding monkeys as he carries his burden through the high branches toward the hut. Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' exciting book. Deep in the forest fastness, Tarzan sits on the hollow mound of earth that is the dum-dum of the great apes. Majestically, he presides over the tribal meeting of his brothers, the apes. Before him comes Tana, whimpering. Tana complains that Gunto, her mate, has bitten her on the side.
Yadan Gunta, Gayakuru Tana.
Tarzan asks Gunto what he means by biting Tana. The great ape sidles slowly toward Tarzan. Gunto complains that Tana is lazy. She will not bring him beetles, will not scratch his back. She's gone from the tribe for hours at a time. In short, she's not paying sufficient attention to the mate who protects her in times of trouble.
Ambalahu kapoha, Gunta mita yatak Tana, Tana grega Gunta afim katemo.
Tarzan lectures them both on their duties toward one another. Tana must mend her ways, and Gunto must not bite Tana anymore, or else Tarzan will give him a taste of the gleaming knife the apes fear. Gunto growls deep in his throat and ambles away. Tana whimpers and retires to the shade of a spreading tree. Before the feet of justice shuffles Mungo, an old ape whose fighting days are past. Through toothless gums, he mumbles that Takla, the sullen, brooding ape who recently killed one of Bolgane's tribe, is missing from his haunts.
Ludon Magor Bolgane?
Tarzan questions the old fellow, but Mungo can give no further information.
Malud Takla Wakambi Bolgane? Malud Takla Wakambi Bolgane?
Tarzan calls aloud to the tribe, asking for information of any who know of Takla's whereabouts.
but none can tell him. Tarzan's brow wrinkles in meditation. Once before, Takla had run amok and left a trail of devastation in his wake. The apes are silent as they see their leader lost in thought. Quickly, Tarzan dismisses his thoughts and signals the next complainant to step forward. While Tarzan presides at the Apes' Council, Jane Porter, her father, Clayton, and Philander discuss the ape man as they strengthen the defenses of their hut.
I think this is the most extraordinary thing I ever saw or even heard of.
It certainly is. The ejector jammed on my rifle just as I was ready to fire the second shot at the boar. Well, the brute charged. I caught my foot in the vine, and before the boar could get to me, this fellow, whoever he is, landed on the animal's back, and in 30 seconds it was dead.
But the thing that puzzles me is, why did he bring it here?
I felt like a fool trying to talk English when all the time I knew he didn't understand me. So I pointed to the boar, then opened my mouth and made pretense of eating.
Well, sensible, I'd call it. Then what?
Then he pointed in the direction of the hut, picked up the kill, and disappeared in the trees.
I had been inside the hut, doing I don't remember what, and I went to the door to see if you were coming. Well, there, I found the boar, and in about 10 minutes you arrived.
Did you see him?
I can't be sure. I suspected, and I can't say why, that our jungle friend had brought it. I looked up into the trees, and for a moment I thought I saw a face. But an instant later it was gone, so I couldn't be sure.
In all probability, it was him you saw. Evidently, while he doesn't mind helping us, he objects to being seen.
That, I think, is natural. We've invaded his retreat, and while he doesn't altogether like it, he tolerates it.
Yes, Jane, I think you've hit the nail on the head. By the way, where's your father?
Mr. Philander closed up the chinks in the hut, as you suggested, and then he and Daddy went off to fetch water. They ought to be back any minute now.
Did they take rifles?
They took a rifle. I suggested that one act as a lookout. I was afraid that if they both took rifles, they'd both get shot, if that is possible.
Oh, really?
Philander, somewhere, I can't be sure where at the moment, I have read that when two people are carrying an object, if they will only break step, they will find the load easier to bear.
Yes, Professor. But in this instance, assuming for the sake of argument that a bucket of water is an object, I assure you that the difference in our respective statures would offset that benefit.
Hello, Daddy. Cecil is back with luck. We'll have roast boar for dinner.
Splendid, my dear. Phew, it's heavy. Where shall we put this water?
On that stand, the one in the corner. Cecil made it last night after you were asleep.
Wonderful. Wonderful to have the stamina of youth. My, that slight exertion in carrying the water from the spring has quite exhausted me. Most remarkable.
Well, you sit down and rest. There's a dear.
Yes, I will sit down.
Daddy, are you hurt?
Professor, pride always goes before a fall.
Mr. Philander, can't you assist Daddy?
Preposterous! Philander, you... I think perhaps I'd better assist Clayton.
Well, if you will, Philander. I would like to get this fishnet completed and placed in the stream tonight.
By all means. Tell me what you wish done.
Well, if you'll hold this straight while I weave the strings through the net.
Delighted.
I'm sure I don't know what we would do without you, Cecil.
Oh, don't mention it. Why, being comfortable, being fed, and being safe is as much my concern as anyone.
Nevertheless, without you, things would not be so... Well, I wouldn't feel so safe.
Thank you.
You know, Philander, I've been thinking about...
Oh, Daddy, we forgot to tell you. Cecil saw... Well, in spite of the fact that he doesn't speak English, I still feel that he is Tarzan of the Apes.
You saw him again, Clayton?
Yes. In fact, he killed and brought that boar to the hut.
Extraordinary fellow. Did he talk this time?
Yes, but I understood as little as before. However, this time I did make myself understood by signs.
Yes, Daddy. If Cecil hadn't made himself understood, we would probably have had to go without our boar.
Well, now our fish net is finished. I think I'll go and set it. We might have fish for breakfast.
Oh, splendid, Cecil. Fresh fish is going to be just too delightful.
Of course, we don't know that it will work as yet.
Oh, I'm sure it will. Will we have speckled trout or smallmouth bass for breakfast?
Well, I'm not so sure that I know just exactly what sort of fish there are in this part of the country.
I'm sure that any kind of fish will be most acceptable. By the way,
Do you suppose we could do some fishing?
Well, that's an idea. I'll have to fix up some sort of hook and line, and we'll try it one day.
Well, I'm not at all sure that I like the idea of your going off in that small boat.
Oh, that's in the future, Jane. Well, cheerio. I'm off to place my net and set my trap. See you later.
Be back in time for dinner now.
I will.
Ah, splendid fellow.
Yes, indeed, Professor. Exemplary bearing, due regard for his elders, hallmark of breeding.
Yes, he is. He lives up fully to all the traditions of the Greystoke.
If I were a believer in predestination, I should indulge in innumerable speculations as to what chance led Clayton here to the hut, built so many years ago by his uncle, Lord Greystoke.
Good heavens, Professor. Would you indulge in idle speculation in the very thing you deny?
No. But it's most difficult, Philander, to be wise all the time, isn't it? Just the same...
Just the same, Daddy?
Just the same, my dear. One cannot help wondering...
You know, it's just possible that the safari that Cecil was on his way to join will pass this way.
A slender hope, my child. I wouldn't dwell on it.
No. Cecil said I should not think of it. He said I would go. Barney, I would believe was what he said.
Most extraordinary. The expressions these Englishmen employ.
Yes, Philander. Barney, yes. Now, what etymological root or structure could possibly have led such a conception being placed upon a word that is so very precise in its original meaning? Barney.
Just the same. The word conveys what it is meant. And after all, that's the important thing.
Yes, of course, Jane, of course.
Now, we need some fruit. You know, I think I'll pick some while Cecil is setting his net and trap.
Perhaps your father and I had better go with you. I know you don't have to go far, but still...
Very well, then. Come along.
Just a moment, my dear. Now, where did I put my helmet? Where did I put my sun helmet, eh? Now, where did I put my helmet? Did any of you see my helmet?
Why, it's on your head.
Why, so it is.
Come along, Daddy, and close the door. We don't want to find a lion in the hut when we get back.
As Jane Porter, her father, and Philander go in search of fruit, Turquoise, a bull ape banished from the tribe by Tarzan, watches. For days, Turquoise has wandered aimlessly, nursing his spite and looking for some weak thing upon which to vent his pent-up anger. Swinging from tree to tree, the man-like beast sees Jane Porter a few steps in advance of her father. Silently, the hairy brute moves out on a low-hanging limb. Noiselessly, he drops to the ground in front of Jane. With one sweeping movement of his hairy arm, Turquoise gathers Jane to him and loops into the trees. Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' exciting book. Turquoise the bull ape, banished from the ape tribe of Kerchak, drops unseen from the trees. Jane Porter, horrified, terror-stricken, finds herself in the brute's hairy arms. She kicks and beats the beast. Her struggle is useless. Turquoise sweeps her off her feet and carries her into the lower branches of a giant tree. Porter and Philander stand petrified, unable to grasp what's taking place before their very eyes. They see the ape, they see Jane, but so utterly unbelievable, so fantastic is the scene they can't grasp its horror.
Jane! Jane! What is it? Don't shoot! What do we do? Jane! Do something. What's the matter? I hear Jane scream. Where are you? Clayton, here, this way, quickly.
Don't stand there jabbering and pointing. What happened?
Oh, Jane, my little baby, my little girl.
Quick, Philander, tell me what?
Jane was walking in front of us. We heard her scream, ran forward, and then we saw her struggling.
With what, man? Struggling with what?
I don't know. I couldn't see. She was whisked away into the trees.
Was it the man who rescued us? The man that saved you from the lion?
No, I'm sure it wasn't.
Quick, Professor, pull yourself together. Did you see who or what it was?
It was an ape, I'm sure.
An ape? Why didn't you shoot?
We couldn't. We might have killed Jane.
Well, this way. Come on. Follow me. Come on. Don't stand there after me. Come on. Jane's screams carry faintly to Tarzan, swinging his way through the trees. He stops, hangs from a branch for a moment, listening. That sounds like she. He strains his ears, hoping to catch some other sound that will indicate more accurately the direction. It is she. Hand over hand, Tarzan drops to the lower jungle terrace. He heads in the direction of Jane's call for help. Far below him and away toward the sea, Clayton, Porter, and Philander flash their way through twisting vine and tearing thorn. Down from the treetops, flashing behind the dense screen of verdure, drops Tarzan. The ape-man's strong, accurate fingers grasp branch and vine, touch them a bare second while the keen eyes find the next hold. Clayton, Porter, and Philander break through the underbrush, force their way deeper into the jungle. Tarzan, quickly, silently, alert, listening for another scream, drops hand over hand to the jungle floor. He raises his head, his nostrils quiver. He turns to face the breeze, trying to catch some trace of Jane's scent spoor to satisfy himself that it really was she. For a moment he stares at the ground below, then the trees above. The ape in him, by virtue of training and environment, tells him the entire story as plainly as if he'd been present at the girl's capture. Again he sensed the humid jungle air. It was she! Tarzan glances quickly at a bough where a caterpillar has been crushed by Turquoise's brutish foot. Instinctively he knows where the same foot would touch in the next stride. His eyes gleam as he thinks what he'll do to the mighty Turquoise when he catches him. And with the speed of a lance, he disappears in the tortuous pathway of the ape's trail. Jane's screams fade in the distance. The short tropic twilight is already upon the jungle. Professor Porter, Clayton, and Philander stumble headlong into the ever-increasing blackness of the jungle.
Come on. You can't keep up with me. I'm going on alone.
Wait, Clayton. I'm coming as fast as I can.
Just the same, I'm going on.
What shall we do? I can't think, Clayton. I can't hear her. She must...
Come on, we're wasting time.
But, Clayton, we haven't the faintest idea of where we are. We can't hear Jane.
If we see her, what am I to do, Professor?
What do you mean?
Am I to shoot?
Yes, shoot. I don't know, but I think I recognize this part of the jungle.
Oh, it all looks so much alike, but then, of course, it might be.
Yes, Clayton, it looks all so much alike. Just as you say, since Jane's cries have stopped, we have the least idea of where we're going.
I'm sure that the last scream we heard was over this way. To the left, I mean. Oh, that's just the trouble. Our sense of direction is gone. Completely. I would have sworn that the last scream came from the right.
Then you suggest, Clayton, that we separate and search individually?
That is a sensible suggestion, Professor. And if either of us find anything, we'll fire a rifle. All right. But be careful.
Why, we're right on the edge of the clearing. Here's the hut. Then, Philander, we simply blundered around in a circle.
Almost silently, the ape-man swings through the trees toward Turquoise and his prey. Turquoise's keen ears catch the faint sound of pursuit. At last, overtaken, he drops down into a small open glade and turns to defend his prize. He sees that his pursuer is Tarzan, his hated foe. Tarzan bounds like a leopard into the clearing. Jane Porter, her body flattened against the tree, watches, speechless. She stares at Tarzan, then at Turquoise. Horror, fascination, fear, and admiration mingle in her staring eyes as she watches the circling pair. Tarzan leaps, so does Turquoise. Like two wolves, they close, trying to get each other's throats. Turquoise reaches out his long, hairy arms. His claw-like hands seek a deadly hold. Tarzan sidesteps, then blows. The brute's arm passes over his head. Now the ape-man lunges forward. He's outside the great ape's sweeping arm. Tarzan's fist lands with terrific force in Turquoise's face. Turquoise turns. Again that death-dealing reach. Again Tarzan slices up and ducks. Tarzan's right hand flashes out to grasp the ape by the throat. With the speed of a striking snake, Tarzan's left arm flashes up and down, in and out. The gleaming blade of the hunting knife sinks again and again, deep into the heart of the maddened ape. Turquoise, lifeless, slumps to the ground. Tarzan places his foot on its neck, beats his broad chest with his clenched fist, and raises his face to the sky. Deepening darkness enfolds the jungle. Clayton, Philander, and Professor Porter, convinced of the futility of searching further, have entered the hut.
I shall lie down now and try to sleep. Early tomorrow, as soon as it's light, I shall take what food I can and carry it and continue my search until I found her, my little girl. I won't return without her.
I shall go with you, of course. And count on me also.
I knew that you'd offer your assistance, Clayton, and you too, dear old friend, Philander, but you mustn't. Jane is beyond needing our help. I simply go because what else can I do?
But, Porter, I don't know what to say, but what good will it do? To go off there in the jungle, it's suicide. It can't do Jane any possible
what
good.
you say, Clayton, is true, but to leave her out there, not to make any effort to find her...
Then I'll go with you. And Porter, my dear Porter, you cannot deny me the privilege of friendship. I'll go too.
No, it is I alone who may go. She was my daughter. All that was left on earth for me to love.
I shall go with you.
Clayton,
I claim the same right. I, too, love Jane. Clayton, give me that rifle. What? I'm going to search. Now, Philander, come over here. There's nothing to be done now. It will soon be dark. Porter's right. Jane is beyond age, and with what we'll have to hunt for tomorrow, and what we'll have to do when we find Jane, well, we'd better rest. But Clayton, you ask the impossible. We can't rest. What can we do here? Comfort Porter? Impossible. No, Philander. All there is left to do is wait until daylight.
As Tarzan's call of victory echoes through the jungle, Jane Porter, speechless, almost hysterical from sheer fright, springs forward with outstretched arms. Tarzan holds the shaking girl to him with one bronzed arm and soothingly, caressingly runs his hand over her hair. The ape man doesn't know what to think. Already he's spoken to the men of the party, and they don't understand him, so why should this white she? All he can do is quiet her terror, much as he would one of the little apes of the tribe who has so narrowly escaped the gleaming fangs of Numa the lion or Saber the lioness. Jane Porter stirs in his arms, frees herself from his grasp.
Oh, how can I thank you? That's deep. No, I can't even think of it.
Tarzan shakes his head. A look almost pathetic comes to his eyes.
I wish you could speak English. Who are you? Who can you be?
Again, Tarzan shakes his head.
Qui êtes-vous? No. Where do you see? No.
Tarzan looks helplessly at Jane Porter. She steps back a pace and takes Tarzan by the arm.
Well, you understand my French and German just about as well as they did in Paris or Berlin. Why, your skin is white. White skin.
Tarzan taps himself on the chest with his closed fist. White skin. White skin. The ape man repeats the phrase and then points to Jane.
Jane.
White skin. Jane. White skin. Jane. Pointing first to himself, then to Jane, Tarzan repeats wonderingly his first English words. Tarzan, able to write his own name, yet without knowledge of its English pronunciation, has accepted Jane's translation. Inadvertently, she has stumbled upon the English equivalent of the ape word Tarzan. As yet, she does not know that her rescuer is Tarzan of the Apes. Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' astounding book.
You're determined to go, Professor?
Yes, Clayton. What else can I do? To leave my daughter out there in the jungle? Quite unthinkable.
And yet, Archimedes, what can you hope to accomplish? Nothing.
Yes, Philander. What you say is true, but to do nothing is impossible. I should never forgive myself.
Very well. Now stop. Why, that's a gun. There must be a ship. There, off the coast. And there's the pirate ship. I wonder if Captain Trace is aboard. They must have fired that gun to see if we're still here. Yes, of course. We must attract their attention. Will you look out for Porter while I go to the headland and fire the beacon? They can't possibly see us here, even with powerful glasses.
To think, I daren't think about it. Yesterday, if they'd only come. And today, it's too late.
I can't see very well. Do Do they appear to be lowering a boat?
I think not. They seem to be clustered on the upper deck, searching the coast with their glasses.
Then, Clayton, you must forget me. You must think of yourself. Go to the beacon before it's too late.
You come along too, boy.
No. I will start off alone on my search.
But, Professor, when the crew lands, we, all of us will search. And the more I think of it, the more I'm inclined to the belief that Jane may be alive after all.
Clayton, what do you mean?
Ordinarily, I think, an ape would kill right away.
Yes, I've been thinking the same thing.
And we heard Jane screaming for some considerable time.
Yes.
Well, all that I mean is that if the ape did not kill Jane right away, why should the brute have killed her later?
Clayton, you may be right. Let us hasten to the headland and watch. I'll postpone my searching until the crew lands. If they do come there.
Hurry. I'll go ahead as fast as I can. You follow me. And don't forget your rifle.
Like a huge yellow silken scarf, the morning fog hangs in the jungle treetops. Tarzan, lying on a platform of twisted branches, waits on Jane, still sleeping in the leafy bower the ape-man has built her. Tarzan would like to go to the waterhole, but a rustling of leaves. The silken sheen of Sheeta's coat glints for a moment behind a clump of bamboo. Tarzan shakes his head. To leave Jane here to the doubtful mercy of the jungle?
Oh, where am I? What's happened? Oh, now I remember.
Jane Porter crawls out from under the rude shelter, looks at Tarzan. Tarzan moves toward her.
Jane.
Tarzan tries to take Jane in his arms, but the terror of the day before has faded and the girl repulses him. Tarzan can't understand. Yesterday, this she, Jane, had rushed to him for protection. Today, when he tries to comfort her, Jane beats the ape-man's chest with her clenched hand.
Let me go, do you hear? Let me go.
Tarzan releases her. He can't understand the words, but the meaning. Yes, she is afraid. Tarzan wonders. Is it the knife? He takes it from his rude sheath and hands it to Jane, hilt first, much as one of his ancestors might have presented an honored blade. Jane hands back the knife, laughing.
No, White Skin. You keep the knife.
Knife?
Yes, knife. You, White Skin, keep knife.
White Skin? Knife?
White Skin, keep knife.
Jane presses the knife into the ape-man's hands as she repeats the words. Tarzan's eyes brighten. White Skin, keep knife.
That's it. White Skin, keep knife.
Tarzan points to his mouth, then moves his lips, and at the same time pats himself on the stomach.
Yes. Jane hungry.
Eat? Tarzan moves his lips as he says the words after her. Jane, hungry. Eat. White Skin, hungry. Eat.
You got it, White Skin. Oh, you learn quickly.
Tarzan picks Jane up in his arms. This time the girl doesn't struggle. And with a series of graceful, effortless jumps, Tarzan carries her from one broad branch to another, now to a rocky ledge, and down to the ground. He puts her gently on her feet, points rapidly several times to the base of a tree, and disappears into the jungle. For a moment, fear assails Jane. In every sound, she hears a further menace. Every darting shadow is some fresh, fearful thing. Even the chattering of friendly monkeys sends her heart fluttering. from the water hole are no longer distant, but terrifyingly near. What if White Skin should not come back? She covers her ears with her hands as if by this action she could prevent from happening the thing she dreads. She stands motionless, fearing the slightest movement might attract some animal. Each minute seems like an hour. She hears the rustle of leaves above her. She's ready to flee. A branch crackles and... Tarzan, his arms piled high with luscious fruits of the jungle, stands before her.
Oh, I'm so glad you've come. I was so frightened.
Frightened? Frightened. Tarzan lays the fruit at her feet and points to it. Frightened? Jane shakes her head, picks up a cluster of black cranberries.
No. Food.
Food?
Yes. Jane hungry. Eat food.
White Skin. Hungry. Eat food. And seating himself beside Jane, Tarzan leans back against the tree and prepares to enjoy to the full his breakfast. Offshore, the crew of the French cruiser searched the coastline for signs of life. Clayton is at the beacon as Porter and Philander follow behind.
Philander, now that you and Clayton believe that there is some slight hope that my Jane is still alive, I feel...
Yes, Archimedes, what?
I feel guilty not to go now at once into the jungle instead of remaining here at the headland.
Yes, of course, Professor, but you realize that to go off into the forest now means, in short, that you'll perish. Should we find Jane, as I hope we will, then what will we say to her when she finds you gone?
Yes, I suppose you're right, and yet
No, Professor. Your duty to Jane, if she's still alive, is to look out for yourself. And, my dear Porter, if she's gone, then, well, what difference will a few hours make? I know that I must sound brutal and too practical, but Porter, you must realize...
You're right, Philander, always right. There is much reason and wisdom in what you say.
Porter! Philander!
What do you want? What is it?
Those confounded monkeys have demolished the beacon. We'll have to gather more twigs and brush.
Then we'll set about that task at once. Come, Philander.
I'd like to start the fire now, but in this glaring sunlight, I doubt if the crew would see it. And it takes a decent-sized fire to burn the damp moss. Damp moss, Clayton? Yes. It's not the fire, but the smoke.
Here, Clayton, are some twigs.
Oh, that's fine, Professor, fine. This way, Professor. There seems to be quite an accumulation of dried brush here.
Right there. Coming, Philander, coming.
Just a little more, and we'll be all set. There seems to be some activity aboard the steamer.
Yes, indeed. Let's hurry.
The pirate ship, our ship, seems to be putting about. You think they've decided that we are no longer here?
So we must...
Yes, we'll have to chance it. Lighting the fire, I mean. You hurry with some more branches. Here, Clayton, here. Throw it right on the fire. That's it. In a moment, it would be well enough light to throw some more moss on.
Do you want some moss now, Clayton?
Yes, I think you can try it. But be careful, though. You don't want to smother it too much. Yes. Now, it's beginning to smoke. Yes, in a few seconds, you'll know whether or not the crew has seen it. Yes. What? Yes.
They don't see it.
Oh, then they must see it. Perhaps they think it's only a jungle.
They won't come. Oh, why did I delay? Why did I waste this valuable time when I might have been searching for my beloved ones? I'll go now. Back to the jungle where I'll search for her. I'll find her.
Come down.
Let me go. Let me go.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' astounding book.
Come now, Professor. There's still a chance they'll see our signal.
Yes, I know. Perhaps they... Look, Clayton. They've seen us. Look. They're swinging out a boat.
By Jove, Professor, you're right. They've seen us. See, they're putting a small boat over the side.
Clayton, can you tell what nationality the cruiser or gunboat is?
I can't be positive, but from her color, she's either British or French.
It must be French. Don't you recall, Clayton? A few days before the sailors mutinied, we saw a French cruiser.
You're right, Professor. We did sight a French cruiser. And if we'd only known what was in store for us...
Yes, how different.
Oh, my daughter, my lovely little Jane. If only...
Now, Professor, bear up. In a few minutes, a very few minutes, we'll all be searching. I'm convinced in my own mind that Jane is alive.
Yes,
In fact, I'm convinced you were both mistaken about her captor. And that it was that jungle fellow who carried her off into the trees.
But Clayton, I saw the ape.
You were distraught. You were hardly conscious of what was taking place. No, I'm sure that...
Clayton, why should the jungle man rescue us, Philander and me, save you, and kill the lion that attacked Jane, only to end up by harming her?
Possibly from his standpoint, he has no intention of harming her.
All this is supposition, mere conjecture. Meanwhile, the boat swung out, and we have quite a long way to go to get to the beach.
Right you are, Philander. Why, they're close enough to see now. They are French, I'm sure of it. Come, Professor. Philander, the sooner we get to the beach, the better.
Back in the jungle, Jane Porter and Tarzan finished their breakfast. To Jane, the jungle has changed overnight. No longer is it a place of inexpressible dread. No longer does her blood run cold at the rasping cough of the panther, the deep-throated growl of Numa the lion, or the weird laugh of Dango the hyena. True, Jane is not altogether comfortable, but with white skin, as she calls Tarzan, close at hand, dangers seem less dangerous and fear gives way to interest. The girl is puzzled. She does not know that white skin is Tarzan, and she wonders about Tarzan. Over and over her brain tells her that she must get back to the hut, but her heart whispers that were it not for her father, she wouldn't care much. She turns and looks at Tarzan stretched beside her on the moss-covered roots of the tree. The ape man's finely developed muscles ripple under the bronzed, satiny skin at his every movement. Mentally, she compares him with the men of her acquaintance. Presently, she leans forward.
White skin.
Tarzan looks up.
Jane? Jane.
She looks at him for a moment, then rising to her feet, she points off into the jungle in the direction she believes the hut to be.
White skin, we must go.
Tarzan rises and looks in the direction indicated by her pointing finger. He looks at Jane.
Go? Go? Go?
Yes, Jane, go. Jane, go. White skin, go.
She takes a few steps toward, as she believes, the hut.
Jane, go. White skin, go.
Tarzan holds her back. He shakes his head. This is beyond him. In that direction lies Munga's village, and certainly this white she knows nothing of these black men that eat their kin, a thing the great apes do not tolerate. Jane stops. Again she points.
Jane, go. White skin, go.
Vigorously she nods her head while repeating the two words. Tarzan slowly shakes his head. How to tell Jane that in that direction lives the cannibal Gomangani? He takes her hand in his, lifts it to his mouth, and pretends to bite her arm in an effort to tell Jane that the savages are cannibals. Hungry. Eat. Jane. He points to the village, the direction in which he had started to go, and shakes his head. Munga. Hungry. Eat. Jane.
Terrible.
Tarzan does not understand the word, but the horror in Jane's voice convinces him that she knows what he means. He points again in the direction of Munga's village and slowly, emphatically shakes his head. Down on the beach, below the headland with its flaming beacon, Clayton, Philander, and Porter watch with mixed emotions the small boat pulling for the shore.
Yes, Professor, they are French. That's a French naval officer getting out of the boat now.
The mere sight of him gives me renewed hope.
I'm sure our troubles are over now. Here he comes.
Monsieur Clayton, I presume.
Yes, Lieutenant. And you?
Lieutenant Darnot of the French Navy.
Thank heaven you've come, and I hope in time.
In time? What do you mean?
First, permit me to present you to Professor Porter.
Sorry, monsieur.
And this is Mr. Philander.
Pleasure, monsieur.
Oh, Lieutenant, if you will but help us.
May we of a certainty, but please explain.
Miss Porter, the professor's daughter, was carried off yesterday by an ape.
Mon Dieu, an ape? It is impossible. Ça c'est incroyable. Oh, it is too horrible to contemplate.
The brute did not kill her at once. We heard her scream several times. Therefore, we feel that it may not yet be too late.
Ah, Monsieur Darnot, you will help me to search for my child.
Oui, monsieur, but certainly. Monsieur le Capitaine Dufresne will be ashore presently, and here is le Capitaine now. Mon Capitaine, Monsieur Clayton.
Monsieur.
Monsieur Philander.
Monsieur.
Et le Professeur Porter.
Monsieur, it is a pleasure to know that we have arrived in time to be of assistance.
Mon Capitaine, pardon, but we have not arrived in time. The gentleman has just informed me that the daughter of le Professeur Porter has been carried off into the jungle by an ape.
An ape? Monsieur, c'est terrible. C'est impossible. Allons, mes enfants. You have heard. The daughter of Monsieur le Professeur has been taken into the jungle by an ape. Who will volunteer? Allons, mes enfants. Every man is volunteering so kind. Explain quickly.
Mr. Philander saw the thing.
Oh, Miss Porter, the thing proved. Now, it is far that the ape did. The gentleman heard her scream.
An hour or longer.
And not kill at once. Monsieur be alive.
Yes, that's it. We start.
Oh, what's up that you should ask? We shall start at command. You will,
mes enfants, les premiers marche!
Lieutenant, we'd better go to the hut first.
The hut. It is far from the place. Bien. Too much time.
Darnot.
Monsieur?
A rather a man. I think he goes through the trees more quickly than a monkey. Sounds like it, I know, but true. Very bronzed, and we, Professor Paul, saw him kill a lion single-handed, and not an ape. Abducted.
Voyage?
Yes. A fat more powerful than one has ever seen before.
But I couldn't help overhearing, Clayton.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' dramatic book. Tarzan watches the column of flame-licked smoke curling upward. The hut, his hut, he thinks to himself. For a moment he's torn between two desires, whether to go at once to the hut or to return, and he stops. He has no words with which to tell Jane what he wishes to do. Go to the hut he must. It is his. Next to Jane Porter, he values it above all else. It was there that he learned that he was a man and not an ape. There, too, is the little book he cannot read, Lord Greystoke's diary. Tarzan does not know it, but that diary is the only thing which can prove him to be the true heir to the Greystoke title and estates. Tarzan looks down from the treetops, down to where Jane Porter is hidden by the dense screens of tropic green. Limb to limb, branch to branch, he flashes downward. He thrusts aside the matted verdure and stands before Jane.
What is it? What is it? What is it, Whiteskin?
Tarzan looks at her. He understands only the last words. What was it Jane had said when she wanted to start off in the direction of Monga's? Go, go, that was it. He points toward the steadily rising shaft of smoke. Whiteskin, go. Whiteskin, go. Never before had Tarzan so wished that he could express his thoughts. Furiously, his mind gropes for something, anything that will indicate to Jane that he will return. Jane senses his excitement, feels the chill fingers of fear grip her heart. To be left alone. She clutches Tarzan's arm.
Don't go. Don't leave me. Please. Whiteskin.
Tarzan holds the shaking girl close. If only he could speak, reassure her that he would soon return.
You can't leave me here alone. Oh, I know you can't understand what I'm saying, but you must understand what I mean.
Without a word, Tarzan lifts her into his arms. He places one arm about her waist and, reaching above, pulls himself to a higher branch. Jane closes her eyes. She feels herself being carried up to the very loftiest branch of a jungle giant. Tarzan shakes her gently. She opens her eyes. On every side, the treetops hedge her in. For miles and miles, as far as the eye can see, nothing but waving spires of green dancing in the shimmering heat waves. Tarzan points out the smoke.
Look! Fire!
Fire! Fire! Jane nods her head. This, then, is why he wants to go. Again, Tarzan points to the billowing gray column. Then he taps himself on the chest. Whiteskin, go. Fire!
But you'll come back. You'll come back quickly.
Tarzan looks at Jane. Can it be that she's saying what he cannot tell her? He stretches his hand out and then slowly brings it toward him and places it on Jane's head.
Come back. Quickly.
Whiteskin, go. Fire! Come, back. Quick, quick, quick.
Yes, yes. That's what I said. Oh, if I only knew that you understand what it means. I'm so afraid to be left alone.
Jane covers her face with her hands, and Tarzan, understanding the action, gently pulls her hands away and looks into her eyes. Holding the trembling girl with one bronzed arm, the ape man gently strokes her wavy hair. And then, satisfied that she understands, he holds her tightly and swings down into the denser foliage. Jane opens her eyes to find herself back on the platform in the trees. Tarzan lowers her gently. Whiteskin, come, back, quick, quick, quick.
Yes, quick.
Tarzan looks down at her for a moment. He leans forward, places both hands on her shoulders, and then, bending quickly, he lightly touches her hair with his lips, and in a flash disappears into the trees. Meanwhile, the search party under Lieutenant D'Arnot's guidance has wound its way deeper and deeper into the jungle, up to the very edge of the clearing in which Tarzan killed Turcos.
Monsieur Clayton, I am afraid I do not know what to say, but
You think that further search is useless?
we shall search as long as you desire, but night will soon be upon us, and I do not see any prospects of accomplishing anything after dark.
What you say is true, D'Arnot. But how can we tell Porter?
What's that? They must have found something. There, Philander, under that bush. Yes, Porter.
What is it?
Jane's handkerchief.
Where?
Under this bush. Hey! Look. Probably dragged off by the hyenas. A dead ape. The jungle scavengers have not demolished the remains of this ape altogether, and, wait a moment till I make sure. Oh, Porter! Professor Porter!
Yes, Philander?
Your advice. Look.
Ah. Why, I see. Yes, Philander. Yes, this ape has been killed by a knife.
Exactly. The ape's hide is cut and slashed severely, just below the heart.
Then our jungle man evidently did for the ape.
But Clayton, if he has, I feel sure that he'd have taken Jane back to the hut. Made by apes. Look here. See where this stream has made the ground soft and muddy. Footprints, human prints. Then it certainly was Tarzan of the Apes. If that fellow is Tarzan.
But I understand Tarzan can talk English, and Jane would naturally have asked him to take her back.
But look, Monsieur Clayton, these footprints are almost in a straight line. Aborigine, in fact. But there are no aborigines here.
At least we have not seen any.
I have been up and down this coast for 10 years, and have heard many rumors of a tribe of blacks somewhere in this vicinity.
Oh, you alarm me. Then Jane may have been rescued from the ape, only to fall into more brutal hands.
Monsieur le Professeur, I do not know what to say. Mais tonnerre, I shall be brutally frank. These blacks are cannibals.
Then there is nothing we can do.
Wait a minute. We've not heard the beating of any drums, which might indicate...
Yes, we did.
Heard the drums.
Monsieur Philander, lamps, Lieutenant.
And, assuredly, monsieur, of course. In a matter of days, one will have to rest, And night is the best of the big cats. All for food. Then we'd better return to the hut and await the landing of the supply. Oui, and I will ask mon captain host for more supplies. Is it necessary? Bien nécessaire, monsieur. We are already overdue. 10 days we search for that ship of yours, and our stores are depleted. Now, if we go off into your blue, I think Monsieur said, we will require more.
I see. Then back to the hut it will have to be.
Clayton, of course, that's right. We can start. We can't without water, can we? Or blankets. Even if one is overrun, upset and disposed as I am,
One must be practical.
I'm very sorry that things seem to be moving so slowly, Professor.
That, my dear Clayton, it has been borne upon me very forcibly. The very quality of friends I have is wonderful to me. So quite wonderful.
Then nears the hut. He sees as the rising column of red and smoke comes at the rising column of red and smoke comes at the headland. On he's from hearing that the licking tongues of flame spread to the clearing into his hut, placed like any Satan. Shielding his face from the scorching heat, he lifts his brand after brand and scatters these over the bluff, pushing them into the sea, branch green and leafy, and with long sweeping strokes, with the last glowing embers down, rush the beach. On the Satisfied that there's no longer any danger to the hut, Tarzan treads and swings himself easily yet sternly into the trees. Only through the fire, Tarzan has noticed that the hut is empty. And there the hut is something he wants. There is the little black book with the books in it that he cannot read. But now he drops silently into the clearing beside the hut, reaches the door in a few strides and pushes open the door. Quick! Tarzan goes to the cupboard where he's left the books. But there! He looks rapidly off the hut. There, on a shelf, about tin box. Quickly, he opens it, the tin box. Quickly, he opens it. Dipping his fingers into the familiar box, he feels the smooth side of the dashbay. Deftly, he empties the arrows, slips the diary into the quiver, scoops the arrows back into place again, and Tarzan strides to the door. He sees the party approaching the hut. He opens the door, the pots across the clearing. Look, there! The ape man! Tarzan glances over his shoulder, leaps for a low-hanging over his Clayton, raises his rifle. And straight!
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' gripping book.
Come on. He went that way. Don't. Wait a minute, Clayton. Don't shoot again. I tell you, I saw him. The ape man, whoever he is.
Monsieur, what is the matter?
The ape man, and here we are wasting time.
But surely Monsieur would not shoot.
I did shoot, but Clayton listen to reason. Don't you understand? I intend to get him, and that's all there is to it.
One moment, Monsieur. I believe that I was placed in charge here.
That is correct.
Then if I am to be in command, I will be obeyed.
As far as your sailors are concerned, yes. But you have no right to order me.
Monsieur Clayton, I have only one thing to do here. That, my impetuous friend, is to rescue Monsieur le Professeur's daughter. If anyone interferes with the possible success of that enterprise, then I will take the necessary steps.
Take what steps you please, Lieutenant. I'm going.
Silence! If you do not obey me, Monsieur Clayton, I am sorry, but I will find myself compelled to order you aboard the cruiser, and regretfully, very regretfully, clap you in irons.
Come, Clayton, you're distraught, upset. I don't blame you. If Lieutenant Darno understood that you were very fond of Jane...
Monsieur Clayton, I am entirely impersonal. You have shouldered the responsibility of keeping your party intact. Bien, you are tired. I am fresh. It is only fair that I should now assume that responsibility.
Oh, very well. I'm sorry.
Mais non, pas du tout. That is not necessary, monsieur. It is already forgotten.
Clayton, will you permit me to point out to you something that is very foolish?
Yes, certainly.
You, Clayton, are determined in your stand that this ape man, jungle fellow, whatever you please to call him, has kidnapped Jane.
I'm convinced that I'm right.
And you have every right to your conclusions. But we, the professor, Lieutenant Darno, and myself, all are agreed that the blacks are responsible. Now, Clayton, don't you think that in deference to the majority, you should say nothing more?
Very well. I will say nothing more.
And also, my friend, if you were correct, then killing this man, the only man in your belief who knows where Jane is, well, Clayton, in short, it's not good judgment.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
What is all right, Clayton? I was quite lost in thoughts about my poor Jane. Did I hear you speak of the blacks? Was it some of those aborigines you shot at?
Oh, no, it was nothing, Professor. I thought I saw something in the trees, but I was entirely mistaken.
I was afraid...
No, Porter, there was nothing. It was nothing at all. Come on, we'll go into the hut, prepare for our journey.
Deep in the forest, Jane Porter, awaiting Tarzan's return, hears the distant report of Clayton's rifle. Momentary panic seizes the girl. What can it be? Her father? Philander? Clayton? Or... The very thought freezes her. White skin. She looks about her. The jungle that had been almost friendly only a moment ago now seems fraught with 1,000 dangers. If White Skin should never come back... Again, Jane Porter's eyes search the jungle depths. To be left alone. To die here. Leaves. Jane turns her head, sees Tarzan, and with a cry of relief, she stretches out both arms toward the ape.
Oh, White Skin! I was so afraid. I heard a shot. I didn't know what had happened. I thought you might have been killed. Oh, I don't know what I thought.
Overcome by relief, Jane talks on, forgetting that Tarzan can't understand one word. But Tarzan does understand her mood, and holds the girl close to him, soothing and caressing her as one would a frightened child. Jane looks up at the ape man.
And here I am, talking on, and you don't understand a thing I'm saying. But you haven't any idea how glad I am to see you, how I long for you to come back.
White Skin, come back. Come back, quick.
Yes, I suppose you have, but it seems like centuries to me. White Skin, sit down. Sit down, White Skin.
Sit down. Sit down. Jane releases herself from Tarzan's arms and, taking him by the hand, motions him to sit beside her. Down. Sit down.
That's right. Say it over again.
Over. Again. Over again.
No, White Skin. Sit. Sit down.
Sit down. White Skin, sit down.
That's it.
And suiting the action to the words, Tarzan seats himself beside Jane Porter.
I wish you could tell me what had happened. Did you put out the fire? And what was that shot?
Shot? Shot?
Yes, shot. Bang, bang.
Jane raises her arms as if holding a rifle when she says bang, bang. Tarzan's eyes gleam. He raises his hand and passes it quickly past his head. Shot. Shot. Bang, bang. Again, the ape man brushes his ear with his hand.
You, White Skin? Someone shot you?
Someone shot White Skin. Into Tarzan's mind flashes the memory of Clayton and the raised rifle. Tarzan has learned enough about firearms to realize that they signify death. His eyes become clouded, his brows wrinkled. Why should this white man, this man he has saved from Sheeta the leopard, try to kill him? He had thought that these men were different from the men that had come from the thing that floated upon the water, but Tarzan shakes his head.
How I wish I knew what had happened. If I only could make you understand. If only I could make you understand that I must get to that hut.
Hut? Hut?
Yes, the hut.
And Jane at last has got Tarzan to say the word hut, but has no way that she can think of actually to convey the meaning of the word. The sun falls away to the west. All afternoon, the sailors have carried supplies from the cruiser to the hut, and Professor Porter, Philander, and Clayton watch with satisfaction the final preparations for departure.
Soon it will be dark, and tomorrow will see us well on our way into the jungle.
Yes, Professor, and well on our way towards finding Jane, I hope.
I'm so nervous. I know it sounds ridiculous, but this waiting is doing nothing.
Yes, Clayton, we know. By the way, Clayton, it's barely possible we shall not return here. Don't you think that you should take Greystoke's diary and papers with you?
Oh, thanks, Philander. I hadn't thought of that.
By Jove, this tin box has been moved. Porter, Philander.
Yes, what's wrong?
What is it? Greystoke's diary. It's gone.
Well, you must have placed it somewhere else, Clayton. No one would think of
I'm
taking
sure I did not. I know that I left it here, in this box.
Let us look about the hut. It can be of no possible use to anyone but you, Clayton.
What is this? No, this is one of the other books.
No, it's gone.
After all, there are not many places in this bare cabin where it could be hidden.
Very mysterious. Very mysterious, Clayton. Are you positive that you did not take it with you at some time and lose it?
Absolutely not. In fact, just before Jane disappeared, I was looking at it. I placed it in this box. I know I did.
Of course, it's possible that Jane placed it somewhere else.
Yes, Philander, that is true.
But where? It's not in the cupboard nor in the bunk here. It's certainly not on the shelf. No, I know where it is.
You do?
Yes. And you both laugh at me when I tell you. Well, the only man interested is Tarzan of the Apes. He took it. I'm sure the jungle man I fired at was Tarzan of the Apes.
You fired at him? You fired at Tarzan of the Apes?
Yes. He was going across the clearing when we came back from the boat. I'm more certain than ever now that it is with him that we shall find Jane.
But Clayton...
All right, Philander. I have no more idea than you have as to what he could want with the diary. But I'm just as sure that I'm living here. Well, Donna, are we ready to start?
In a very little time, monsieur. I think that we had perhaps better rest and be ready to leave at sunrise, which, my friends, is not so very distant.
Oh, it seems very stuffy tonight. I was thinking. Tell me, Lieutenant, will your men be carrying supplies all night?
But yes, monsieur.
Then I suggest that we leave this door open, since there's no danger with the sailors moving about.
Excellent idea, Clayton. Come, Porter. You too, Clayton. Let us get some rest.
The jungle night, somber, stifling, menacing, closes in. The curling fog rolls in from the sea and hangs in murky banks of blackness along the jungle fringe. Suddenly, quietly, a shadow, black and fantastic, detaches itself from the surrounding gloom. Closer and closer to the hut it creeps. Now it stands up. It's a man. Slowly, he draws an arrow from the quiver at his back, fits it to the bowstring, his gleaming eyes on Clayton, and pulls. Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' fascinating book.
Tell me, Port, close that door, someone.
What was it? I'm not sure. I believe it's an arrow.
Monsieur Clayton is right. It is an arrow. No, mon Dieu, Professor. Do not touch it. The natives in these parts use poisoned arrows.
Whoever it was must be fearless to come so close to the hut with all these sailors moving about me here on the beach.
Not fearless, monsieur. Merely cautious. What is it, Clayton?
Pardon me.
Come, Clayton. Out with it. You're not the man to pass remarks without reason.
I prefer not to say anything.
But, Monsieur Clayton, surely in a matter of such importance to Monsieur le Professeur...
Very well. This arrow is like a dozen others I saw in Tarzan's quiver.
Of course, Clayton, you are entitled to your opinion that this jungle man who has rescued us is Tarzan. But on the other hand, how do you explain the fact that the jungle man neither understands nor talks English? Yet we have here a tangible evidence in the shape of a printed warning signed by himself that Tarzan does understand English, and quite well, too.
I don't pretend to be able to explain it. I feel it. Incidentally, I'm probably wrong in all of my deductions. But if this jungle man is not the one who fired the arrow, then who is?
This is my explanation. Les Cannibals.
Then if the cannibals shot the arrow, and since I myself have seen similar arrows in the ape-man's quiver, it seems reasonable to assume that the ape-man has some contact with the cannibals.
As to that, of course, we cannot answer.
No, exactly.
I shall go and question the men as to whether or not any of them saw anything, but I think not. If they had, I feel sure they would have mentioned it. You bring up a very important point, Clayton. Very important.
Very disconcerting. Very disconcerting.
Because it disconcerted me was the reason I was loath to mention it. But we might as well face the fact.
It's all very puzzling. For the life of me, I cannot see why this man should have been so solicitous about our welfare and then act in the manner you suggest, Clayton.
Except that, of course, Clayton fired at him last night, and he may have returned to avenge himself.
No. Sorry, Philander. But that is not the answer either. You see, the fellow, when I fired at him, disappeared into the trees. If he had wished to kill me, he would have done it then, comfortably, without fear of detection.
Yes, Clayton, you're right. And that makes it all the more reasonable that the arrow was shot by one of the blacks.
But great Scott, Professor. We've been here for weeks and have never seen hide nor hair of the blacks. And now, because of 2 or 3 footprints and a poisoned arrow, we jump to the conclusion that the jungle is infested with cannibals.
Very true, Clayton. And very puzzling. Very, very puzzling.
Of course, Philander. Of course, we mustn't discount that drumming we heard the day before Jane was captured.
Oh, that's quite right. And also we have Darno's word for it that there are cannibals quite close at hand. All that puzzles me is, why have we not seen or heard them before?
Monsieur, the men saw and heard nothing, but we have discovered footprints, and many of them.
Then, if Jane is in the hands of the blacks, she must be nearby.
In a very short time, it will be daylight. We shall follow then the trail, and I pray le bon Dieu will grant us success.
Over the jungle, the tropic dawn flings myriad fingers of iridescent light. Jane Porter, in the rude shelter built for her by Tarzan, wakes and lies listening to the muted voice of the wakening jungle. The billowing fog of the night before has disappeared, and the patch of sky above shows hard and bright. Down by the water hole, jungle beasts make way for the majestic bulk of Panther, the elephant. Jane brushes aside the leafy screen of her resting place and looks out. Tarzan is gone. She rises and moves out onto the platform, looks about her. There, coming through the middle terrace, his arms piled high with fruit, is Tarzan.
Good morning, Whiteskin. You're up early.
Early, the ape man lays the fruit on the mossy carpet and springs into the branches. Tenderly, he lifts Jane and gracefully, easily carries her to the ground.
Jane, hungry. Eat?
Yes, Whiteskin. Jane hungry. Eat.
Together they sit down to a breakfast of wild fruit. The heir to the Greystoke land and titles, and this American girl, Jane Porter, who believes that Cecil Clayton is the heir to Greystoke and that somewhere in this wild jungle, Clayton, her father, and Philander are searching for her. Jane holds a wild plum toward Tarzan.
Plum, Whiteskin? Plum.
Plum? Plum. Plum, 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 plum. Whiteskin, eat plum.
Whiteskin, you learn easily, quickly.
Quickly? Quickly.
Yes, Whiteskin, but you have a little difficulty with that one.
One?
Yes, one.
Jane holds up one finger, then two, and repeats the numbers alternately.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
1, 2. 1, 2. Jane, 1. Whiteskin, 1. Jane, Whiteskin, 2.
That's it. Now you started to count.
Count?
No, that's too hard.
Jane picks up the quiver of arrows that Tarzan has laid aside when he sat down to eat. The ape man quickly takes them from her. Drawing one of the arrows from the quiver, he points to the darkly smudged tip. Kill. Kill quick. Kill.
Poisoned?
Tarzan looks puzzled. He has just learned the word kill, used it as he believes in the proper sense, and now he looks inquiringly at Jane.
Yes, Whiteskin. Kill.
Jane makes a gesture of repugnance as she thrusts the arrow from her, but Tarzan springs to his feet, turns and helps Jane to hers. He takes the bow and, fitting an arrow to the string, motions to the girl to stand in front of him. Jane grips the bow. Tarzan places his hand about hers. 1, 2.
I understand.
1, 2. And Tarzan repeats the 1, 2 as he places Jane's first finger above the arrow, the second below it, and pulls the bowstring taut. While Jane is receiving her first lesson in archery, Clayton, Professor Porter, Philander, and the sailors under Lieutenant Darno start on their safari.
Well, in some ways, I'm sorry to see the end of this hut, and in others...
I'm glad. Inactivity drives me wild. We can't find Jane hanging around this hut.
Yes, Clayton. Doing anything, no matter how useless it appears, is better than thinking all the time. Bien. Are we ready, monsieur? The ship will leave in just a little time to go back down the coast.
Right, Lieutenant. Quite ready.
Alors, mes enfants, chacun à sa poste. En avant!
I will close the door. I think it's better.
Yes, Philander. Although there is something final about closing a door, still I think perhaps we had better leave it as we found it.
Come on. You don't want to get separated?
Come
All right,
in,
Clayton.
Clayton.
We'll be right with you. Wait a minute. We'll be right with you.
While Jane Porter has been practicing with bow and arrow, she's been actively turning over in her mind phrases and words with which she can convey to White Skin, as she calls Tarzan, not knowing that he is Tarzan, phrases that will let him understand her wish that she must return to the hut.
White Skin.
Jane. Tarzan lowers the bow. Jane steps close to him. She pretends to struggle with him, raising and lowering her arm as though her hand held a knife. She enacts the scene of Tarzan's killing of Turcos.
White Skin, kill Ape. Jane, White Skin, go. Go quickly.
White Skin, kill. Turquoise. Jane. White Skin, go. Go quickly.
Yes, but, oh, if I could only make you understand.
For the moment, Jane stands undecided. If only she had some way to get White Skin's mind directed toward the hut. Quickly, she thinks again of the various words White Skin has learned. The fire. It couldn't have been the hut. White Skin would have been upset. What could it have been? The beacon. The beacon Clayton built. That's it. Then there must be a ship.
White Skin. Jane, go. Fire.
Fire. Fire. Tarzan indicates the fire was blown out.
Yes. Fire out. Jane, White Skin, go. Fire.
Tarzan grasps the meaning. He bends down, picks Jane gently from her feet, and leaps into the low-hanging branches. Swiftly, unerringly, from branch to branch, vine to vine, the ape man carries the girl upward and onward.
What is that? A ship.
Ship?
Yes, a ship. Oh, we may be rescued after all. Oh, hurry, White Skin. Hurry.
Hurry.
Yes, go. Go quickly.
And Tarzan, understanding Jane's excitement, speeds with her in his arms toward the hut and the ship.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' wonderful book.
I am sure, monsieur, the blacks must have camped here for the night. Voila! Signs of a fire. And there, a broken gourd.
Then if it was one of this party who shot the arrow, he probably left the camp and indulged in a little archery practice, Clayton. That's as good a reason for land as any, I can think.
Monsieur, you must not seek for reason in what these blacks do. They have a mentality far below that of a 6-year-old child, and their reasoning, tonnerre, it is nothing.
Then, Monsieur Darno, you infer that if one of them decided to shoot an arrow into the hut, he would do it?
Oui, monsieur. That is precisely my meaning. And I believe there are from 40 to 50 of them in the party.
In which case we should be able to handle them nicely.
Mais non, monsieur. Even if we outnumbered them 10 to 1, here in the jungle they are at home. Very much at home.
But surely our rifles against their bows and arrows, even if the arrows are poisoned.
Ah, Monsieur Clayton, of what use is a rifle if one cannot see that which one wishes to shoot? These blacks move as silently as the night itself. They will hide in the trees and pick us off one by one if we permit them to do so.
Then it would seem that the most sensible thing for us is not to get separated.
It is our only chance, except that I am using éclaireurs, what you call scouts, who will warn us of approach. And now, monsieur, a request.
Yes, what is it?
Certainly, my dear, no matter what the circumstance, no matter what you believe to be the provocation, as long as I am with you, do not shoot without my orders.
But great Scott, man. We can't stand idly by and watch if we're attacked.
We shall not stand idly by, mon ami. But I am the only member of the party who speaks the dialect. I would much prefer to talk my way out of any situation. But if that should fail, alors, we fight. You have my word, Lieutenant.
And mine, Darno.
Et vous, Monsieur Clayton?
I suppose so, Darno.
although I feel that I can use discretion.
Je vous remercie. I knew I could depend upon Monsieur Platon. Then, it is agreed. We will be as quiet as possible. But there are places we will be forced to cut our way through. Jungle so dense that it seems like an impossible barrier.
By the way, Darno, in case of a poisoned arrow, what is the poison, and what's the antidote, if any?
A very wise question, Monsieur le Professeur. The poison, I do not know. It is made from herbs. It is a fluid which, if it comes in contact with one oh so little a wound, is death.
Regular witch's brew.
I do not know what that is, a witch's brew. But to save oneself, a tight bandage above and below the wound, and a sharp knife to cut away the poisoned flesh.
And if it becomes necessary to suck the poison from the wound?
Then, wash out the mouth with this solution, which I always carry in my medical kit, or some of this very strong French brandy as a mouthwash.
We shall remember it.
I wouldn't mind a little of that French brandy.
Overstimulation, my dear Philander, I have always told you, is highly injurious.
For myself, I'll risk the injury.
To Jane Porter, carried along at unbelievable speed in Tarzan's arms, the distant blast of the steamer's siren brings conflicting emotions. It signalizes the rescue of her father, Philander Clayton, and herself. But does she wish to be rescued? She looks up into the ape-man's face. The fine features, unmarred by dissipation, were her guarantee that he would never harm her. And she's strangely content. On and on they speed through what appears to be a solid mass of verdure, yet scarcely a leaf touches her. As if by magic, the way seems to open before this forest god.
We must be close, Whiteskin.
Without slackening his speed, Tarzan looks down into Jane's face. Close? Close?
Yes, Whiteskin. Close.
Sunlight suddenly pours through the breaks in the trees. They're at the clearing. Tarzan holds Jane with one strong bronzed arm as he drops quickly from limb to the ground. Jane opens her eyes to find herself on the moss-carpeted jungle floor. She points through the more openly spaced trees.
The hut. There's the hut.
Hut?
Yes. Yes, Whiteskin, the hut. Jane, go hut. Whiteskin, go hut.
Tarzan slowly shakes his head. An indescribable longing overcomes the ape-man. This she, Jane, wishes to leave him, to return to her own kind.
Come, Whiteskin. Quick, go, hut.
Again Tarzan shakes his head. The law of the jungle is that he should hold her by force. But had he, Tarzan, not killed Turquoise, the bull ape, because he had taken this white she, Jane, by force? Tarzan himself does not know that it is the centuries of breeding, warring against a lifetime spent in the wild, and winning, that compels him to act as he does. Jane goes toward the hut. She looks back over her shoulder to Tarzan.
Come, Whiteskin. Go to hut. Jane, go to hut.
Tarzan stands still, watching. Jane looks out to sea. The steamer is fast disappearing into the blue of the horizon.
The steamer! The steamer is going away! Oh, am I too late?
Quickly, she runs across the clearing to the hut.
Daddy! 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 Empty. Everything's gone. The Greystoke diary, gone too. And all the papers. Oh, that means that Cecil must have taken them with him. It means that I am all alone. Oh, Daddy, Daddy, why couldn't you have waited? Or left a note? Oh, well, I suppose it's natural. They thought I was dead. And the steamer came. Daddy always said steamers won't wait. So they went. And now, Jane, back to the jungle. And Whiteskin.
As Jane Porter drops the locking bar into place, she turns tear-dimmed eyes toward the departing steamer. To her, not knowing that her father, Philander, Clayton, and Darno are in the jungle, the disappearing steamer means the cutting of the last tie between herself and civilization. She glances behind her at the hut. She would much rather live there than in the treetops, but her whole safety, her very life, now depends on White Skin.
Oh, White Skin, you'll have to look after me. You're all I've got left.
Jane runs across the clearing and throws herself into the ape man's arms. Tarzan holds the weeping girl to him. Gently he smooths the tumbled curls. Tarzan cannot talk, cannot say what is in his heart, but he understands. Jane has been hurt. Not a hurt that can be bathed in cooling water, but a hurt that only words can help. And Tarzan does not have the words.
Jane, go quick. White Skin, go quick.
Tarzan sweeps his hand toward the treetops. Jane looks up at him and tries to smile through the tears. The events of the past weeks tumble through her mind. Surely not events to cry about, she thinks. If White Skin had not saved her father from the lion, if he'd not saved her from Turcos, oh, surely she can depend upon White Skin to be her protector.
Jane, go quick. White Skin, go quick.
Yes, White Skin. Jane, White Skin, go quick.
And with the unruffled mien that characterizes this lost heir to the house of Greystoke, Tarzan lifts Jane from her feet, grasps a trailing vine, and easily, gracefully swings Jane with him into the trees. Meanwhile, far off in the ever-increasing denseness of the jungle, Darno's safari cut and hacked their way.
Oh, utterly impossible to find one's way without a compass.
You're right, Clayton. Almost unbelievable. The thickness of this tall grass.
And Philander, equally unbelievably... Ha! It will soon be dark, and to move in the dark is to invite disaster. And so, monsieur, it is here that for tonight we shall camp.
Is it as late as that? Really, I hadn't thought so.
Monsieur Clayton has labored valiantly. That is why the time has passed so quickly. Come, mes enfants, on bivouac. It is here that we will spend the night.
I hate to admit it, but I am tired.
Take a good night's rest, Clayton.
And some strong coffee, Clayton, will work wonders.
I'm not so sure about a fire here. Oh, Adano, what about a fire?
Safe, I think, now. I have not heard anything of the black. What? Oh. Uncanny.
Mon Dieu, the blacks.
I just said that we had not heard them, and then this.
But what can we do?
Do nothing but stand still.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' entrancing book.
Weirdest thing I've ever heard. What do you suppose it can be? It is impossible to say, Monsieur Clayton. Different tribes have different methods of producing such sounds.
To me, at least, it doesn't sound human.
No, Philander. It is distinctly mechanical. Sort of compelling, too, don't you think? But yes, Monsieur le Professeur, that is its purpose. To entice you away from your friends, to follow it, and then, voila, believe.
Darno, you're acquainted with their methods. What do you make of the noise?
Two things, Monsieur Clayton. First, that they know where we are. Second, that knowing where we are and not attacking us leads me to believe that we outnumber them, or else they would not use this sound. They would attack at once. Very logical explanation, but Darno, what do we do? That thing at present. We cannot go to sleep. That would be foolish. We cannot light a fire to make a mark of ourselves, but we must watch for the wild beast.
But we can't stay here forever. We must do something.
Darno, when these blacks find that we are not to be lured by their witch doctor sounds and that we are watchful, they will go. And when they move, we shall follow. No matter how much the weird sounds might appeal to my penchant for investigation, I should never voluntarily follow such sounds. No, not you, Monsieur le Professeur. But the uncultured blacks also have the penchant for investigation. But they lack the intelligence that says, stay where you are.
Listen to that.
Distinctly uncomfortable feeling, this, of unseen enemies. I may be wrong, monsieur, but that to me signalizes their departure.
And then what?
We shall settle down for the night, and in the morning we follow.
But we have followed. We've caught up with them, in fact, and nothing came of it. What in the name
Monsieur
of...
Clayton, you do not understand these primitive people as do I. If we were to attack them, they would in turn fight until the last man dropped, and then we should have no other way to discover Mademoiselle Porter's whereabouts except to look, and look, and look for a cannibal village. Par cette méthode, in this way, mon ami, we leave them unmolested, and they lead us where we want to go.
Well, I hope you're right. I'm sure after the time that has been...
Here is he! Speak! Qu'est-ce que tu as, Pierre? What is the matter, Pierre?
Your men seem to be carrying something.
A man. A black man.
He seems to be in the last stages of exhaustion.
Buona.
Jambo, Tundi?
Tuba. Bado Kidogo. Buona. Tuba Baya Sana. Akabaka. Beat Mange. Tuba. Ishai. Goma.
Can you understand him, Donald? But yes. He says they, meeting his tribe, were badly treated by their white boss on the plantation and were on their way to their native kraal. Ask him if he knows anything about Jane. I'm afraid, Monsieur le Professeur, there is no use asking him anything more.
No, Professor. He is dead.
Fellow must have been tortured unmercifully. Look here.
There, monsieur, is the answer to why I have to patrol this coastline. That is a sample of the white man's authority. You don't mean to tell me that a white man did this? His skin is white, and he wields powerful political influence. Every so often some of these blacks rebel, just as this man's tribe evidently did. He said that they were on their way back to their kraal, their village, thought that we might interfere with them, and, well, monsieur, you know as much about the rest as I do.
Well, if we have to spend the night here, I propose that we at least make ourselves as comfortable as possible.
But yes, par ici, mes enfants, make the fire, and we come.
The jungle night closes in, oppressive and sullen. The stifled wind, heavy with sweetness of jungle flowers, hovers in the denseness of the thicket, stirs lazily the leafy fullness of the tropic trees. On the little platform in the branches, bathed in brilliant moonlight, Jane Porter and Tarzan watch the stars one by one as they cut the velvet darkness of the sky. Both are silent, Jane thinking of her father and trying the next instant to thrust the thought into the background. Tarzan, understanding, feels that when the silence is broken, she must break it.
I suppose I must get used to it. I can hardly realize it yet, that here in this jungle I must spend the rest of my life.
Life? Life?
Oh, it's too much for you, White Skin. Life for you is simple, primitive. For me it is, or rather was, quite a complicated affair.
Affair?
That's also too hard, White Skin. Your lessons must be along simpler lines. Look, White Skin.
Jane takes Tarzan's grass rope, then the quiver with its arrows, the bow, and holding them one by one, she gives them their names as she points to them.
Rope, White Skin. Rope.
Rope? Rope? Rope.
That's it. And now, this is arrow.
Arrow? Arrow? Arrow.
Yes. And you shoot the arrow with the bow. Bow.
Bow? Bow. Bow, arrow, shoot, kill.
Concise and expressive. Now, look.
Look? Look?
Look. Look is to look.
And Jane, suiting the action to the word, shades her eyes with her hand and peers from side to side.
Look. Look. See.
Look. See. Look. See.
That's right, White Skin. Look. See.
Look. Look. Tarzan takes Jane by the arm, points down the jungle trail. Jane's eyes search the gloomy depths of the forest. Tarzan points to a clump of wild bulrushes bordering the lowland where it falls away to the water hole.
A lion?
Numa.
Numa? Lion?
Numa, lion.
Jane watches the king of beasts pad his silent way down the trail. Again Tarzan grips her arm but points to the opposite end of the clearing.
Sheeta, Sheeta. Horta, Numa, Sheeta. Kill, eat, Horta.
It's a leopard and a boar.
As Jane says the word, Horta the boar scents Sheeta and darts in the opposite direction. Numa, feeling that he'll lose his meal, bounds forward. Numa and Sheeta, both intent on Horta the boar, have not seen one another. Jane wants to cover her eyes with her hand, but fascinated she watches. Sheeta gathers his slim, muscular haunches under him. The brute's lips curl back, the long, spotted tail straightens. Sheeta springs. Numa stiffens his forelegs, braces his 20 bouts. With a roar, the lion springs. The beasts meet in midair. Escapes into the underbrush. Sheeta's tearing working claws dig into Numa's shoulders. Numa thrusts out his forepaws. All his tremendous strength is bent on keeping the leopard from getting its long claws under the flesh between the ribs. Spotted cat's jaws snap again and again at Numa's throat. They fall sideways, roll over, Numa. Now the leopard's on top. The baleful eyes gleam as the hot voice muzzle whips its way into the lion's tawny mane. Numa lashes out with his hind legs, springs to his feet. One swift, mighty blow of his claw sends the leopard staggering. Before Sheeta can recover, Numa launches himself on the cat's back. The huge mouth opens, snaps shut on Sheeta's spine. The leopard drops where he stands, dead.
Horrible.
Numa kill Sheeta. Lion kill Sheeta.
Yes, I suppose it was fair, since the leopard attacked first.
As Jane Porter watches, Numa, king of the beasts, with one disdainful look at his vanquished enemy, silently, majestically resumes his way to where he will find some other prey, the water hole. Far off in the black depths of the jungle, Professor Porter, Philander, Clayton, Darno, and the party of sailors under his command await the daybreak.
Are you asleep, monsieur?
I, for one, am not.
No, Lieutenant. Neither am I. One of my outposts just reported lights moving in the brush. Torches, he said.
Then perhaps we'd better not go to sleep.
If you can sleep, monsieur, do so. I have doubled the watch. But sleep with your rifles at your sides, and on any signal of alarm, do not move any more than to rise to your knees.
That's very well, Lieutenant. You may depend upon me. Where is Philander? I don't hear his voice. He lay down beside me. He may be asleep. Philander? Philander?
No matter what circumstances, Philander always could get to sleep. The number of times
He's not here.
What, monsieur? You are sure?
See? Here is where he lay down.
Aux armes! À moi! Vite! Philander! Philander! Vite!
Order! Traitors!
Quiet! Everyone, listen.
Help! Water!
His water coming this way! Come on!
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' unique book.
Philander! Philander, where are you?
Keep close behind me, monsieur. Bien, suivez-moi.
What could Philander be thinking of to wander off this way?
Monsieur Philander did not wander off. That is, I do not think so.
You think the blacks came into camp and took him?
I am sure of it.
But he was lying within 5 feet of me. They couldn't have taken him without my hearing them.
Monsieur, in certain parts of this continent, we of the French Navy have the rifles chained to the wrists of our sentries. If not, these natives, they steal upon the sentry and poof, before he can scream, the rifle is gone.
Quiet a moment, Lieutenant. Listen. Oh, we must be nearer the village than we thought.
No, it is not the village that sound. The smaller party has found the larger party. Perhaps a war party or a tribe of hunters.
Then what do you propose, Darno?
We shall attack. This stealing of one of my safari, it is an affront against recognized authority.
Your sentries, Darno. They've seen something.
Yes, see those flickering of lights. Listen, mes enfants. As much as the jungle will permit, we will distribute ourselves in extended order. Upon my signal, we will open fire and aim between the ground and the flame of the torch. Déployez-vous! En tirailleurs, sans accélérer, marche!
Stick pretty close to me, Professor.
Very well, Clayton.
I feel as if we were getting somewhere at last.
Yes, quite so, Clayton. Any sort of action is a tonic to our frayed nerves.
I don't know about the tonic, but action suits my temperament better than so-called watchful waiting.
Look, Clayton, look! We must be getting close. The flames from the torch is quite distinguishable.
Yes. All we're waiting for now is Darno's men to take their positions.
I can't tell, Clayton, whether or not we are making any headway.
There are fewer torches anyway. Here's one left.
I got him! I don't know for sure, but it is my belief, Clayton, that they are running away.
I think you're right.
Monsieur, we have put them to rout. Now it is to search.
We made quite a cleaning of them, eh, Darno?
But yes, there must have been about 100.
But still no trace of Philander.
No fear, we will find him. I believe from the drums that the two parties have not met.
Then we routed the other party?
But yes, to have allowed them to meet would be fatal. We should never have been able to handle them otherwise.
Then do you suggest that we press on now that we have somewhat of an advantage?
That, monsieur, is my plan. These blacks do not kill at once.
So, the torture is, well, part of their system.
That is so. And torture is only indulged in at the Boma, where all can enjoy the ceremony.
Voici, le chemin de creux.
Bon Charpentier! Come, monsieur! Lieutenant Charpentier has found a trail in the jungle.
By Jove, wide enough for an elephant trail, eh?
Yes, extensively used, too, one would believe.
But this has not been used by the party we attacked. See, there are no torches, no bodies. But, monsieur, we shall follow this trail nevertheless.
Against the shadowy outline of the jungle wall, the moon rises red, round, and full. The giant trees, like the ghosts of sentinels, shiver as the chill wind drifts in off the sea. The jungle is uneasy. Numa, the lion, stands before his lair, tail twitching, muzzle quivering as he tries to catch an elusive scent. Save for Tantor, the elephant, the waterhole is deserted, and even Tantor, who fears neither beast nor man, peers with his little eyes at the rim of deepening shadows that is the jungle's edge. Off on the little platform in the trees, Jane Porter and Tarzan watch the moon rise behind the sweeping purple edge of the distant mountain peaks.
Beautiful. Even if the jungle is more dangerous by night, it is infinitely more beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Yes, Whiteskin, beautiful.
And Jane waves an expressive hand as though to include the whole gorgeous confusion of tropic vegetation and brightly hued blossoms. From a nearby branch, Manu the monkey watches, fascinated, what he considers the strange antics of a pair of hairless apes. Tarzan, Manu recognizes as a friend, but what of the other? Manu swings himself closer, hangs for a moment, tail curled about the branch, one paw holding the stem of a vine. With the other paw, he reaches out and touches Jane's hair.
Oh, a monkey!
Monkey? Monkey.
Why, yes, Whiteskin. Why, yes, a monkey.
Manu. Monkey. Manu.
Manu? Oh, that's his name. Oh, hello, Manu. Come here, Manu. Oh, you're so cute.
Manu grins and shows his teeth when he hears this hairless she-ape call him by name. He drops from his branch, settles on Jane's shoulder, and chatters excitedly in her ear. Suddenly Manu stops. The lips, still curled, show the little sharp teeth, but now they're bared in mingled fear and anger. Jane's eyes open wide at the sudden change. Tarzan leaps to his feet, listening. This, then, is why the jungle is uneasy. The hated and feared enemy of the jungle is abroad, the Gomangani.
Manu, teeth chattering, the fine hair standing on end, leaps into the trees and is gone. Tarzan looks down at Jane, points to the depths of the forest, and cups his hand behind his ear.
Drums.
Drum.
Yes, Whiteskin, drums. Look, like this.
Jane beats upon the platform with her hands. Tarzan nods his understanding.
Whiteskin, go quick. Drums.
And leave me here all alone, Whiteskin?
Jane, Brighton, Whiteskin, come. Come back, quick.
Tarzan signs to Jane to go into the leafy shelter he has made for her. The ape man knows he hasn't the words necessary to explain to her that the drumming means the Gomangani have captured a prisoner, and the prisoner may be one of our own people. Nor does Tarzan know that Jane believes her father, Philander, and Clayton have already left the jungle. Tarzan knows, but he cannot say that he must follow the sound of the drums. With one backward glance, he springs into the trees. A swift, sure grip on a trailing vine, a lunge with his feet, and he swings like a pendulum through a gap in the foliage. With breathtaking speed, he leaps from branch to branch, swings from vine to vine. Tarzan knows that the sounds come from beside the water's edge. The blacks always follow the broad trail of Panther the elephant. And somewhere on that trail he will find his quarry. Every living thing in the jungle is awake. Every jungle beast knows and hates the Gomangani with their poisoned arrows, their throbbing drums, their cleverly concealed snares. Tarzan stops. To his keen ears comes the sound, the soft tread of naked feet on the jungle floor. He moves aside. He moves the screening leaves. There, filing their way north and carrying Philander, bound and gagged, there are the blacks. Tarzan speeds onward. Now he's well beyond the approaching party. He drops to the broad branch of a leafy tree, crouches, waiting. Meanwhile, in the elephant trail discovered by Lieutenant Charpentier, the party cautiously advances in the direction of the blacks' village.
Strange, Darno. The jungle seems to be deserted. Not only of blacks, but of animals as well.
Do not be misled, monsieur, by appearances. Every brush, every tree may conceal one or more of our enemies. We could pass within inches of them, and we would never know.
Now that you mention it, Darno, I have had for some time the uncomfortable feeling that we are being watched. That peculiar sense of eyes peering into my back.
Those drums. One moment they're in front, the next behind. They seem to move, to be all around us.
Yes, I myself have been deceived in a similar way, Clayton. Most terrifying, most mysterious.
These blacks, they are a strange people. They are like children, n'est-ce pas? But they do things we civilized peoples do not comprehend. But here, monsieur, your experience is no different from that of any who but arrived for the first time in these genres.
But how do they do it, Darno?
Monsieur, if we do that, why, these men, these old-timers who have lived here for years, they do not know.
Look, Darno, Porter, what's that? Something in the brush.
Where, monsieur? I see it. Look, there, on the edge of the trail.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' famous book.
What is it? It looks remarkably like a dead leopard lying on a dead man.
Yes, Professor. And do you see what the man is clutching?
Oui, Monsieur Clayton. It is the solar helmet of Monsieur Philander.
It is for Philander's sun helmet.
Hold it, Monsieur le Professeur. Do not approach. It is possibly a trap. Monsieur Clayton, if you will walk backward, comme ça, et Monsieur le Professeur will walk in this way. Mais en garde, Monsieur. My men will first encircle this spot to see that there are no poisoned arrows or spears pointing to the place where Monsieur's helmet is. And I will go first. Aha, monsieur! It is for the first time that we have the Lady Luck with us.
What is it? Yes, quickly, Darno. Is it Philander?
But no, it is the witch doctor. One of our shots must have killed him.
But what's he doing with Philander's sun helmet?
And Philander's binoculars.
The witch doctor, he was probably going to make medicine against us by using these things of Monsieur Philander.
Well, I can't see much to get enthusiastic over, except we killed a witch doctor.
But, monsieur, it is very important. This is proof positive that at the time the witch doctor was killed, Monsieur Philander was still alive.
But how, Darno? I cannot see any definite connection.
Neither can I.
If Monsieur Philander were dead, this witch doctor would not carry these things. It is for the purpose of tribal ceremony that the witch doctor wants the helmet and the glasses.
Well, probably you're right, though I fail to understand.
I think, in fact, I'm sure I understand. Somewhere I've read that these primitive people make images of the person or persons they wish to destroy, and then proceed by concerted effort to pray them to death.
That is correct, Monsieur le Professeur. And in addition, to make their medicine more potent, they gather whatever they can of the victim's belongings, surround the image with them, and the victim's death, I give you my word, is assured.
All very ridiculous, I'm sure, and not helping us to rescue Philander.
Monsieur Creton is young to Africa. When Monsieur has lived here as long as I have, 10 years, he will not sneer at the black magic.
But great Scott, Dardo, you're not trying to tell me that we, grown, civilized men, are going to determine our actions and reactions, such as in this Philander capture, by what you choose to call black magic? It's ridiculous. Preposterous.
Ridiculous? Preposterous? Hardly, monsieur. But, tiens, we waste time. Allons.
Don't you think we ought to take this witch doctor's costume? Scanty, I admit, but it might be useful.
It is but one more thing to carry. It is nothing. Take it. Come, mes enfants. Forward. En avant.
In another part of the jungle, Tarzan, crouching on the low-hanging branch of a tree, watches the file of blacks with their prisoner approaching. Now the first black is just a few feet away. Tarzan braces himself. Now he's throwing the rope. It's a perfect throw. The leading black is caught in the loop. Instantly, Tarzan jerks the rope and begins pulling the terrified, struggling savage into the tree. The other savages stand petrified, talking excitedly. Now Tarzan has the horror-stricken savage in his grasp. He struggles futilely. A fearful wail and the savage becomes limp. Tarzan raises him high and with a mighty thrust heaves his victim upon the heads of the excited savages below him. The blacks, excited before, are now thunderstruck. Who and what is this unseen power? They mumble, wail, and utter weird chants to their gods to protect them. The bravest savages begin circling the tree, peering upward. Tarzan, hidden from view, draws an arrow from his quiver. Slowly, deliberately, he aims at one of the boldest blacks. The bowstring twangs, and the huge savage, shrieking, falls. Again and again, Tarzan's arrows with deadly accuracy find their marks. Bedlam breaks loose, and the remaining savages, wailing with fright, flee in consternation, leaving Philander behind them. Tarzan quickly descends. Now he's above Philander. He bends down.
Look over here.
What was that? Tarzan listens. A half-smile crosses his face as he recognizes the voices of the Tarmangani. With a few swift strokes, he cuts Philander's bonds, and leaping for the lower branches of a tree, is gone.
That noise! Quickly, monsieur! Almost sounds as if we caught up with them.
By Jove! Look there! Philander! Kill it, Philander!
Here, old man. Let me get that gag out of your mouth.
Oh, what a relief.
Down low. The flash.
Here it is, monsieur.
Now, don't try to talk, Philander. Swallow this. That's right now. Now,
that drink.
What
a relief.
What has happened?
Where did he go? Did you see him?
What are you talking about? Who go where? The blacks, you mean?
No, the jungle man. The man who rescued us from the lion.
You saw him?
As well as I could, lying there on my back. I saw enough to convince me.
Monsieur is nervous, distraught. Perhaps if monsieur tried to tell from the beginning.
Yes, Kenny, calm yourself now. Tell your story from the time that you wandered off.
Archimedes, Q. Porter, there's a limit. Wandered off. Indeed, I was dragged off.
Oh, then do tell us about it.
I was asleep, just a few feet from Clayton there. Something, I don't know what it was, awakened me. I felt a sort of choking feeling. I put my hand to my throat, felt a string. Just as I moved, it tightened. I tried to call, found myself getting giddy for lack of breath, and then everything went black.
And then, Skinny, what? Go on.
When I came to regain, that is, partially regain my faculties, I was being carried along by some blacks. How long I'd been unconscious, I had no idea. Suddenly there was a halt. The blacks dropped me. And from the ground where I lay helpless, I saw a black actually rise from the trail and disappear in the foliage above. The blacks excitedly huddled together beneath the tree, and immediately the one that disappeared in the tree was hurled with terrific force on top of them. They became wildly excited. Then I saw many of them who were nearest the tree drop with arrows in their chests. And then with the most awful sound, the remaining blacks fled, leaving me. Before I could really collect my senses, it happened so suddenly, so quickly, this amazing jungle person
released my bonds and vanished.
My tenor de breast, that is astounding. I should like to meet this person.
I have not the slightest doubt that you will do so, Darno. Philander, here is your sun helmet and your...
Glasses?
Yes.
Why, yes. Where did you find them?
On the trail, while we were following you. And now, Mr. Darno, much as I would like to push on to the village, I think that poor Philander requires a little rest.
Not me, Archimedes. I am ready now.
That is the spirit that will win. But consider, we will require to conserve our strength. So let us camp here till daybreak. Par ici, mes enfants!
Let's make a comfortable rest of this, Philander.
Faites préparer un lit pour Monsieur Philander.
While Philander has been describing his experiences, Tarzan has returned to the platform in the trees where Jane tremblingly awaits him.
Oh, White Skin, I thought you were never coming back.
Back? White Skin, come back quick.
Perhaps you thought it was quick, but to me it seemed years. Oh, I was so frightened, alone.
Alone? Alone?
Yes, alone. Well, I suppose I'll have to explain that word.
While Jane tries to think of a way to explain alone, Tarzan tries equally hard to think how to explain that the Tarmangani are safe. Jane breaks off a few twigs, lays them on the platform, and passes her hand over them.
White Skin, many.
Many?
Yes,
Picking all the twigs up but one, Jane points to it.
alone.
Tarzan nods his head, then points to Jane.
White Skin, go. Jane, alone. White Skin, come back. Jane, many?
Well, it's not what Daddy or Mr. Philander would consider expert syntax, but then I understand.
Understand?
Yes.
Yes? Yes.
Yes.
Jane nods her head
Yes.
several times as she repeats the word.
Yes.
Tarzan follows
Yes.
suit. Then Jane shakes her head from side to side.
No.
No.
Yes, you've got it, White Skin.
White Skin, go. Jane, frightened. Yes? White Skin, come back quick. Jane, frightened? No.
Well, for a limited vocabulary, you express yourself wonderfully. But enough school for today. We ought to be asleep.
Asleep? Asleep?
Yes, sleep. Look.
Jane closes her eyes, places her cheek on the palm of her hand, and pretends to sleep.
Jane, sleep.
Yes.
White Skin, sleep. Yes.
Jane Porter seeks her resting place in the little leafy alcove Tarzan has built for her, while the ape man stretches himself on the platform. With the departure of the blacks, the jungle slowly returns to normal. Numa the lion leaves his lair to stalk his prey in the tall grasses. Panther the elephant returns to the water holes. Baby monkeys release their clutching grasp on their mother's shaggy coats, and excited chattering dies down to sleepy whimpers. Far in the distance, Dango the hyena howls to the moon and waits for the half-devoured kill of some worthier jungle beast, while Tarzan, lord of the jungle, sleeps before Jane's resting place. A loyal bodyguard, a foe to be feared, a sentinel against all intrusion.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' enchanting books. Filtering through the tangled mass of leaf and vine, the darting rays of the rising sun stab the jungle gloom in little jets of burnished gold. From above sounds the screech of brilliantly plumed parrots, the ceaseless chatter of apes and monkeys. Below, from the dark green recesses of the jungle's tortuous paths, comes the soft padding of cat-like feet on the spongy moss. A shadowy movement in the tall bamboo, a glinting of black and gold as Sheeta the leopard seeks a cool retreat after his nightly kill. A flash of green, more vivid than the sheltering leaves, a soft slithering sound like lapping waves on a shingle beach, and Hista the snake slides into the rank grasses. On the little platform in the trees, Jane Porter and Tarzan watch the ever-changing jungle awaken. Jane, hungry? Eat?
Yes, White Skin. Oh, and you've already gathered the fruit.
Fruit? Plum?
Yes, Whiteskin. Plum, fruit, banana fruit.
One by one, Jane holds out the fruits as she names them, and Tarzan picks them up as she lays them down. Banana. Banana?
No, plum. This banana.
Banana. Plum.
Yes.
Whiteskin, go. Come back, many fruit.
Whiteskin, go. Come back, give Jane many fruit.
Give?
Give. Jane, give Whiteskin plum.
And Jane, as she says give, hands to Tarzan a wild plum. Tarzan's eyes brighten as for the first time he recognizes a new word not at the end of a sentence. Whiteskin, give Jane plum. Whiteskin, give Jane fruit.
Yes. Now you're really talking.
Talking?
That's right.
Jane emphasizes the movements of her lips as she says the words. Talking. Eat. Talking.
Oh, no. No, Whiteskin, eat.
No, Whiteskin, eat. Jane moves her lips without sound, and Tarzan watches intently to catch this difference he cannot quite understand.
Now this is talking. Jane, hungry, eat fruit. Whiteskin, hungry, go quickly, come back, eat fruit.
Yes. Whiteskin, talk. And Tarzan nods his head several times to convince Jane that he at last understands the difference between eat and talk. Tarzan turns as the young ape Gazan swings onto the platform. Tika, Belu, Gazan. Tarzan tries to explain that the young ape is Gazan, Tika's baby. He turns again to the ape. Akala, Bulat, Batando, Jan. Whiteskin, go. Drums. Come back, quick.
All right, Whiteskin, but come back quick.
Yes. Jane cannot understand what Tarzan is going to do, but where before she would have been terrified at being left alone, now she accepts it with Tarzan's assurance that he will come back quickly. As for Tarzan, he does not have sufficient command of his new speech to tell Jane that Takla, the bull ape, is mistreating one of the tribe, and that he, Tarzan, as leader of the great apes, must do as Gazan asks, go to the dum-dum and settle the difference. As the ape-man swings off into the jungle terrace, Gazan seats himself on the platform and proceeds to satisfy his curiosity about this white, hairless she with whom Tarzan spends so much of his time. Off in another part of the forest, Professor Porter, Philander, Clayton, and Darno press on toward the cannibal kraal.
This almost impenetrable wall of trees and vines and everything seems endless. We don't seem to be making any headway.
We are making some headway. And in any case, Philander, don't forget that while we are more or less bringing up the rear, Clayton, Darno, and the sailors ahead are really making it quite easy for us.
I suppose so. By the way, Professor, I've been thinking.
Yes?
I didn't want to mention this as long as Clayton was within hearing, but it strikes me as being more than a mere coincidence that our jungle friend rescued me from the black.
Then come to the point, Philander, come to the point. What are you trying to say? And why should you be averse to letting Clayton hear?
Because Clayton seems to have taken the most unreasonable dislike to this pagan person. What I was to say was, perhaps Clayton is, after all, correct. And Jane has already been rescued by him, and yet,
what, Philander?
It seems almost unbelievable that there can be two people living in this jungle. I mean, Tarzan of the Apes leaves a notice on the door of the hut, warning us that he's watching. Then this pagan, who neither speaks or understands English, is always at hand just as if he were watching. And unless he is Tarzan of the Apes, then why have we not seen Tarzan?
For days, yes, and nights, the same thing has been puzzling me, Philander. I am almost convinced that this knight of the jungle is Tarzan.
But, Professor, how do you account
there you go again, Philander. 1 minute you try to convince me of something, and then, when I am about to offer corroborative evidence, you begin arguing against your own postulation.
But listen, Professor, can you explain how this man can read and write and still not understand or talk English?
Yes.
What?
You asked me a question, and I gave you a most emphatic answer.
Yes. Then explain yourself, Professor. Explain.
Well, a compatriot of Darnow's, a Champollion by name, translated the Rosetta Stone.
Of course. I know that.
And George Smith transcribed and translated innumerable tablets of cuneiform.
Yes, I agree. But what then?
But can you or anyone else talk ancient Egyptian or Chaldean or Assyrian?
Of course not, but let me
but you and I, as archaeologists, can read and write both. We cannot, however, speak the language. Why cannot, therefore, Tarzan of the Apes have the ability to read and write English without being able to utter a word of it?
Professor, you almost convinced me. Still, I don't see how you could have learned to read and write.
That, my dear Sir Philander, is a different problem, but one which is in no way detracts from the soundness of my previous theory.
Commander! Porter! The advance guard just reported that they've sighted the village.
Yes, around you.
How far off? It's rather early yet still, definitely.
Then you don't know how many natives there may be.
Monsieur! The end of our search is in sight.
So Clayton just said.
Now, monsieur, we do not want to act as if in any haste or with any fear of being outnumbered.
But we want to be on our guard.
Mais oui, ça va sans dire. That goes without saying. But we must not have the appearance of an attacking party.
I'm afraid I don't understand. Here we come all this way to effect Jane's rescue, if possible, and now, when we do get within hailing distance of the place, we're not to do anything.
Now, Clayton, you're altogether too impetuous. I'm sure that Lieutenant Darnow does not mean to sit down and wait for the blacks to release Jane.
Merci bien, Monsieur le Professeur. Monsieur Clayton, we have no means of ascertaining how many there are in the village. Therefore, to attack is foolish. They could shoot us down with comparative ease.
That's not what I meant, Darnow. All that I'm trying to say is that I think the time has arrived for strong measures, not mere talk.
Strong measures, my friend, are ideal when you have at your command a strong force. Now, we have only a small party, but we do represent the authority of the French nation. I propose to reason with these blacks, convince them, if I can, that resistance and our deaths will be avenged by the arrival of many ships and innumerable soldiers.
With all due respect to the avenging arm of the French government, it would do us little good if we put our heads, so to speak, into the lion's mouth, and the lion gets shot after he has eaten us.
At the same time, Clayton, if we ruthlessly attack these people, the first thing they'll do probably is to kill Jane.
Oh, yes, Philander, I thoroughly agree. That is the thing I have most feared, though I have not brought myself to speak of it.
Then, monsieur, with as little noise as possible, but with no attempt at concealment, we will go on. Nous avançons, n'est-ce pas?
To Jane Porter lying on the platform in the tree, the breeze carries faintly the distant sounds of the search party. The girl scrambles to her knees, leans out as far as she can, listening intently. Again, the voices. Can it possibly be? Does it mean that they did not leave on the steamer? For a moment she's certain she hears Cecil's voice and then Philander's deep-voiced answer. She glances about. If only Whiteskin would come back. Again she listens. But the only answering sounds now are the jungle noises. The sounds die in the distance. Faintly in the lull comes the sharp crackling of underbrush, the confused murmur of what may be voices. Once more Jane glances down the jungle trail. Still no signs of Whiteskin's return. In an instant she makes up her mind. She knows it is a search party. Quickly Jane grasps a branch. Gazan, the young ape, realizing the danger into which this hairless she is plunging, tries to stop her. Jane lowers herself. Her swinging feet reach for a foothold. Gazan tries desperately to stop her. Tarzan is left hurling his chair. But Jane, heedless of danger, slides and scrambles to the ground, and ignoring the warning chatter of Gazan, rushes headlong into the jungle. Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' exciting book.
Hoopla! Nous sommes arrivés! Mais taisez-vous, be quiet an instant.
What did Darnow say? I didn't catch.
Darnow shouted to his men to halt and be quiet.
Then we must be quite close.
Let's move up front. Perhaps we can see what's going on.
Yes. Monsieur, it is very strange. Strange. See, the gate. The gate to the stockade. It is open. The blacks must have heard us approaching, yet there is not a soul in sight.
What next, Darnow?
I will go forward and alone.
No, Lieutenant. We can't have that.
That's too risky, Darnow.
But it is very necessary. The place, it does not seem natural. It It is not reasonable that these peoples would go off into the jungle and leave the gates open.
Well, can't we take that as an indication that they fled at our approach?
No, monsieur, I would not. And in any case, that would mean that all our efforts were wasted.
Yes, if they had gone, they would have taken Jane with them.
Yes, and even if they had fled because of us, they would surely have closed the gates behind them. Not exactement, monsieur. That is why I suspect a trap.
And because you suspect a trap, we're to stand idly by while you deliberately walk into it? Oh, no.
But I do not propose to walk into it. I am going to take a few of my men and encircle the stockade and see if perhaps there is not some explanation of the thing. We will be gone but a few moments, and we may save ourselves endless trouble.
Well, provided you don't go inside those gates alone.
No, monsieur. We will all enter together. I do not propose to split the party in any way. Come, mes enfants, let us encircle the defenses and see what it is that we have.
You know, sometimes I can't make Darno out.
He's very cautious.
Which is but right. He has those sailors under his command. It is natural. He's very careful that no unnecessary danger befalls him.
I wasn't thinking about that so much. As a matter of fact, I was thinking about some of the references he made regarding black magic.
What in particular about black magic, Clayton?
Nothing. Only how can a civilized man, an officer in the Navy, really regard such things as actual facts?
You remember what he said, Clayton? When you have been in Africa as long as he has, then speak to him about what you believe and what you don't believe.
Even if I lived in Africa all my life, I would still look for the practical explanation, and not for a stupid assumption that depends upon witch doctors and the supernatural.
All of these things are dependent upon circumstances. Tomorrow, something may happen that will cause you to think. You think and think and think and think. And the human mind demanding a satisfactory answer falls back on, it might be possible.
I realize that. But on the other hand, there's an undeniable inclination on the part of travelers to lay everything they don't understand themselves to black magic, voodooism, or necromancy. Even in some instances to cannibalism.
But Clayton, there is undeniable evidence of cannibalism even today.
That I don't deny. But I've heard men supposedly telling the truth go into exaggerated details about cannibalistic rites, when in all probability the cannibals were just plain hungry.
Monsieur, we found nothing, not a sign of life, not a sign. The place, except for some rather grisly trophies, is deserted.
Then we advance?
Much as I dislike putting, perhaps as Monsieur has before said, our heads into the lion's mouth, there is no alternative.
Look, they can't have been gone long. There's a fire still burning in the center of the compound.
And in the middle of these more or less flimsy houses is a stronger one, possibly a prison. Oh, come on!
No, not too much haste, monsieur. In this case, it is better to proceed as if one were walking on eggs.
Back in the jungle, Tarzan swings his way through the leafy pathway of the upper terrace. He has disposed of his duties to the ape tribe for the day, and now his thoughts are of Jane, waiting for him on the little platform in the trees. Tarzan does not quite understand the feeling of exhilaration he experiences when he thinks of this white she. Except for a tenderness for Kayla, his ape foster mother, Tarzan knows nothing of human affection. Nothing until this girl came into his life, bringing with her this strange emotion which defies analysis. The ape-man drops carefully, without effort, hand over hand, down a sturdy vine to the lower terrace. He reaches the familiar branches of the tree, that to him is as much a home as he has ever known.
Jane!
There is no answering call from the leafy alcove. Tarzan brushes aside the leaves, looks into the cool, shaded depths of the bower. Empty! He glances sharply about, sees the bent and broken branches where Jane has clambered down the trunk of the tree. No signs of any animal. That means that she went of her own free will. Suddenly he hears the excited chattering of Tarzan, the small ape, as it swings its way through the tree.
Orendo, Luan, Armangani?
The little ape dances up and down on the platform as it tells Tarzan that the white hairless she-ape is out in the jungle.
Daka, Shuk, Apanara,
Tarzan tells Gazan to lead the way as the two swing into the jungle path. Fast as is the ape, Tarzan is faster. From one bending, swaying branch to the next, from one hanging vine to another, they speed toward the sea. Gazan drops to the lower branches. Tarzan follows. Now they come to a more open space, and there, looking about her, listening for some sound that will lead her to her father and the search party, is Jane.
Jane. Jane?
Oh, Whiteskin, I'm sure I heard Daddy, and... Oh, but what's the use? You don't understand me.
Tarzan drops to the jungle floor. Instinctively, he draws the girl toward him.
Jane, come back. Come back.
But, Whiteskin, I want to go to Daddy. I know I heard them. Oh, dear, I keep forgetting that you don't understand me. Jane, go this way.
Jane points in the direction from which she last heard voices. Tarzan looks puzzled. Jane is trying to tell him something. He looks at her. She stands listening. Again, Tarzan looks inquiringly at Jane. She shakes her head. The ape-man frowns. If only he had some way, if only he could convince her of the danger she has been in. Quickly, Tarzan turns over in his mind all the words he has learned. He waves an expressive arm as though to include the entire jungle.
Numa, Labor, Sheeta, Ista, Lion, Leopard. Many. Killed Jane.
Yes, Whiteskin, I know, but I heard voices.
Jane remembers that Tarzan understands the word talk. She points into the dense thickets.
Talk. Jane, go quick. Talk.
This time Tarzan understands, and motioning Jane to be still, he cups his hand to his ears and listens intently. Nothing breaks the silence but the swish of jungle beasts brushing through the grasses, the crackle of broken twigs as some heavy-footed brute pads along the trail. Then Tarzan turns to Jane.
No. Talk. Jane, come back, quick.
And Tarzan takes Jane by the hand and leads her to the jungle path which winds back toward the platform in the trees. Meanwhile, Clayton, Philander, Porter, and Darno have entered the cannibal kraal, where they hope to find Jane.
Not a blooming thing. Not a trace of life.
Very ominous. This silence. I almost agree with Clayton that some sound, anything, even being shot at, would be better.
It is all so unusual, monsieur. So very different from what one usually expects to find in cannibal tribes.
Well, I'm going inside this hut.
What is it? What is it, Clayton?
Nothing much. Apparently a storehouse of sorts.
Let me see. A collection of skulls.
Oui, monsieur, and those on the spearheads are the very latest victims.
So I gathered, Lieutenant. Very interesting. That is why I am examining them so minutely, Philander. They are all aboriginal.
Thank heaven. Then Jane is probably, almost certainly, still alive.
Yes, Philander. I myself am greatly relieved.
Then let's go to the next hut. That one there. Looks as if it might be the chief.
That is the witch doctor. See, the leopard skin and that hideous mask hanging before it. It is taboo.
Listen. Don't you hear something?
But where are they? This is getting on my nerves. Why don't they show themselves? Come out in the open.
Look!
Everybody. What is it?
What, Monsieur Clayton?
The stockade gates. They're closed.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' adventurous book.
It doesn't look any too healthy. A second ago, there wasn't a soul in sight. Now the village is alive with black. Hundreds of them getting dangerously close. I tell you, I don't like it. Don't shoot, Clayton. Listen to them.
I'm not going to be shot at without putting up some sort of resistance.
They have not shot at you yet, but if you so much as raise that rifle, 100 poisoned arrows will find a mark in your body.
I think you had better follow Lieutenant Darnow's advice. We followed Darnow's advice. See where we are now. I fail to see what blame can be laid to Darnow, Clayton.
If you will leave me to do the talking, it may be very uncomfortable. We may all be killed, but I know that my way is the only way.
Quite so. We wanted to come into the village, Clayton, and here we are. Yes, here we are. Submitting to capture at the hands of these savages without even putting up a decent front. Be reasonable, Clayton. We didn't start out with the intention of engaging in a war with a native tribe. All we want is Jane. All right. These blighters are getting far too close for comfort. Well, I must admit that I don't like their appearances nor their actions. The way they close in from all sides, so slowly, so inexorably. It looks rather final.
Our only chance, both to rescue Mademoiselle Porter and to save our lives, is to do whatever they ask. Do not resist.
It does look rather hopeless, doesn't it, Darnow?
It looks that way, Monsieur le Professeur, but again, they will think twice before they deliberately attack the authority of their French uniform.
That fellow in the lead will be the chief or something, although no one seems to be actually in command.
I'm going to talk to him. He's the head man, but not the chief of the tribe. Jumbo! Tabaka Menge Agolet Patamo.
Jumbo Bola, Safari Kwalan Lomo Memka.
Nkuba Goles Nadawer.
On Bundo Bordo. Hidogo. Huh?
Follow my example. Put down your rifle.
But look here,
Monsieur Clayton. Are we all to suffer because you cannot obey orders? Put down your rifle.
Oh, all right.
Now, follow me to this second hut. We are more or less prisoners.
Follow you and submit to the further indignity of being bound, I suppose.
I think not.
I don't think they need to bind us. They outnumber us 100 to 1. They have our rifles. What more could they want?
Right, Philander. But Darnow seems to know better. All we have to do is submit cheerfully, and everything will turn out all right.
Then perhaps Monsieur Clayton has a suggestion of value.
The time when my suggestion was of value has passed. I would have fought it out.
Then, my impetuous friend, your head, my head, the heads of all of us would soon be adorning those sharp-looking spikes of the stockade. And, Monsieur Clayton, we would not have rescued Miss Jane.
Well, what's the difference? Here we are being herded into a dirty hut, and we haven't found Jane.
True. We have not found the young lady, but I think once a countryman of yours named Gay said something that is very true. While there is life, there is hope. Dead, we could be of no assistance to Mademoiselle Jane, but alive, we cannot tell. We may be able to help.
They are certainly being lax about guarding us, aren't they? By the way, Darnow, what did you say? And what did the headman say to you?
I merely greeted him. And before I could tell him what we had come for, he said, "The white mamsad you have come to look for is not here."
What else? He said, "Then Jane must be here." The very fact that he mentioned
proves to me, my friend, that we have blundered and she is not here. If Mademoiselle Jane had been here, the headman would have said nothing at all. He would have waited for the chief to come back.
But if Jane hasn't been here, how can they even know of her existence? And that we're searching for her?
It may well be one of those things, my friend, that we civilized people do not understand. Or, for all we know, some of these blacks may have been watching you at the hut for some time.
The morning sun, shining between the serried ranks of giant trees, fills the jungle depths with pools of liquid gold. The stream, winding its way to the water hole, gleams like the surface of a mirror. The hard, bright blue of the sky is softened by the leafy-fringed network of twisted branch and vine that form the jungle's canopied roof. Save for the occasional call of an animal to its mate, or the frightened yelp of some smaller beast that stumbles unawares on Numa or Sheeta, the jungle is quiet. On the leafy platform in the trees, Jane Porter and Tarzan watch Sabor the lioness combing the burrs out of her cub's fluffy coat.
It's hard to believe that tonight that same lioness will terrify the jungle with her roaring, and that some poor brute will have to be killed for her meal.
Meal? Meal?
A meal, White Skin, is food. Food. White Skin hungry, eat food. Many food, meal.
One food, eat?
Many food, some food. Neil?
Yes, Whiteskin. You do learn quickly. At this rate, we will be able to talk without difficulty in a very short time.
Time. Short time.
Short time, quickly. Quickly, short time.
Whiteskin, go. Come back, short time. Come back, quick.
Exactly, that's right.
Tarzan motions Jane to be quiet. He leans over the edge of the platform, listening. Jane tries to listen, but the ape man's acute hearing, his keen sense of smell, tell him of something approaching, something that Jane cannot hear. At the crackling of brush, Tarzan again motions to Jane. This time he points, and Jane sees, far on the other side of the glade, a huge black warrior, one of the party attacked by Tarzan when he rescued Philander. Tarzan leans closer to Jane.
Whiteskin arrows. Not many. Gomangani, many arrows.
Tarzan has no word for take, but Jane understands that he intends to take some from the black. Now the warrior is below them. Without a sound, Tarzan drops full on the startled black's shoulders. The black screams as Tarzan lands upon his back. Tarzan slips his arm under the warrior's chin, forces his head back. The black catches a glimpse of Tarzan's face. The strangled scream dies in his throat as he recognizes the forest devil feared by his brothers at the kraal. Tarzan pulls the quiver of arrows from the man's back, throws it behind him on the ground. He grips the black about the middle, raises him high above his head. A slight tensing of the muscles. He's going to hurl the black against the bole of the tree.
No, Whiteskin, don't kill it.
Tarzan holds the black above his head as though he were a baby ape. Undecided, he looks up at Jane.
No kill, Whiteskin, no kill.
No kill, Gomangani? No kill?
Tarzan does not understand. Why should Jane not want him to kill the black? The blacks torture and kill their enemies, even their own people. The blacks are worse than Numa or Saber. Only the Gomangani torture before they kill. Again, he looks up at Jane.
No kill?
No, Whiteskin, no kill. Go, no kill.
It's all very puzzling, but Jane does not want the Gomangani killed, so Tarzan lowers the black to the ground and stands watching him. The black warrior, his teeth chattering, too frightened even to scream, crashes off through the brush in desperate flight. Tarzan bends down, picks up the quiver of arrows, and swings himself effortlessly back to the platform.
Whiteskin, no kill, man, black man.
Man?
Yes, Whiteskin, you, Whiteskin, man. Me, Jane, woman.
Whiteskin, man. Jane, woman?
Man no kill man. Man no kill woman.
And Tarzan learns in speech that he is a man, something that he had learned in writing long ago. But Tarzan is unable to associate the word man with the little bugs, as he thinks of printed letters that spell on paper M-A-N. In the cannibal kraal, Professor Porter, Clayton, Darno, and Philander are seated on the ground inside the hut that is their prison.
You said something a moment ago, Darno, that puzzles me.
You mean, my friend, about the blacks knowing the reason for our search?
Yes.
I must admit that I, too, am somewhat at a loss to understand how these blacks could know that we are searching for Jane if they had not seen her.
It is just one of those inexplainable things, monsieur. They may not ever have seen Jane, but by means of their mysterious jungle magic, they will be able to describe her quite clearly, will be able to tell you how she was captured, and if given the proper encouragement, will tell us where she is.
But how, Darno? How do they do it?
That I do not know. Sorcery, thought transfer, telepathy, all suggestions are nothing but guesswork. They know the secret, and they keep it.
But it's absolutely unreasonable to suppose that uneducated, illiterate, mud-dog savages can do such things.
As Monsieur Friton says, it is unreasonable, but nevertheless it is true. Without doubt, we will learn from these people the whereabouts of Miss Jane.
That is, always provided that they do not kill us first.
Of course, that is a provision one cannot quite lose sight of.
I am not one who would call a timid man, but the uncertainty of not knowing what will happen next is extremely exhausting.
Listen! What can have happened now? Can you make it
quiet? I want to hear what is being said. Sure, he says he saw the white devil of the trees, and he has a white woman with him.
Somebody in your black magic now.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' thrilling book. steamy air of a jungle afternoon hangs like a grayish-blue haze in the treetops. On the edge of the great water hole, crocodiles, their vicious snouts barely showing above the surface, wait for the unwary beast that comes to cool itself in the sluggish water. The shrill piping of the birds is deadened by the smothering fall of heat. The monkeys, almost always active, doze in their nests high in the tangled branches. On the little platform before Jane's resting place, Tarzan sits examining his grass rope, while Jane Porter thinks of the voices she had heard in the jungle.
The more I think about it, the more convinced I am that it was Daddy out looking for me.
Me? Me?
No, Whiteskin. I was just talking to myself.
Myself? Myself?
Myself. Me. Jane.
Whiteskin? Me?
Yes.
Whiteskin? Myself?
Yes.
Myself? Me. Whiteskin. Many whiteskins.
Yes, Whiteskin. Oh, no. Only one.
Jane, me. Jane, myself.
No.
Tarzan nods to show that he understands there is a difference, although he does not understand what that difference is. And then Jane takes the grass rope into her hand.
Jane, take rope.
Take. Jane, take rope. Whiteskin, take rope. And Tarzan takes the rope from Jane's hand as he says the word.
That's right, Whiteskin. Take. Now we will see if you understand this. Whiteskin, take Jane's hut.
For a moment, Tarzan sits puzzled. Whiteskin, take Jane hut. Whiteskin, take Jane hut. Then Tarzan looks up at Jane. The flash in his eyes tells her that he understands. Whiteskin, Jane, to go hut, quick. Come back, quick.
Yes, Whiteskin, you've got it. Come quick. Go hut. Go hut.
What Jane can want at the hut, Tarzan does not know, but he understands that she's excited, and too he needs more long grasses to make a new rope, and these grasses grow on the headland beyond the hut. He bends down, picks Jane gently from her feet, and holding her as easily as if she were a baby, he starts into the heavily interlaced branches of the lower jungle terrace. In the cannibal kraal, Professor Porter, Philander Clayton, and Darno discuss their predicament.
Are you quite sure, Darno? It's incredible.
I'm not surprised. I've believed it all along.
I have no way of being certain, monsieur, as to the truth of this black's assertions, but I am quite certain as to what he said. Although, of course, I do not understand his language, I nevertheless detected not only his extreme surprise, but his fear, with almost a note of terror. He was terrified. He said that he was one of the party that had captured Philander. That is, he said you, the big heavy man. Then he went on to explain how they were carrying you through the jungle when one of them was pulled into the trees by an unseen power and hurled upon them. And then many of them were killed by arrows and they fled. They blamed the devil god.
Yes. That scene is graven deeply on my mind. Amazing fortitude on his part.
Well, what next did he say?
Yes, about Jane. He said that he was separated from the party and was on his way through the jungle when again this devil god dropped on his shoulders, took his bow and arrows, and was about to kill him when a white woman in the treetop shouted something. The black did not understand what she said, but the devil god did, for he put the black down. This fellow ran here, he said, without even looking back. Then the white woman must be Jane.
Let us pray that it is. Still, we hardly expected to find a white man in the jungle. Isn't it logical to suppose that he may have a primitive mate?
That may be, Clayton, but something tells me the woman is Jane. It must be.
If Monsieur Clayton and Monsieur Philander will allow me to finish.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Certainly.
I was about to observe that the native used the word memsad in referring to the white woman. Now, that word is used among these tribes almost exclusively for a white European woman. Had the white woman been a skin-clad savage, the native would not have used the polite word.
The blessed certainty of knowing that Jane is alive.
Relief is hardly adequate to express my feelings.
It's a great relief to all of us. But don't forget, we're on the wrong side of this cannibal stockade. Our arms, no one knows where. And we have all the earmarks of becoming just another meal for a bunch of cannibals.
Clayton, you're becoming a regular pessimist.
Well, I'm dashed if I can see anything to be optimistic about in the face of this situation. Naturally, I'm as glad... Well, there are no words to convey my joy at knowing that Jane is alive.
But once our purpose, was it not? To find Mademoiselle Jane? Well, now that we know she is not here, and since we no longer have to fear the black reprisals on Mademoiselle Jane, voila, we can fight.
That's all nonsense, Donovan, you know it. When we came in here, fully armed, you said that we were hopelessly outnumbered. Now we're disarmed. The sailors are disarmed, and in a different hut. There are more blacks than there were before, and you talk of fighting.
There certainly is something to your argument, Clayton. In fact, now that we are assured of Jane's safety, for the moment at least, possibly it behooves us to decide upon some plan of action, some campaign that will lead to our eventual release.
Any plan of action that'll get me out of this decidedly evil-smelling hut meets with the heartiest approval of Samuel T. Philander.
Then work. I know nothing of cannibals and their practices, but for the past hour, something has been going on out there in the compound, and it looks to me like preparation.
Let me see, Clayton. Yes, there is certainly unwanted activity. Peculiar sort of fellow out there. Witch doctor. Going through the most awful antics and contortions. Circling a fire with some sort of clay idol in the middle of it. Monsieur, are you certain?
Professor Porter is right. I've been watching it for some time.
Mon Dieu, it is right. There is not a moment to lose. We must act at once.
As serious as all that, now?
Yes, that is the ceremony that precedes the sacrifice. Then during the sacrifice will be our best time to exchange.
No, Professor. What Dano means is that preparations are being made to sacrifice us.
Making his way with a speed indeed almost unbelievable, Tarzan carries Jane closer and closer to the hut. They reach the clearing where Turcos, the bull ape, captured Jane. Tarzan holds the girl close as he drops through the leafy screen of verdure to the ground. He places her on her feet, and Jane, holding the ape man's arm, looks up into his face.
Here, Turcos, take Jane. Whiteskin, save Jane.
Whiteskin, kill Turcos. Save Jane. Save Jane?
Yes, Whiteskin, save.
No, kill. Save. Jane, save. Go, man, Ganny. Jane, save man.
Yes, Whiteskin. Jane, save man. Whiteskin, no kill. Come, go quick, hut.
They move forward again. Through the sparse trees skirting the clearing, Jane sees the hut. Suddenly she stumbles, bends down.
Look, Whiteskin. Revolver. Gun. Bang, bang.
Gun. Bang, bang.
Yes, this is the gun I dropped when Turcos captured me. Of course you don't understand. Turcos, take Jane. Jane's frightened. Gun, fall.
And Jane drops the gun to the ground as she says fall. Tarzan bends down to get the gun, but Jane steps forward quickly.
No, Whiteskin, no.
Gun, kill.
Yes, Whiteskin.
Whiteskin, go rope. Jane, go hut.
Yes, Whiteskin. You go and get the grass for your rope. I'll go to the hut.
Whiteskin, come back quickly.
All right, Whiteskin. Come back quickly. Jane, go hut.
And as Tarzan goes off to the headland for a new supply of the long, tough grasses from which he weaves his ropes, Jane enters the hut.
It doesn't look as though they've been back here. Yet I'm almost certain I heard Daddy's voice. It's quite possible that they're out in the jungle now. Of course, there's no real reason why they should come back to the hut every day, but no, there's no real reason. I wonder where they put that oil. The revolver's dusty, but I'm sure that... Oh, here it is. Now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 live shells. Who can tell? Someday they may save my life, or I can use them to signal with. What's that?
Jane stands transfixed as the door slowly opens, revealing the menacing figure of a gigantic black. Jane backs against the wall of the hut, terrified. As the door opens wide,
She sees gathered behind him the hideous faces of a party of savage warriors.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' gripping book.
Yes, Professor. These preparations are being made for us. Right, Grownups?
That is what it looks like.
I have no fear of death, but I have a rooted objection to...
You mean being made a meal of, Archimedes, Porter? So have I.
Shut, Philander. I meant no such thing. I have a violent scruple against being used in any of their pagan rites.
Rather a fine distinction, Professor. However, while I'm not afraid of death, I have all the Englishman's objections to going out without putting up a darn good scrap.
But yes, Monsieur Platon is right. Even if we have to die, non tempi potiti to die, nothing. But as Monsieur says, let it be with the back to the wall. Then it would appear that all that remains to be decided upon is the manner in which we'll attempt our escape. Oui, and it is my belief that the ceremony will not take place till night, and that is still a few hours distant.
Do you know... Come over here. Look out into the compound.
Why, the place is almost deserted. But the guards about our prisoner still here. Yes, and to make a dash for it in the daylight is impossible. A poisoned arrow, a spear thrust. No. A few hours more and the chances of escape are multiplied 1,000 times.
You're quite right, Grownups. By Jove, what wouldn't I give to have a rifle?
Buona. Darrow, buona.
Hush, Clayton, hush. Darrow, I'm sure I heard someone speak your name.
Darrow, buona.
Quiet. It is someone. Keep on laugh. Who is it?
It's Nakido. Nakido, Bedtime. Nakido, no forget time, Darrow, buona, save life.
Me, parbleu, is it possible?
Nakido, go now. Bye, come back. Long spear, he watch close. Bye, one time, come again, lay ground. Talk small.
Oui, Nakido, come back. Bye.
Quick, Darno. What is it?
A possible hope, Darno? Yes, it is Nakido, a black, a skilled laborer in the ivory. I once saved him from a drunken plantation owner.
But what did he say? I could gather very little.
He says he has not forgotten. Then he says the guard is watching, and that he will return later.
Do you suppose he knows where the rifles are stored?
Probably, monsieur. Every black in the crowd knows that.
Then why not get him to smuggle one or even two in here to us?
But won't they be guarded?
Probably so, but so are we. And yet we're discussing possibilities of escape.
I think, in fact, I'm sure that I can see all the other huts from here. And ours, I would say, is the only one guarded.
That being the case, I second Monsieur Platon's proposal.
My idea was, get one or two rifles, find out in which hut the rest are stored, then, under cover of the two, make for the hut, seize the rifles, and start from there.
As perfect a plan, mes amis, as one could devise. Then nothing more can be done until Darno's friend comes back.
And that, if he is wise, will not be till nightfall.
Meanwhile, back in the rude cabin built by Lord Greystoke so many years ago, Jane Porter leaps back from the door as it opens and the black warriors file inside. Jane runs behind the table. She reaches out for the revolver, then remembers the cartridges are lying there on the table. The weapon is empty. Her next thought is to call for help, but that will only bring Whiteskin into the same danger. The big warrior who had entered first goes behind the table and seizes her. He picks her up, carries her from the hut. The rest of the blacks follow. They go a short distance into the brush. There, in a small opening, they have dug a pit. Jane wonders what they will do. One of the blacks binds her hands, another ties her feet. They pick her up, carry her to the edge of the pit, slide her over the edge. Jane rolls to the bottom, lies still, face downward. The blacks disappear into the brush. Jane tries to struggle onto her back. Into her mind flashes a reason for this attack. It's a trap. Again, Jane struggles to turn over so she can see. If only she can warn Whiteskin. For a moment she lies motionless, staring straight above her. She's almost numb with pain. Trees, foliage, everything dances dizzily before her eyes. And then she stares harder. Can it be that she sees Whiteskin up there in the trees? Yes, it is Whiteskin. The ape man stares down into the pit. Jane opens her mouth to shout a warning. Tarzan fears she may be killed by the blacks if she shouts. He motions her to silence, to lie still. Then he raises his head.
Tarzan's powerful throat comes his demand for help. And from the jungle comes the answering call of Tarzan's friend, the trumpeting of Panther the elephant. In the cannibal kraal, Professor Porter, Clayton, and Philander, and Darno anxiously await the return of the friendly black Nakito.
In such a little while, messieurs, dans une demi-heure it will be dark.
Also in a little while, we will be free, or at least on our way.
You know, I'm really quite excited with the prospect of what Clayton calls this darn good scrap.
Yes. And much as I am a lover of peace, I too feel that I will be quite able to give a good account of myself.
I thought I heard something.
Juana. Oui, Nakito.
Juana, take quick. Rifle. By Jove, he had some sense to do that. Quick, Professor. Draw the rifle through into the hut.
Juana.
One time, come again by my rifle.
Encore another rifle. Bien fait, Nakito. Good.
Ask him which hut, Darno.
Nakito, which hut are rifles inside?
1, 2, 3, 4, seaside.
Nay, I do not know. I'm so turned around. Which side, seaside, Nakito?
All same, son, he die side.
West.
Nakito, go now. Too much noise. Bye-bye. All kill. By Jove, what luck. Both magazines full.
Now, we'll wait till dark.
Yes. Less than half an hour.
Crashing, smashing his way with a speed almost unbelievable for his huge bulk, Panther the elephant breaks through the tangled mass of scrub and brush. Panther thunders on. Every few yards he raises his trunk and calls out to Tarzan. Tarzan, high in the trees, answers. The blacks hear the calls. Some would like to run, but determination to get the white devil guard holds them. Panther is almost at the pit. Tarzan drops hand over hand. Scarcely a leaf rustles, and his bronzed body is almost unseen in the gathering dusk. With a soft pad, the ape man falls on Panther's broad back. He bends down and speaks into the massive brute's ear.
Abito, Panther. Polito, Bundara, Bomangani, Panther.
Panther understands. He charges toward the pit. One of the blacks hidden in the bushes in Panther's path. Panther whips his trunk about him, raises the screaming man, and hurls him against the trees. Another he bangs forward. Some are caught beneath the beast's mighty feet, but Panther plunges forward, tearing up brush, flax, anything that bars his way. Now he's at the edge of the pit. Tarzan slides down Panther's sinuous trunk. He holds on with one hand and with the other takes hold of Jane. Who can on, Panther? Panther raises his trunk, swings Jane and Tarzan to his broad, flat head.
Jane!
Oh, Whiteskin, I was sure we would be killed.
Killed? Whiteskin, come back quick. Kill Bomangani.
Yes, Whiteskin. I'm almost sorry that I asked you not to kill those blacks before.
Panther, can Umi.
Tarzan leans forward and tells Panther to take them back to the platform in the trees.
I wonder if it was the black I saved that went out and brought these others with him. If that revolver had been loaded, I would have killed myself.
Jane, kill myself?
Yes, Whiteskin, if the gun had been loaded. Oh, but what's the use of my talking that way? You don't understand. But it is good to know that you are here to look after me again.
Jane, frightened?
Yes, Whiteskin. Jane, frightened.
Whiteskin, kill many Komangani. Jane, frightened. Whiteskin, kill many Komangani. Kill many man.
And as Panther carries Jane and Tarzan back to the bower in the trees, the tropic sun dips quickly into the sea. The shadows cast by the tall trees lengthen and turn from bluish purple to inky black. Rustling grasses on all sides tell of beasts of prey stalking their kill. In the cannibal kraal, Porter, Philander, Clayton, and Darno watch the sun set with quickly beating hearts.
Well, I think it is the moment. My men are in the next hut. I will whisper to them as we pass.
Ready, Professor? Philander?
I am. The moment you say the word.
Now you, Professor and Philander, must go in front. Darno and I will cover you with the two rifles. Come.
Nothing is moving.
As quietly as possible.
Quick! Straight off! The gypsy has seen us!
Tarzan Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' intense book.
Why doesn't he get here with the sailor? I can't see them, but I'm sure they're in the hut. Here, Professor. A rifle for you. Ah, now I shall give an account of... Good work, Professor. Did you bring ammunition belts, Philander? No, I didn't see any.
Clayton, Monsieur Clayton!
Yes, here I am.
Clayton, we must fight it out here, back to back.
What's the matter?
There is no more ammunition, except what is in the rack.
Oh, what's happened to it? Probably in some other hut. Oh, my magazine's empty. Nothing for it but to use the rifles as clubs. Here they come. Take that! Look out, Philander!
I'll get him. Can we make a run for it, Clayton? Can we make for the gate?
Not a chance in the world. We could never make it.
I know I couldn't make it. I'm all in now. So am I, Philander, but keep on.
Why don't I close in where we can hit them? They stand
Look out! Here they come!
Where are you, Professor? Philander! No!
I'm on the ground. They're tying my hands.
I'm over here, Clayton, by the hut.
Sarno! You hurt?
I'm afraid he is. I saw Black hit him.
Clayton! Professor! They're carrying me off!
Me too!
Reporter!
Here I am.
Anybody else hurt? Besides Darno?
I'm not hurt, but I'm in a most impossible position. I'm lying on my face.
I'm all right, Clayton. I haven't any broken bones, but I can't move my feet.
No, nor can I. They're fastened to a stake driven into the ground.
Then we're all in the same predicament. Oh, I can't move.
Who's that? Is it Darno?
I think so. He's right by me. It can't be anyone else. I can't touch him.
Le nom d'un chien, ton merde de
Darno!
You're alive!
Yes, that Clayton, of course he's alive, very much alive.
I know, but don't you see? If the blacks thought that he was dead, they probably didn't tie him up.
If only I could turn over, I might be able to do something.
No, you couldn't, Philander. You're tied to the stake just as we are. Oh, tell me, what is it that has happened? My head is all...
Someone hit you, Darno. But listen, are you bound? Tied?
I cannot tell. Oh, my head. It is black, like night. And my eyes, I cannot see.
The late afternoon sun, a blazing disk of red, drops quickly into the west. The tips of the giant trees are ruddy with the reflected glow. The jungle itself glows in the diffused light as though the rays filtered through an endless corridor of stained glass windows. Overhead, the chattering of monkeys, the sleepy chirping of myriads of birds, the staccato crackling of bright green parrots. Below, the soft rustling of bending grasses, the pad of stealthy feet, the musical gurgle of the stream winding its way to the sea. Along the jungle trail comes Tantor. Tantor is proud of the friendship of Tarzan, proud that he, Tantor, has been called to the ape-man's assistance. They come to the clearing where Tarzan built Jane's shelter. Tarzan orders Tantor to stop. Tantor! Ando! Tarzan slides to the ground. He holds out his arm and lifts Jane gently to the mossy carpet.
Thank you, Tantor. You came just in time. I know you don't understand, but thank you.
And Jane Porter softly pats the huge animal. Perhaps Tantor understands the thought behind the words. His little eyes gleam. His head moves slowly from side to side. He raises his trunk in the air and, with a triumphant call to tell the jungle that he's on his way, Tantor plods off toward the water hole.
Jane, frightened?
Not now, Whiteskin. No, no.
Tantor, Griot, Jane.
Tantor, Griot, Jane?
Yes? Tantor, Griot, Whiteskin. Tantor, Griot, Jane.
Oh, I suppose you mean like. Tantor likes Jane.
Like? Like?
Yes. Tantor likes Whiteskin. Panther likes Jane.
Oh, yes. White Skin likes Jane. Jane likes White Skin?
Yes, White Skin. Jane likes. But now, let me see if I can explain this. How did you find me? Find.
As Jane says the word find, she hides a small twig in a clump of moss. She looks about as if searching. Tarzan moves the moss aside, picks up the twig, and hands it to Jane.
That's it, White Skin. Find. You find.
Find.
Yes. Jane hut. Gomangani take Jane. White Skin find.
For the moment, Tarzan is puzzled. Then he remembers that Jane was not at the hut where he expected to find her. That must be what she means.
White Skin, go hut. No find Jane.
That's right. Yes.
White Skin find Gomangani.
And Tarzan dilates his nostrils as though searching for a scent spoor.
White Skin find Gomangani. Find Jane. Panther, come quickly.
White Skin scent man.
White Skin find Gomangani. White Skin go hut. No find Jane. White Skin find Gomangani. Many Gomangani. Find Jane. White Skin talk Panther. Panther, come back quick. Kill Gomangani.
Expressive, even if somewhat disjointed. Do you know, White Skin, you're learning English in a remarkably short time?
Time? Short time? Short time?
Yes, short time. Same as quickly.
Oh, short time, quickly. Same as?
Yes, same as. Now let me see. Here, White Skin.
Jane reaches above her and plucks a leaf from the tree. She holds it up, comparing it with another leaf.
Same as, White Skin.
Same as.
Tarzan holds up the grasses for the new grass rope. Then he picks up the old rope.
Rope. Same as rope.
That's it. You've got it perfectly.
Tarzan sits down and ponders over the many new words that Jane has taught him. The gloom of the jungle deepens. A blackness, sullen, foreboding, envelops the forest. A disturbing air of suspense that makes itself felt even to the beasts of the jungle hangs over everything. Back in the cannibal kraal, the blackness is pierced by the ruddy flames as they curl upward from the sacrificial fire in the center of the compound. The disturbing throb of the native drums, the grotesque dancing of the blacks as they circle the fire, carries a feeling of menace to the prisoners lying bound in the hut.
I twisted and struggled around so much that I'm convinced that the stake to which my feet are tied is loose in the ground.
You mean it, Professor?
Yes.
Really? Then we might be able to get away.
Oh, our situation is desperate.
No. You all right? Can you see yet?
Oui, grâce au bon Dieu, I can see. I've been busy with this rope.
Are your feet tied too?
Yes, but not to a stake.
Then work your way to the professor. His stake is loose. Together, you may be able to dislodge it.
That is what I am doing. A few more inches, and there. Now, am I touching your feet, Monsieur le Professeur? Yes. I shall raise myself as much as possible. That's it, Donald. Now, a little more. And now you have your feet under mine.
Yeah, now together.
Push, Monsieur.
They're coming. Lie still. Don't speak.
They're taking me away. Philander,
do not fight. Do not resist.
Philander, if you find Jane, take care of her. And you, Jason, take care of her.
Of course, Professor.
Take care of her.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' thrilling book.
Aldo, can you work your way over to me? Yes. Quickly, then. There's a clasp knife in my pocket. You get it out. Between us, we may manage to open it.
But my hands are
behind me, Clayton. I couldn't get the hands into your pocket.
I know, but you can tear the pocket out. One of us can hold the knife, the other can open the blade. It's not tight.
I can't do a thing, and they may be killing Porter. No, monsieur. These natives do not work so fast as that. They will torture first. Torture? But for a time, they will try to frighten. First with the spear, threatening passes with the knife, all manner of frightful things before the torture of the body.
Can you work your way over to Hannah?
One moment, my friend. Now, the pocket. It is which one?
The left-hand breast pocket. The flap's unbuttoned. Yes, that's it. Now, pull. The knife fell on the floor. Can you reach it? Just a second.
I will have to turn over first.
Got it?
Yes, I'm holding it tightly. See, I will move a little closer now. There seems to be some sort of dispute going on outside, as if there was a new arrival.
A little more to the left.
Here.
Hold it. There. The blade's open.
Then you take the knife and cut my bond.
No, you have the knife in your hand now. We may drop it, lose it.
But I may cut Monsieur's hand.
What of it? What's a cut hand when our very heads are loose on our shoulders? Cut.
Do not move, then. Did I cut you?
No. I felt one of the strands go, that's all. By Jove, I can free my hands. Quick, give me the knife.
Hurry, Clayton. I'm sure they're coming this way
in a second, when I cut the thongs at my feet.
There, now I too am free. Monsieur le Professeur!
Keep easy. By Jove, what's the idea? I wonder what in the world...
They do nothing rash. They're bringing me back.
Well, I'd better lie down. We'd better lie down. We don't want them to know if we freed ourselves.
Are
you hurt? No. I don't know as yet what has happened. They tied me to a stake, stabbed at me with spears. I thought that it was all over when a band of the pagans appeared at the gate. Someone, a chief or something, certainly someone in authority, came forward and gave a few orders. Then they cut me down and brought me back here.
And you're not hurt? You're all right?
Yes. Oh, I'm all right. Down.
Yes, and what is it, Monsieur le Professeur?
Your friend, Nakido? Yes, Nakido. He was one of the party carrying me back. He whispered to me that he would come to the hut as soon as he could.
A jungle wind, tempered by the cool waters of the Atlantic, chills the night air. Like great black silhouettes, the giant trees loom out of the dark. Away in the distance, the roar of Numa the lion tells of a successful kill. A lithe, shadowy form detaches itself from the surrounding darkness. A leap, and Sheeta falls with unerring accuracy upon his prey. On the little platform in the trees, Tarzan sits braiding his new grass rope while Jane watches.
You know, you're rather clever, Whiteskin. 6 months in the proper environment, and no one would ever know that you grew up in the jungle.
Tarzan glances at Jane for a moment, then goes on with his rope making. He has learned that some of Jane's remarks require no answer, and to him this seems to be one of them.
I wonder, Whiteskin, does it ever occur to you to wonder who your parents might be? Oh, if only I could get you to understand the word father, I might be able to convince you that I must search for my father.
Father? Father?
Yes, Whiteskin, father. Oh, how can I make you understand? Gazan, baby ape. Yes? Gazan, Belu.
Yes, Gazan, Belu. Tika, Belu.
Tika, mother ape. Gazan, baby ape. But who father?
Tarzan shakes his head. The problem is beyond him. He can see no connection between Tika, Gazan, and father. But Jane is not to be discouraged. Convincing Whiteskin, as she calls Tarzan, not knowing that Whiteskin is Tarzan, convincing him that she must go to her father is the all-important thing. She turns again to Tarzan.
Tika, Belu, Gazan, yes?
Yes.
Father, Turquoise?
Turquoise kills. Whiteskin kills Turquoise. Turquoise takes Jane. Whiteskin kills.
Oh, yes, I know. Oh, dear, how can I explain what I mean? Whiteskin like Tika?
Yes. Whiteskin like Tika many.
Turquoise like Tika?
Turquoise like Tika many. Tog like Tika many. Tog take keep Tika. Gazan Belu.
There, that's what I wanted. Tog father. Tika mother. Gazan baby. Tog father.
Father.
Tarzan's face lights as he at last grasps Jane's meaning. Father is the name for male ape, just as man is the name for M-A-N, and woman for the female M-A-N.
Whiteskin, father? Who is your father, Whiteskin?
Tarzan does not answer. He cannot answer. His thoughts are back at the hut in the clearing. He sees in memory the little books with their strange bugs, the pictures of a man and a boy. He has known since first he made out what those bugs stood for, that he was a man and not an ape. But with that knowledge came another problem. If he was not an ape, then who was his father? All the memories of his earlier life crowd in on him. He thinks of Kayla, his foster mother. Kayla, the she-ape that had raised him, had protected him against the tribe when he was too little to fend for himself. He has always thought of her as his mother, and now the thought is driven forcibly home. He has no mother. Tarzan looks at Jane. White skin? No. White skin alone.
Jane has father?
Tarzan looked incredulously at Jane. There must be something wrong with his reasoning. He has just learned, so he thought, that father was Jane's word for male ape. He turns over in his mind every possible solution. Then he hits upon one that satisfies him. Father must be the name of one of the party he had seen at the hut. He turns toward Jane.
Jane, father, go hut.
Yes, Whiteskin. Jane, father, go hut. No fine, Jane. Jane, father, go. Go. Many go. No fine. Jane here talk. Jane, father, talk.
Jane points out into the forest depths as she tries to recall to Tarzan that day when she had heard her father's voice. And understanding at last that somewhere in that vast jungle is a man called Father whom Jane wants to go to, Tarzan sits thinking, trying to figure out just what he must do. In the prison hut, Clayton, Darno, and Philander, free of their bonds, are cutting the tough grass ropes from Professor Porter's arms and legs.
You say, Monsieur le Professeur, that Nakido said he would come here?
Yes, and that he would come as quickly as possible, and that we must escape at once.
There, Professor.
Now you're free.
Ah, thanks. Ah, it does feel good.
Oh, no.
Yes, Nakido. Oui, Nakido.
Tonight, Chief kill a witch doctor. Plenty warrior look to see witch doctor die. Wanna go away. Wanna stay, all kill. Witch doctor, he like kill for rain god. Chief, he wait for catch him white devil god and white memsop.
Can you make out what he's talking about, Darno? Yes. He said the chief was gone, and the witch doctor, wanting to appease the rain god, ordered Porter to be sacrificed. The chief came back, ordered the witch doctor killed for his presumption.
Then the chief does not want us to be killed?
Not at present. He wants to wait until they have captured the white devil god of the jungle and the white memsab who is with him.
What? Jane? And the fellow that we think may be Tarzan?
Oui. The chief wants to make the sacrifice worthwhile, so he is waiting till Jane and the jungle devil god, as they call him, are captured.
Then, if the chief has come back, that means that their plans for capturing Jane and Tarzan have failed.
And Nakido, chief no catch devil god?
Listen. Altogether different sound to those drums.
Chief, he knows thing. He look, see. All fix for catch. He come here make juji already. Wanna. For the hut, you man. He give him paper. Here, you take him.
A message from the sailors. Listen, we have been preparing to escape. When you hear us shout, count 10, then run.
What can they mean? How do they know that we're not tied?
I speak him. You no more tied. Listen, Wanna. Listen. Drums. He speak. Drums speak white memsop capture. Make bait for devil god. But devil god, he come elephant. Take white memsop away.
That means that they captured Jane, and then this jungle devil god, as they call him, rescued her.
Yes, Monsieur le Professeur, you had it right.
We live! We live! Yes!
Yes, and the natives have the message, too. They're not going to wait for any sacrifice. Not if I judge rightly. Look at them come.
Message, remember, count 10.
Get to the door, ready to run. Come now, Porter. Pull out.
Not me.
Run!
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' intense book, The inky blackness of the jungle depths is lighted only by the pale yellow beams of a waning moon. Long, endless, foreboding tunnels that are animal trails by day echo to the soft, sinister padding feet of the prowling jungle cats. Far in the distance, Dango the hyena lifts his head to the heavens and tells his repulsive, slinking brothers that Numa the lion has fed, that the king of beasts has left the remnant of a kill. The moonbeams glint on the shiny stalks of a clump of bamboo by the waterhole. A pair of greenish gold eyes gleam evilly as they stare from behind the bamboo screen. A spotted tail twitches, a chilling, raucous scream, and Sheeta the leopard launches himself upon his prey. Suddenly, a distant crash wakes the jungle to instant life. Sheeta's prey, startled, leaps to one side. Sheeta stops momentarily. In midair, it seems, drops to the ground and crashes into the underbrush. Dango the hyena forgets his meal and slinks tail between his legs into the deeper shadows. In a leafy alcove, Jane Porter wakes. She crawls out onto the platform and finds Tarzan standing, listening.
What is it, Whiteskin? What can have happened? It sounded like an explosion.
Tarzan motions to Jane to keep quiet. He leans forward, listening intently. Tarzan knows that the sound came from the direction of the cannibal kraal, but he also knows that in all his many dealings with the Gomangani, he's never heard such a noise as this. He turns to Jane as she touches his arm.
Man, many man. Boom, boom.
Gun, many. Bang, bang.
Oh, Whiteskin, I don't know. I can't explain. But that sound convinces me that they must be near. Cecil or Mr. Philander or Father.
Father? Tarzan looks at Jane incredulously. He had thought that Father was one of the parties that occupied his hut. But to associate the word Father with the noise he has just heard baffles him.
I know something has happened to them. They were out in the jungle searching for me. I heard their voices. You remember, Whiteskin? And now something has happened to them.
Tarzan looks helplessly at Jane. His command of this new language is not sufficient for him to understand Jane's excited talk, but he knows she's upset over something more than the noise itself. Whiteskin, go!
No, you can't leave me now. And yet, if you don't go, something may happen to Daddy. I can't be selfish. I'll be all right. Yes, Whiteskin. Yes, go. I would never forgive myself if I kept you back. Go quickly, and come back quickly.
Yes. Whiteskin, go quickly. Come back quickly. Swiftly, Tarzan grasps a branch, and with one last look at Jane, the ape man swings himself into the trees and is gone. Meanwhile, at the cannibal kraal, Professor Porter, Philander, Clayton, and Darno pick themselves up from the ground where they've been thrown by the force of the explosion.
Great Scott. Whatever that was, it certainly was powerful.
I was completely stunned for several moments. And I have been watching the natives. They are certainly mystified.
They're more than mystified. Don't you think that while they're lying there, we might try to escape?
Yes. Let's move toward the gate as long as we have a chance before they recover their senses.
Well, they may be lying on the ground, but they are watching our every move. And did you see that party of warriors move slowly to the gate just as we started forward?
Well, when we meet them, it will be time enough to think about what we'll do.
I think, monsieur, that we had better stand our ground and let them make the first move.
Yes, I too am in favor of that. They don't seem to want to interfere with us, but they watch us closely.
Well, how much longer are we going to stand here doing nothing?
Frankly, Monsieur Clayton, we have not much choice, have we? Every time we take a step towards the gate, the natives get between it and us, or head us off.
Quite right, Darno, quite right. While the shock of the explosion seems to have stupefied them, and they show no inclination to attack us, yet they apparently are determined not to let us get away.
Evidently, the explosion was to them supernatural. They promptly threw themselves on their faces before the place where the idol used to be.
I'd like to know how your sailors, Darno, were able to get to the dynamite, because I'm sure now that it was a stick of dynamite that did the trick.
We will probably find that out later, monsieur.
Hey, these blighters are coming toward us again.
Yes, Clayton, yes.
But with an entirely different attitude.
Quite worshipful, I should say. See, that one in front, with his hands outstretched.
But yes, monsieur. A gesture of peace. Quickly, mes amis, we must make up our minds. It is my belief that these cannibals think that we are miracle workers, medicine men. To make them believe that is our one chance.
By Jove, Darno, I believe you're right. You say they believe in black magic. Then let's give them an overdose of their own medicine.
A very excellent suggestion. Much as I, a man of science, dislike the idea of imposing on credulous savages.
Professor, I consider that my skin is more important than the beliefs of these cannibals. If we can black magic ourselves out of this situation, then I'm solidly behind the idea.
Alors, c'est entendu. I shall act as interpreter. Monsieur Professor, you will be the venerable worker of magic.
But, Darno, with your knowledge of native psychology, hadn't you better...
Don't argue, Professor. Do as Darno says.
That chief, or whatever he is coming closer. Don't you think, Darno, that some definite sign of our importance would impress them?
Oui, monsieur has right. Voilà. Over there are their drums. Make some sort of signal.
Righto.
I'll do my best.
Monsieur le Professeur, can you pretend to work some magic? Go through a lot of signs, etc.?
Look, every eye is on Clayton. As long as we have them spellbound,
Don't you think we ought to really do something that'll appeal to their superstitious natures?
Ah, mes amis, I have it. I shall get a handful of cartridges from the chief's hut where Narciso said they were stored. Et puis, Monsieur le Professeur, you walk toward the sacrificial altar, and when I give you the signal, you raise your hands as though commanding something to happen.
There, Clayton has their attention. Walk forward, Professor. That'll draw their attention from Darno. You're doing splendidly, Professor. It's taking hold. In a very few moments, we'll have them completely in our control.
Yes, but this is most undignified, most unscientific.
So is being put to death by cannibals undignified, Archimedes. But there, Darno's ready. Don't get too close to the fire when Darno throws those cartridges into it.
There, Monsieur le Professeur. Now, I shall go forward to talk to the chief.
You won't have to. Here he comes now.
Mange, nadawe, mulkat, bulawanak, shanari. Al, bayasana, nukli, mayata, imshai. Monsieur, I have arranged a council meeting, and I have also warned them of the danger of making any attack upon us.
They seem thoroughly cowed, don't they?
At least we will have a respite to formulate plans for the future. Yes, the meeting will take place shortly. Meanwhile, they will perform their ceremony, welcoming us to their village.
Everything seems to work out all right.
I have told the chief that no harm will come to them while we are with them.
Well, they are busy with their ritualistic dance. Look, why don't we join your sailors, Darno, and decide what's to be done?
No, monsieur,
Back in the jungle, Sheeta, balked of his prey by the explosion, prowls angrily through the underbrush. It is late, and Sheeta's belly is still empty. With tail lashing, dagger-like fangs bared, the huge cat comes to the clearing by the little platform. His black, wet muzzle twitches. His cold, glittering eyes glint wickedly as he turns and sees Jane standing on the platform. With a coughing snarl, the lithe brute launches himself against the tree. Jane hears the sound and peers into the gloom. She sees the glinting eyes, sees the long claws dig into the bark of the tree. Quickly, she pulls a heavy branch from the platform. Inch by inch, Sheeta pulls himself up the rough bark. Snapping vicious jaws break the small twigs that bar his path. With all her strength, Jane swings the branch down on Sheeta's head. Sheeta spits and screams with rage. He moves his head from side to side, trying to avoid the raining blows. Again and again, Jane flashes the club-like branch on the brute's head. But Sheeta, slowly and surely, hangs toward the platform.
We continue with Edgar Rice Burroughs' famous story, Tarzan of the Apes. Greystoke throws himself flat on his face. The ape lunges past. Greystoke regains his feet. The ape is faster. Greystoke is running for the hut. The great ape from one powerful leap cuts him off. It's too late. Those horrible, hairy hands are reaching for him. Greystoke turns. His face is a horrible mask of terror. He looks into those inflamed, raging eyes. Bullard voices a terrible cry. A cry dreadful to hear. He springs. The man crushes his fist into the hairy face. It serves only to infuriate the brute. The huge mouth of the ape opens. His yellow fangs gleam. Greystoke struggles futilely to escape the mighty clutch. A hot-headed, blood-into bull ape is on the man's face. The end! The end! Oh, there's no chance now! A shot! From where? The great ape screams with pain. Slowly the great body sags until it drops on all fours, motionless. Greystoke watches the flame go out of the great beast's eyes. With a sighing grunt, the great man-beast of the forest topples over dead. Its jaws fall open, its eyes grow cold, glazed. For a moment, Greystoke stands in frozen horror and wonderment. Then slowly realization dawns on him. His wife had shot the brute. He whirls and staggers to the cabin.
Alice, it's all right, dear. You shot him. Oh, Alice, where's the water? Where's the water?
It was gone.
There, darling, there. Everything is all right. It's all over, dear. I'm safe. And the brute is dead.
Oh, the beast.
Now, steady now. Everything is all right. He's dead, dear. Don't get excited. Relax, Alice. You're a little hysterical, that's all. Just a little hysterical.
While Greystoke is trying to soothe his wife, miles away from the little hut on the seashore, the death cry of Volat came to the keen ears of the ape tribe. Some of the apes are grubbing at the roots of trees. Young are tumbling over each other in the clearing. Some are swinging indolently from branch to branch in search of fruit. The cry reaches their ears. All pause. All are silent for a moment. They recognize the death cry of one of their kind. As though of one accord, they gather in the clearing. The females and young chatter excitedly. The males grumble. The hair on the back of their squat, powerful necks bristles. They hold a chaotic conference. One giant beast assumes command. He is Kerchak. Another male of huge proportion disputes him. In a few moments, one of the two bestial half-men will be the ruler. The other will be a torn and battered victim. The two contestants stand facing each other. The tribe makes a great circle. The greater of the apes emits a fearful cry, which echoes through the jungle to silence all within hearing distance with its ferocity. It is a challenge. With a snarl of rage and hatred, the smaller one hurls himself upon his opponent, burying his fangs deep into the other's shoulder. With a cry of rage and maddening pain, the greater ape smashes the other in the face with his open hand. Without a pause, without mercy, he's upon him again, fighting for a hold. The smaller ape is more agile. He eludes for a moment, but only for a moment. He's upon him again. Again the smaller ape sidesteps him out with a savage blow. The greater ape catches his arm, breaks it with a snap. Howling with pain, the smaller ape turns to stand the other brute's charge. He knows it'll be his last. He's still on his feet, only by the intensity of his dogged animal will. Triumphant, snarling, horrible to see, the brute advances. The others attack as futile against him. The fighting arms affect him not at all. With a roar, the great beast is upon him again. Gasping, he sinks to defeat. The victor picks up the battered form and hurls it to the earth again and again and again. Then, satisfied, he voices his cry of victory, telling the jungle that he is the ruler of the tribe. No one disputes his claim. The rest of the tribe resume their chattering. The new ruler is issuing his first command. He gestures, grumbles. They all understand and take to the trees after him as he starts off through the jungle on his way from whence came the dying cry of Volat. And in the little hut that Lord and Lady Greystoke built, we find that Alice has recovered from her fright.
Oh, John, you're alive. But it's only good fortune that you are. That was a lucky shot.
Well, that was a good shot, whether from good luck or good marksmanship.
Oh, how I hate the jungle.
No, now, Alice. That probably won't happen again in a million years. But this is the first time one of those beggars has even really attacked us, you know.
Yes, I know. But I'm so tired of being afraid. And I'm even more fearful since the baby came.
No, hush, dear. As long as we're in the hut, we're safe. It was foolish of me not to have taken my rifle when I went out. I'll be more careful after this, and there won't be a thing for you to worry about, dear. Not a thing.
John, dear, Will you please see what's the matter with him?
Righto. What is it, lad? Any complaints to make?
Is he covered up?
To the eyes? Oh, I see. He's sleeping on that wooden doll I made for him, and he finds it jolly uncomfortable, too. There. How's that? Fine. Now go to sleep and let me hear no more out of you. Oh, is that so? Well, tell me about it in the morning.
John, have you ever wondered what the baby will be like when he grows up?
Very much like any other English boy, I imagine.
Oh, no, he won't. Not living in the jungle all his life.
Nonsense, dear. He isn't going to live in the jungle all his life. Why, long before it's time for him to go to school, we'll be picked up. It's only a matter of time.
2 years, and not even a sight of a ship. No. I'm afraid that your optimism is commencing to ring a little false.
Nonsense. You're just upset after what's happened tonight, that's all. But even if we were doomed to stay here forever, it isn't so bad, you know. We've plenty to eat, and we're comfortable.
Yes, I know. But it's always living in fear of the jungle. However, there's no use harping on it, is there?
No, of course not. Try to forget about it.
Yes. Yes, I must. Would you mind closing the door?
Righto. When Greystoke stepped to the door he was never to close, he came face to face with a tribe of brutish, hairy figures.
Oh! Alice! My rifle! Quick!
In an agony of haste, John tried to close the door in the face of the great apes, but they thrust it open without effort and stood for a moment, blinking in the light.
Alice! The rifle! Hurry! On the table! Don't come near! Throw it! No! Don't bring it! Throw it! I can catch it!
One great oak topples over dead. The other, maddened with fright and rage, surged into the room, overturning tables and chairs. The gun is wrenched from Greystoke's hand. An ape is peering into the crib. A feeble cry is heard. Kayla, the great female ape who still clutches the body of her dead baby to her breast, lets out a cry. She drops her baby into the crib and snatches the human baby. Clutching little Lord Greystoke to her shaggy breast, she huddles with him in the corner, protecting him from the fury of the tribe as they demolish the contents of the hut. Hours later, the cabin was silent. The jungle had taken its toll. Kayla, the great she-ape, departing, bears alive and wailing the little son of Lord and Lady Greystoke into the jungle fastness, where a strange destiny awaits this boy, who will become the mighty Tarzan of the Apes. Again, we bring you another chapter of Edgar Rice Burroughs' amazing history of Tarzan of the Apes, the astounding record of a Superman who became the master of beasts and the mighty monarch of the African jungle. By the grace of a kindly God and the tender care of Kayla, at whose breast the little son of Lord and Lady Greystoke was nourished, Tarzan grew to young manhood. From his natural parents, he had inherited fineness and intelligence, and from his foster mother, Kayla, and the ape tribe, he had acquired tremendous strength, amazing agility, and animal cunning. And some 20 years since his abduction, we find Tarzan swinging through the jungles, a young man, splendid both in his youth and manhood. Carelessly, Tarzan's body swings from branch to branch. There's an easy grace about his perilous leaps and accurate catches as he progresses from limb to limb, which suggests both the assurance of the ape and the flowing rhythmic grace of a trained trapeze artist executing an often rehearsed feat of daring. Tarzan is off on a holiday. He's returning to the one place in the entire jungle that is his own, a place he had discovered long ago, a tiny hut on the shore of the great water. It has taken him many years to learn how to manipulate the odd mechanical thing which had swung open to him the door of that hut, which he would have been surprised to learn was the home of his mother and father, and his birthplace. However, the door of that hut had opened to him more than the interior of the rude cabin which Lord Greystoke had built for his wife and son. It had taught him that he was an M-A-N, not an A-P-E.
It had taught him to read and write after a fashion. For hour after hour, year after year, he had pored over the first primer which he found there. But perhaps more important to his physical being and survival, it had given him access to the hunting knife which hung at his side and the locket which dangled from his throat. Occasionally, Tarzan left the ape tribe and ventured to his hut near the seashore. And now he's making his way there. It's late afternoon. The sun of a dying day is filtering through the dank foliage of the trees to make an intricate pattern of onyx and gold on the spongy mold on the ground beneath. The jungle is reverberant with sound. The chatter of monkeys, the singing of birds, and the occasional growling and snarling of the larger animals as they make their imperial way to the waterhole. Tarzan is happy. Happy as a schoolboy on a holiday. Swinging along his tireless arboreal way, he inhales the dank, pungent smell of the jungle with boyish delight. And the grim grandeur, the poisonous beauty of the jungle fills his soul with a feeling for which the ape language has no name. Meanwhile, off the West African coast, a small tramp steamer is plying her way through a placid sea. In the tiny salon of the ship are 4 people. Professor Porter, an old savant who exists in the present but lives in the archaeological past. His daughter, Jane, a beautiful girl whose charm is not only that of beauty but of wholesome loveliness and intelligence. Of these charms, the young man of the group is fully aware. He is William Cecil Clayton, a young Englishman, typical of the blond, blue-eyed Oxford gentleman, and eldest son of Lord Greystoke. The other man in the salon is the captain of the ship.
What are you reading, Father?
Yes, of course, my dear, of course.
I asked you what you were reading.
Sorry. A book, Jane. One of those dusty ones that you persist in believing gives me my hay fever. It's called Africa Cristana. Morchilli wrote it in 1816.
Only 1816? That's rather current fiction for you, isn't it?
Well, a man ought to keep up with modern literature, or he's liable to become an old fogey. Clayton?
I suppose anything published after the flood would be considered rather modern by an archaeologist, wouldn't it, Professor Porter?
Yes. No. What did you say?
Oh, go on with your reading, Father. We won't disturb you any more. We're almost there, aren't we, Captain Tracy?
I beg your pardon?
Well, honestly, I don't know which is the worst, you or Father. It's enough to give a person an inferiority complex. I'm the only one aboard that seems to find me most fascinating.
You're forgetting me, aren't you?
Well, one could never forget anyone so gallant. But really, Captain, a person would think that you were burdened down with all the worries of the world.
Not all of them, Miss Porter, but I'm afraid I have my share.
Oh, really? What?
Merely a matter of ship's discipline. Nothing really important, I hope.
Beg pardon, sir, but I'd like to see you, sir.
What kind of discipline is this, Newton? Coming in without knocking. Take off your cap.
Yes, sir. Sorry, milady.
Well, what is it? What is it?
I'm afraid, sir, don't ever let them know I told you, sir. They skin me alive, that's what they do, sir. They skin me alive.
What are you talking about?
Mutiny, sir. Down below deck, sir. They're all in the forecastle, sir. Mutiny? Mutiny? Isn't there some law about that?
Mutiny, I smelled it coming. That rotten crew we shipped at Sid. My compliments to Mr. Yount, Newton, and tell him to report to me at once. Here. I'll batter those deck guys down in their hats and scuttle them like rats.
Pardon, sir, but it's the first mate Yount that's leading the mutiny, sir. He's down in the glory hole talking to him now, sir.
Oh, he is, huh?
Is there anything I can do, sir?
Don't worry, Clayton. I'll clean this affair up in a minute. You keep Miss Porter and the professor from being frightened.
I'm not at all frightened.
Beg pardon, sir. I'd better get below before they misses me. They'd kill me if they knew I'd informed you, sir.
All right, Newton. I'll remember this. Go below, then, and save your skin.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Clayton, you'll find 2 automatics in the drawer of that desk. You'll take one and come with me?
Certainly. What am I going to use?
Good Lord, it's Newton. Come on, Clayton.
Righto. What's the matter? Is the door shut?
That's nothing. We're barred in. While the voyagers from the world outside are at the mercy of the mutinous crew, miles away, Tarzan is hanging from a tree branch, overlooking a clearing in the forest, and sees the beginning of a jungle tragedy. Sabor the lioness is dozing, surrounded by her happy family. One of her cubs wanders beneath the tree that hides Sheeta, the snake, the silent, strangling horror of the jungle. Sheeta,
hungry and alert, drops part of her great and snarling length down from the branch, encircles the cub, draws it up into the tree to slowly force it down into a constricting being by the undulating, torturous contraction of those great ringed muscles. Sabor, the lioness, awakes to the danger with a snarl of mingled rage and anguish, hurls herself with a terrific leap to rescue her cub. She misses. Again and again she leaps in a frantic effort to reach the snake. Her roar shreds the chaotic monotone of the jungle into tatters. Sabor's bestial anguish moves Tarzan to pity. He falls forward, giving himself a tremendous impetus with his legs, and catapults himself through the air. It's a tremendous leap, superhuman. He's leaping for the end of Sheeta's tail. If he makes it, he may not be able to cling to that slimy, lashing length, and will fall to the infuriated beast below. He won't make it. He won't. He does. He slips. He slips. He holds. His weight nearly jerks Sheeta loose from the branch. Like lightning, Sheeta contracts to lash him to the ground. But Tarzan lets go, drops to the branch beneath. Grasping it just in time, he falls fast. He dangles for a brief moment, but just for a moment. A snarl warns him. He's hanging close enough to the ground to be in reach of Sabor's vicious leaps. He pulls himself up to the branch. The tip of one of Sabor's claws cuts a tiny gash in his heel. He stands on the branch, gathers himself for a leap. Oh! Sheeta, sinuous body, slaps itself around his waist, tightens, then slowly commences to draw him up to the branch above, where it can hold him fast against the branch and exert a terrific pressure which will crush him. Tarzan struggles terrifically, but slowly feels himself being drawn. Tarzan's mind races. With a great effort, he unwinds the grass rope around his waist, snatches the long hunting knife from its sheath, and plunges it into the narrow part of the reptile's tail. The snake writhes, but doesn't lose its hold. Hastily, Tarzan works the blade through the resisting muscular strength until the handle protrudes at one end and the blade at the other. The serpent's agony has caused it to lose the distance it's gained in drawing Tarzan to the branch on which it lies. Tarzan is on the level with the branch from which he's drawn. Hurriedly, he ties the rope above the knife, letting it slide down the snake's body until the knife keeps it from slipping. Then, rushing like a madman, he snubs the rope around the branch. Sheeta strains. The branch creaks ominously, but doesn't break. The pain of pulling against the knife in his body makes Sheeta slowly release its hold on Tarzan. Unable to let go the branch above and secure to the one below, the great serpent is all but powerless. Its body is stretched up almost straight. Its dreadful leverage is gone. Tarzan climbs up the trunk of the tree, gains the upper branch. The cub is still struggling feebly. Tarzan, still clinging to the tree, extends his legs out, locks them around the branch and Sheeta's neck in what is known in wrestling as a scissors. He applies the pressure of those powerful legs. Harder, pulling the lion cub from the mouth of the reptile with one free hand. Sheeta's great mouth opens wider and wider, no longer eager to keep her prey, only anxious to escape the pressure of those powerful legs. The cub is free. Tarzan swings down, drops the cub gently on the ground and up again on the branch before Sabor can hurl herself upon him. Sabor, seeing her cub restored, pounces upon it, licking it, turning it over gently, worried. The cub recovers its breath and whimpers. Convinced that her offspring is safe, Sabor turns her attention to the thing up in the tree. Tarzan sits panting. Strange that after his good deed, Sabor should be anxious to factor into ribbons jungle gratitude. However, undismayed, Tarzan looks down into the baleful eyes and snarling face of Sabor. There's an ominous creak, a splintering. The limb under Tarzan is given way. He's falling into the merciless fangs and terrible claws of Sabor. He grasps a small branch. It breaks. Tarzan plunges downward, falling to the ground. He strikes the ground. On his head and shoulder, he lies still, unconscious. Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' famous book. Tarzan lies unconscious on the ground. Sabor sees a lithe, hairless body innate and motionless before her. Crouching, snarling, her lean haunches gather beneath her, her back arches with a spring, her jaws gaping to reveal her yellow fangs. Merciless hatred for the thing which lies so helpless in front of her gleams from her baleful yellowish eyes. Poised, tense, crouched for the leap, the lioness waits for some movement, some motion which will send her hurling upon her victim. There is a moment of silence, a tense moment, a moment in which furious death waits to execute its grim mission. Poised, waiting. Slowly, Sabor's animal brain connects the presence of her cub with Tarzan. Sheeta was devouring the cub. Tarzan fought Sheeta. The cub is safe. Slowly, Suspiciously, the great beast relaxes. The hair on her short mane gradually lies down, and her tensed haunches straighten. Slowly, very slowly, she advances toward Tarzan's limp body. Snarling deep in her throat, she stops, showing this strange creature lying so still before her the deference of fear. Cautious, ever ready to crush the life out of the thing with a mighty paw should it move, she advances closer and closer, step by step. Her sharp, pungent breath is hot on Tarzan's neck. Sabor sniffs. The thing has a strange scent. Not the scent of an ape. Sabor is puzzled. Tarzan stirs, moans a little in his unconsciousness. Sabor leaps back, snarling, her powerful paw raised to crush the head of that strange creature. Slowly, she puts her foot back on the ground, circles Tarzan, and without further ado, trots away, urging her cubs before her. Sabor, the merciless killer, the feared, the dreaded, Sabor the beast, has learned gratitude. Tarzan lies unconscious. The fall would have been sufficient to kill an ordinary man, but Tarzan breathes. The jungle sun sinks lower and lower. Suddenly there is no day. A dank, steaming mist arises from the ground and drifts in great clouds through the forest, like ghosts of massive monsters returned from some primitive jungle of eons before. Tarzan still does not move. He lies easy prey to the savage beasts of the jungle, the deadly insects, the sleeping leopard, the murderous gorillas, and worst of all, the snake, Sheeta, the silent, cold, crushing, slithering death. The moon comes up, making the jungle a wilderness of tall shadows, growing in a myriad of puddles of moonlight. The jungle becomes replete with sound, the whimpering cry of the lemurs, the weird laughter of the hyenas at the waterhole, the roar of Numa, the lion, walking in imperial disdain, heralding his approach to the waterhole. A cold, dead weight is slowly coiling itself around Tarzan's body. Its heavy, gliding pressure stirs him. With a growl of anger, Tarzan regains consciousness. The small steamer, bearing our passengers and the mutinous crew, steams down the golden path laid by the moon, off the sea, on the West African coast. The same moon which shines down upon the inert Tarzan, his cousin Clayton could see if he chose to look through a porthole of the ship Salon. How closely related, and yet how far removed these two. Tarzan, the ape man, and William Cecil Clayton. The four in the Salon, Jane and Professor Porter, Clayton and the captain, discovered that they're locked in. The crew is mutinied. Newton, the seaman, has informed the captain. Newton leaves. A scream is heard. It's his. Grabbing the two automatics, the captain and Clayton rush to the door. It's locked. We're barred in.
No, what are they doing to that poor man?
There, dear. Everything will be all right. I'm afraid it won't be all right. This is mutiny. We can't stand here and let them torture that man this way. Open the door. Open it, you hear that? I won't stop it. I can't stand here and listen to that. I'm going to try and shoot the latch off the door. You'll do nothing of the sort. I'm captain here, and as long as I am captain, I'll be obeyed. Understand that. We've a devilish grave situation. This is mutiny. If I can get them to open that door of their own will, we have a chance. If I can't, we're better off in here.
I'd suggest, Mr. Clayton, that you leave the matter entirely in the captain's hands.
Sorry, Captain. Not at all. Miss Porter.
Yes, Captain.
You will find in the top drawer of my desk a small jade green bottle. Its contents are deadly. I hope it proves to be a souvenir of an unsuccessful mutiny.
You don't think, Captain, this would be necessary?
This crew is the scum of Port Said. And Port Said, my dear Clayton, well, you've seen it.
I found the bottle, Captain. Thank you.
Isn't there some way that we can placate these mutineers, Captain? If it's money, why, I have a little...
And I have a great deal. See if you can buy them off. If they take the ship, everything on it is theirs anyway. Yount, my first mate, is in back of this, and Yount is no fool.
Rather an intelligent fellow, in fact. I've had several conversations with him. Seems rather interested in archaeology.
You'll stand away from the door, Miss Porter. Thank you. Mr. Yount! Mr. Yount, do you hear me? Yount!
Yeah, I heard you, Captain.
Come here and unlock this door.
And get shot down? No, thank you, Captain. Throw those 2 automatics. They're in your desk out the port first.
Are you presuming to order me, Mr. Yount? You'll lose your papers for this.
My papers? You're on the high seas now, Skipper. Not at the Admiralty. My papers, they've been changed, Tracy. They're Captain's papers now.
You're mad. This is mutiny. You realize what that means?
Yes, and you'd better realize, too. Throw up those automatics on the deck. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you.
And I'm telling you, Mr. Yount, that I'll see this ship run aground in Hades before I'll take orders from you.
Yeah? Well, we'll twist the bloody arms off of your nosy man Newton here and throw him over the side. If those guns aren't thrown out on the deck in exactly 1 minute. Oh! Throw them out, sir! Throw them out, please! Just throw them out!
Oh, Captain, throw them out, please. Please throw them out.
There goes mine.
All right. Now, where's the other one?
Well, I guess they've got us there. Did you take the clip out of that automatic before you chucked it out, Clayton?
No, I didn't.
Not very clever of you. Well, here goes.
You're learning to take orders readily, Captain.
Come in here.
Oh, I just happened to think. Quick, Father, give me that map.
Why, yes. Where did I... Why, here it is.
Tango, you and Gates watch this door. If either the ex-captain or any of these passengers start to leave...
I saw it.
Well, Tracy, it seems...
You dirty cad, you.
Shut up, Clayton.
I won't shut up. What?
You kill Clayton.
Stand back there, all of you, or I'll start blasting. That's just to show you how this ship is going to be run from now on. Only next time, I'll use the business end and not the butt of the gun. I wouldn't be surprised if you'd killed him, Yount. It doesn't make a great deal of difference, Tracy. Not to you, it doesn't. They hang them just as high for mutiny as they do for murder. Not when there aren't any witnesses.
You don't mean...
That there won't be any witnesses? Yes.
Tarzan regains consciousness. A sinewy thing of all muscle is wrapping itself around him, slowly encircling him. He voices the ferocious cry of a battling beast. The contracting length wound around him tightens. Tarzan struggles. Then suddenly he feels himself lifted high in the air. Another moment, and he finds himself safe on the broad back of Tantor the elephant. Tantor, his friend. Despite his aching head, Tarzan gives a call of triumph. Tantor, the great beast of the jungle, whom even Sabor fears, hears the call of his friend. The wise beast knows that all is well with the white ape upon his back. Tantor is happy too, for Tarzan is dearer to Tantor than all else in the world. A strange jungle friendship, as strong as it is odd. Tantor throws back his great trunk and trumpets to tell the fastness of the whole forest and its denizens that the mighty Tantor and his friend Tarzan are passing on their way. Let all beware. Tarzan feels himself all over gingerly, and then shrugs. Nearness to death is life, not adventure in the jungle. Guiding Tantor by kicking him behind the ear, Tarzan directs the great beast to the seashore and his cabin. Tantor sways along his way at a speed which is almost unbelievable for so clumsy an appearance, tearing up the trees and brush which impede his way. Then Tarzan hears the beating of the surf, and in a few minutes they come out of the jungle onto the beach. A strip of white sand, a sea of darkness divided by golden bands. Tarzan looks down the path of the moon on the water. He gasps. A boat! That means men. Tarzan the ape thrills, because he sees in them that which he most wants to be, man. Tarzan the man.